De la zona y vengo con la familia gay. ¿Cómo dice? Llaman a Red. Traigo el mensaje puro y crudo para el momento. No palabras vanas que rompen los sentimientos. Lucharé y derribaré los muros del lamento. Pídeme pues te daré los sueños que están muertos. Nunca el demonio dio mensajes de amor, pero tampoco los dio el ángel que nos abandona. Quizás miremos diferente el reloj, pero tu cielo es el infierno donde el amor murió. Political violence, criminal silence, physical redemption hasta cacacar el baile. Typical silent, musical fraile. Mucha es la promesa en la que se han llevado el aire. Love, 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 siente verdad como doy mi corazón. No more, no more, no more. It's a reggae cypher, feed the world. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Floaty tangle in the street, reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Floaty tangle in the street, reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Fue que me brotaron alas y ganas de volar. En las buenas mi terreno lleno, en las malas solar. Un muro que decorar, mis hermanos me sirven de guía, mi estrella polar. Muerdo los hilos, me duele hasta respirar. Solo quiero ver verdad. Sigo buscándome lejos de lo que piensas, más fácil de lo que crees, el esfuerzo trae recompensas. Vale la experiencia si es intensa, no tires de la cuerda si está tensa. Miraban al ocaso con tristeza, las estrellas devolvían con grandeza su mirar. Nos vimos floreciendo en la maleza, la belleza de las tetas y comienzan a encajar.
Es de reventar el beat, floaty tangle in the street, reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat, floaty tangle in the street, reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
51, 52, con un micro de bambú, más vuelta que Passepartout. Me siento en la old school, it's magnetic kung fu, it's a reggae magnatur. Por las almas sonrientes que acompañan a Zazú. En bambalinas y balú, son rimas de menú, no salidas de Benur, pero calidad y del sur. Homie, always lonely, but I feeling like a gangsta. 52, 53, a mí sí me ves venir, por eso me llaman King, ese fue mi devenir. De marchar o seguir, nunca tuve que elegir, la music me eligió a mí, no tengo nada más que decir. Saifa, Puniga, Loba, Grimble, Fire, Killaman, Smoker, Chusta, feel like a Rasta, Child Metal, Kimanes, original a reggae Saifa again.
Interna en la villa del pingüino, entre los calines en la antena y los que se encuentran dormidos zarandean tus emociones cual barril de vino, cosas feas quizás en tus ideas, pero aquí no, yo no atino, disparo sin mirar a todo aquel vampiro que el diente quiera hincarme, bro. Si lo digo, no es para pensar, sino para aclarar lo que tú siempre estás pensando. Acabo el tan magnífico, imposible de torcer metal, my friend, reggae warriors again, making connection after connection, my new world, reaching the freedom from them, me more. Nanny boy represent this game.
What time is it? Es de reventar el beat, floaty tangle in the street, reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de pan de hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la pos de
No hace
nuevo
falta
aquí.
presentación si existe nivel. Sobreviviendo en Babilonia escribí al papel mis problemas cuando al final pude entender que para ser feliz solo tienes que querer. Que solamente hay una vida y es para vivir. Busca siempre una alternativa para seguir. No dejes nunca que te digan que no es así. Y prende un poco de sativa para estar chill. Ey, superando ansiedades con el humo de cancha. Manchas de un pasado trágico en la cancha. Seguimos siendo fuertes, su mierda no me engancha. Mientras otros esperando a que lleguen en lancha. No matter where you come, no matter where you come from. Solo importa que prestes atención a este sound. Desde the original, killer man al mando. Oh na na na.
Mira, soy un warrior, sonido legendario. Disfruto cada segundo cuando me subo al escenario. Tengo fuego en los labios, sigo cual mercenario. Pasos de gigante y cora revolucionario. Siento que es necesario, suena el reggae en los barrios, para que cale el mensaje y para salvar a los más sabios. Entre mi imaginario, que moche que es bancario. Si vienes con la mala vibra, mejor bro, cambia tu itinerario. Ya, 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 ya. Cuando ruge el león suena la música real. Venimos con el ya, 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 ya. Sonido de guión es el sonido original. Ya, 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 ya. Reggae de corazón es el que se hace en unidad. Ya, 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 ya.
What time is it? De reventar el beat. Reggae music pan de hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? De reventar el beat. Reggae music pan de hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of the United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido, siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra, no me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera, el barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera, el barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendiendo bandido. Me voy empinando mi bote, un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote. Me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote, pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote. Me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia, que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia. Yo no cargo nada, no paz ni presencia. Pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias. Si no topa el poli en breve nos para en la calle. No puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalle. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quiere mi dinero pero que chingue su madre. A la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo, pero tumbar gente quien les dijo que es trabajo. Puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo. Loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs. Pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís, mis paisas en el gabacho bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato con los ojos bien tumbados, de cote con el quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt en cabina cuando grabo. Represento Nuevo León junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco el pasado está olvidado. Con el perro de la C bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón unido como había soñado. Bien bajado ese balón, compa Lefty bien bajado. Puro hip hop mexa hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
Verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día, viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en Canala o en Hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palancas. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada, se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC da bolos desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hablé de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. Sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón.
Es el perrito de la C. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo, les presidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Agua, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi-yo, yipi-yucas. Buenas, Montequín, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no loco, acá que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa perros 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la santa carnal.
Ey, ey, dale,
Los machidones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ donde que los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Viva México, cabrones.
Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. 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 Okay. Guess you could hear something. All right, let's see what we got. What up? What up, fam? Hope y'all doing well. I'm pretty sure you guys getting entertained right now. Got a bunch of classes going on. IOIC is talking about, people in Palestine. Like they give a shit. It's always, they're going to talk about it, but then it's going to end up being blackety black. Always blackety black with them. You know what I'm saying? Thought about like kind of showing you guys a little bit of it, but now let's just get to it. I don't care what they do. You guys want to go over there and believe the bullshit, man, go for it. You know what I'm saying? Most High ain't joking with y'all. He's going to start destroying every single one of you that are clinging to these heathens. We're going to show you today how deep the rabbit hole goes. Because I'm going to tell you this right now, family. If you go to any other camp right now, okay, or any camp, because I'm not a camp, all they're going to talk about is them, how they're going to be in power, and how the black woman is horrible. They can't say that about our women, but they can say that about theirs. Which, they're not incorrect. Daniel should know better. But anyways, the point being is, class is called Nut Huggers. All right, fam, let me just, whoa, what the hell? I don't know if you guys can hear an echo, man. I'm using a new headset, so I just wanted to at least confirm. Hey, saludos, bro, shalom. Good to have you here. I kind of want to talk to you about something, but not today. So, but I do, I'm glad you're here. What up, Experto? What's up, bro? Fuck, I like that name, man. Experto. I feel like playing music and shit. That's funny, bro. Isaiah 8:20. Vega. Oh yeah, that's his name. Shalom to the brethren. Jeremias, buenos días. What up, brother? Oh yeah, your last name is Vega too, huh? Yeah, I saw that. Hey, what up? Why? I don't know if you noticed. I text you back, bro. Yeah, you did. You text me back. I was supposed to have a conversation with the mighty God brother, man.
I apologize, dog. Man, I've been going through a lot, and I was gonna try to make time to talk to you, and then this came up, and I already had this in mind. And my apologies, bro. I will call you tomorrow if you're busy. Don't trip. I'm not offended by it. Yeah, for sure, bro. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, right. No, I know, bro. I don't even know how you came up with that shit. But I like the fact that you put zeros at the end. I'm assuming that. So that's why I say it every time. Experto! Like playing some salsa and shit. Hold on a second.
¡Viva México,
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not. That's funny, dude. Hold on.
That's right.
All right, bro. All right. So listen, I had done this recording, and there's a lot of material that I'm going to share right now about 3 books that I'm going to read out. And again, it's all about fact or fiction. Fact or fiction. You know what I'm saying? We need to determine and decide what is real and what is not. Are we going to be misled by other people and saying, yes, they know what they're talking about? Or are you going to study and pick up the book yourself? Because there's a lot of people that talk and say they know the Bible, and then when they start talking about things like certain books, and they're not even sure what they're talking about themselves. Listen, I'm going to say this to everybody, all right? Before you go speak Bible and claim that it isn't prophetic, you got to understand also timeline. You see, there's rulerships. So when you look at certain old books and it brings up Babylon, Egypt, or other nations, well, you have to understand that in those timelines, those nations that are mentioned together were never actually ruling each other. This is how you can tell whether it's prophecy or not. I just clear this up. That's all. That's it. That's all. And then we're going to move on, man. Because quite frankly, this is more about the knowledge and understanding of our history, of who we are, and the fact that some people want to take your shit. And I'm not about to let that happen. So as long as I'm still alive, as long as I'm still here, and as long as I'm still breathing, I'm going to bring out this material, whether you guys like it or not. Those are just facts and just the way I'm built. You know what I'm saying? So, we don't. Hey, I think we all need prayers, brother. I think we all need prayers, bro. We all need prayers, brother. You know what I'm saying? So let's go. Let's begin, man. Hold up. I'll be quiet now. About to show that book real quick. Give me a second. All right, let me connect this back again.
Not huggers or huggenauts. Let's see real quick. All right. Whoa. Oh, yeah, my glasses. Forgot my glasses. All right, man. I know something was missing. All right, so what do we got? Damn. Y'all are just horrible people, bro. One, none. You see, this is a testimony. This is a testimony. Let me show you right now. That a lot of you so-called Hispanics, you don't believe that you're the people of the book. You don't believe that you're the actual head. No, you still think you're the tail. I'm beginning to really question you guys. I'm starting to wonder if you guys really are the people of the book. Because there should be enough information for you to just agarrar los pantalones and get the hell up. But it seems like that's not the case with y'all. I guess these Negroes are correct. You guys are silly dogs, which is really sad. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go heavy on artillery today. In case you guys don't know, I'm gonna go super heavy. I'm gonna bring out the bombs today. And I'm gonna start with this brother right here. This brother right here does things on TikTok. And he's blasting these fools. Okay? Blasting these fools right here. Now, as you know, considering what's going on across the country, what exactly are these people doing about it? What are these camps talking about? Destruction to Amalek. The very same Amalek that they're friends with. Oh, yeah. They're friends with the Amalek. They act like they are not friends with Amalek. But I'm going to show y'all how they are friends with Amalek. And I know that they don't want to be anywhere near them now because no les conviene, you know, like we say. But we're going to remind these snakes, these damn heathens, these damn Canaanites. We're going to have to. We're going to have to educate y'all. Snake, I'm going to show you the video again, that they were allies. The very same allies went against y'all. Yes. So we're going to go into some deep debunking and deep information. You see what I'm saying? Look at this. Look at this. This is pathetic, man. Like, this is crazy. 336 subscribers, and there's only one brother on right now. Why are you guys even subscribed? Fuck out of here, man. That's stupid. To me, it's funny. And it's because, like, I guess we got to ask for money for this to be believable. So if we're asking for money, then you guys believe us. Or unless I have to be, I guess, black. I have to have woolly hair for people to watch. I see a lot of these ignorant, ignoramus, the most stupidest damn topics. And these people don't have many subscribers, so to speak. But those dudes show up and they talk about the stupidity. But you guys, the 340 something, guess what? Y'all don't give a damn. Look, it's one person. All praises to you. This is why when the time comes and your asses are burning and you're getting your butt whooped and you're being butt broken because you went with some other nation thinking they were your people, you're going to come. I pray to the Most High that he has no mercy on you. You two-thirds are one of the reasons why we're still in this debauchery right here. You're actually kissing ass to these people that absolutely have no clue who they are according to the Bible. That's the sad part. They don't even know who they are. You know how I know they don't know who they are? Because they're Kemetic, they're Asians, they're Africans, they're Mexicans, they're Puerto Ricans. Actually, they don't say they're Puerto Rican. They're Native Indians. I wonder why they don't say they're Puerto Ricans. Kind of weird. What, Puerto Ricans didn't do nothing great? Is that what it is? You guys are everything but yourselves. Let's begin. I'm going to stop talking shit. Let's go. Oh, and by the way, you know, for a while I stopped saying bad words, and I was going to change my ways and trim my fat in those ways, right? But I realized that it was influencing by this Christian kid, a very Christian kid. And quite frankly, I cannot go against who I am. So I don't care. Yeah, I don't like the way I talk, unsubscribe. You guys, hey, this is a grown-up channel, okay? This is a grown-up channel. So you guys either deal with it or you don't. Let's go.
No, you're just indoctrinated. You are a lost Hemi, but you still have time to let go of your pride and cleave to Yisrael. My Messiah came from the line of David, and David had hair like a goat. Mitchell took a statue and put goat's hair on its head to trick Saul's men. The soldiers didn't say, "That's not David. David has a woolly afro and looks like a sub-Saharan African."
I'm just saying. I mean, God made red skins, white skins, black skins.
God made redskins, white kids. I'm just hanging. All right. This is from one of the books that these wobbles love to go to. Let me show you. Let me show you something. This is wobbles right here. This is wobbleism right here. To its finest. Wobbleism to its finest. The Pan-Africanist. You Pan-Africanists who claim that you love Africa, but you're here in America, our land, planning about Africa? Considering going to Africa? Hold on. So these Negroes here, these confused silica-eating Negroes, okay, Africans, they go to this book all the time. Hey, by the way, listen, I'll welcome anybody. Hit the link. Hit the fucking link. Shalom, bro. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good, Rick. I'm actually doing really well, brother. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. As you can see, I'm wearing glasses because I'm too lazy to go get my prescription. And with these glasses, I don't have to lean forward to read because I see blurry, right? Even from a 6-foot distance, I have to kind of like close my eyes a little bit to see the words, from my TV. Here, I get close. So with these glasses, I guess they have that, that whole like brown, whatever that UV ray shit. Yeah. Pretty cool, man. I feel good. I feel good, bro. I have an assignment though. These holidays, the Most High is asking for a lot of work from me. So you're gonna see a lot of this every day. Okay. Anyways, so now this is the famous book. These wobbles right here. And here's the bottom part about these BHIs. You guys don't tackle these guys. Matter of fact, you talk to them like friends. You guys are like friends. Oh, you're black. You're just Jake. Yeah, that's what you say. But little do you know that this is as offensive as it gets. Plus a what? A black. Oh, I see. That's what it is. You know why? Because when I look at my cell phone, I noticed this. When I noticed it in my cell phone. I was looking at my cell phone and I'm like, wow, this is. I kind of saw like a little more colors, like almost a little bit of a rainbow tint to it. And I was like, this is weird. I don't see it with my normal eyes. That's when I realized, wait a minute, it's that glare. It gets rid of that glare. Yeah, bro, appreciate it. I'm getting old, man. So anyways, this is what they do. The here guy, and then the Yahweh fat dumbass who claims to be a Aboriginal. Then he says that, to be a Israelite, it's spiritual. So he don't know the Bible, okay? None of you wobbles even know the Bible. I welcome it, man. Bring me a wobble that claims to know the Bible. I will demolish his black ass out of here and send you back spiritually to Africa, to your origin, because this is stupidity right here. At this point, I'm just fed up now. So this writer, first of all, okay, he was never here. Let's start with that. This writer was never here. So, hey, by the way, Rick, you see what I'm saying, bro? This is what bothers me, right? And I'm being sincere here. There's supposedly 246 subscribers, right? There's only 2 people here that have only seen 3 views, 2 people. Why are you guys? Why are you even here in this channel for? Go watch IUIC. I'm sure a lot of you guys are watching them right now because they're talking about Palestine and all that. Yeah. Oh, I expected it. You guys should expect this every year. Every year they want to talk about a war. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. You guys have had the Bible for how long? 100 and something years. And you're still stinking Africans. Yes, I said it. You're still stinking Africans. And I'm saying this because, just as offensive, you guys very offensive by stepping on our heritage and our culture and claiming it to be that it's yours. This is where you man, this is hands off now. Y'all broke the line now. You see, like I said, you woke up the hornet. Y'all, I was gonna leave you black people alone, but no. On contraire, mon frere. Y'all think you're really tough. Okay, well, I got something for you. All right, now I'm gonna bring the artillery. So let's go to it. Because apparently you guys think this is you. And I don't even understand that part. Okay? First of all, that don't look like. All right, so apparently this girl is naked, butt naked, walking on top of white people. Okay? And this is a llama. But this is a fortress that has the structure of Spaniard. But we're on top of white people? Oh, that's right. This is you guys. Okay, that's right. Negroes on top of white people. Okay, so let me read this. Right here, John Ogilvy. You got to know who he is. But I won't get into it. The Kingdom of Ireland. Very historical here. And I'm going to read some stuff about Ireland. You're going to find out about Ireland. And I'm going to show you a book. Because when I get into the Halloween stuff, next on the other one of the classes coming up, you're going to find out who these Druids are. And they relate to Ireland. And they relate to the Negro. Yes, the Canaanites, the Phoenicians. You damn right it is. You're not getting away from me no more. Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Listen to this. Cry aloud. Your sins is cleaving to these idiots. You're cleaving to these damn Canaanites, these Jebusites, these Horites, these Amorites, all of these Girgasites, these freaking 5 nations. You guys are stupid. And they go in here, let's read this book. Let's read this book. Okay, let's read the damn book then. Let's read the damn book. Let's do the damn thing. Come on, man. This ain't Ebonics. What do you think this is? Mexicanos que no saben leer, pendejos, o qué? Nah, váyanse al carajo, cabrón. I ain't doing this shit no more. You guys mess with the wrong frijol. And one thing you need to know is you mess with a bean, you got the whole burrito. Todo el burro, güey. And that's no pun intended, because you guys are a bunch of burros. You don't read, you believe everything that's promoted, like this right here. Oh, no, it's got to be us. You got to read. You got to read. Okay? So I'm going to read something to you. I'm going to read something to you because this is getting to that point where, you know what? It is what it is, yo. Hey, what up, man? Shalom, bro. Been taking a break from all this and been working a lot. Hope you're being good. Call you tomorrow. Yeah, man, it's all good, bro. I've been busy too. That's why I come in the morning and do the classes. Check it out. So we're gonna go here. Where you at? Where you at? I'm looking for page 54. And let's see where we're at. Ding, 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 ding. Here it goes, here it goes, here it goes. All right, we're going to start right here. Raldonis. Oh, sorry, my bad. You don't want to see my ugly face. Check this out. Check this out, yo. Check this out. Check this out. Hold on a second. All right, here we go. Raldonis Ximenez refused to follow Christopher Columbus in order to write letters to the King of Spain, in which he exceedingly aspersed both the Admiral Columbus and his brother, Bartolomé, okay? Colon, who were not backwards in giving an account contrary by their letter of the horrid villainies perpetrated by this Ximenez, and desired aid, that so great an offender might receive punishment. Meanwhile, the Sicanos came marching down with 6,000 men, which Bartolomé went to meet with 80 foot soldiers and a few horses. Watch this real quick. Here's the point. Wobbles, you better start listening. Okay. This is the book that you guys always, wow, look at the pictures. Oh my God. The Indians, which he was to encounter, with rather seeming like furries than men. Okay. So I'm going to show you through this. Okay, hold on a second. So let me show this. Let me show you something. So the word furries, I got a head for y'all so you can see. It says here that the Indians, right there, the Indians, which he was encountered with, rather seeming like furries than men. Furries mean wild, violent, violence, energy displayed, and a natural phenomena in someone's actions. Okay. So we got that. Then he says, for all of them were dubbed over with black smut. What is the word dubbed? Dubbed means to cover with plaster. Dub, you don't like dubbed? Smut means what? It can refer to as black or dirty. Smut definition. Get out of the way. A practice of sooty matter, a black or dirty mark. Okay? So, stinking Africans, I need you to pay attention. Because just like you're stepping and completely falsifying our history, trying to steal it, I'm going to call you stinking Africans, because that's what you are. Okay, so now it says here, for all of them were dubbed over with black smut on their bare skin from head to foot. If you're fucking Negro and you're dark skinned, what for? Huh? What is this? This is exactly why you saw those pictures, dummies. And we've been saying it. A lot of our brothers would do that. But no, you're the same book that you use, Ogilvy, okay? The one that you like to promote. It says it right there. They're dubbed black smut with their bare skins from head to foot. And their hair, watch this, and their hard hair pleated in terrible. Remember, pleated. No, they're like, oh, wait. Their hard hair. So, excuse me, you Africans do not have fucking hard hair, okay? and your hair doesn't absorb water. So your sisters cannot be the ones wiping the tears off the Messiah, because it'd be like this. Okay, it's not like they're going. I'm sorry, stop it. David's hair was a goat's hair. People with long hair, women, if you see my children, my daughters, when they wet their hair, it absorbs water. Okay, so let's stop these games. Let's stop this stupidity. I'm sick of it, man. It's like a child. It's like when you have a very snotty little child, you know what I mean? Like a really snotty kid, and you just gotta smack them like, Joe, listen, you don't know shit. You've never been shit, and you will never amount to shit if you keep talking like this. Okay? So bare skin head to toe, and their hard hair, pleated and terrible. Pleated. So what does pleated mean? Pleated means in the process of braiding, weaving 3 or more pieces of hair together. Okay? Created one thick. Oh, but that's not enough. En contraire, mon frère. Let me keep going a little further. Because you see, you Africans, you don't read. You don't fucking read. So I'm out of it now. I'm livid with this because I need to show you. It says, in their hard hair pleated and terrible, not in love locks. So what the hell is love locks? This is love locks.
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
Meaning,
Gotcha, bitch.
no
Gotcha, bitch.
damn
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
Rastafarian hair.
Gotcha, bitch.
What is it going to take? None of that. None of that. It says that on the contrary, mon frère, they were able to braid their hair like so. This is braiding hair. You see this hair? This type of hair happens to be a little blondish, but this type of hair, like this type of hair, okay? Like this type of hair, like my daughter's hair. This is exactly like my daughter's hair. And they can do this, okay? That's what that is. This is pleated. This is not pleated. Pleated, not pleated. Pleated, not pleated. Pleated, not pleated. Pleated, love locks. Pleated, love locks. Meaning what? Dreads. Love lock hair equals what? Dreads. You guys should know this. Look, she even called it herself. Love locks. It's not me calling it love locks. Dreadlocks. Love locks. That's what they called it. Pleated hair, dreadlocks, love lock hair. Pleated hair, locks, love locks. Okay, so now Ogilvy, that's the white man that you guys love so much that you tend to ignore his writings. You just look at the damn pictures. I guess that's what Ebonics taught you, because I don't understand the matter of the fact. It says here, excuse me, and let me repeat. It says, for all of them were dubbed over with black smut, meaning paint, on their bare skin. So we would put black paint all over us because we weren't dark from head to toe, head to foot. And their hair pleated. Once again, pleated, love locks. Pleated, love locks. Not love locks. Hung plain or dangling over their shoulders. Who the hell are you guys? I mean, for real. For real. Love locks, pleated hair. Love locks, pleated hair. And by the way, half white or white. White woman. White woman. What else? These are love locks. You see, we don't do that. Africans do that. Okay? That's what you guys do. These are love locks. Read the material you want to use against you. And this is why you don't want me on TikTok. Because I will smash your African asses back to wherever you came from the gutter, if that's the case. Because we're sick and tired of it. Look at this. My grandmother was Blackfoot Indian, and her skin was that dark. Well, this is as black and white photos, so the colors are, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. Apparently, these guys think, oh, yeah, you know, black. Oh, my God, this is great. This is great. Let's continue. Now I'm going to show you something. Because, you know, they talk about, oh, yeah, the black man was used, you know, the black man, the black man, the black man. Shut your ass up. Y'all are Canaanites. Hamitic nation. The Hamitic nation of this world. And that's what you are. And you're just going to have to deal with it. You're just going to have to deal with it. And I don't care how you feel. You're going to have to deal with it. You're going to have to deal with it. You're going to have to deal with it. Quite frankly, you're going to have to deal with it. Because you want to know something? You're going to have to deal with it. You're just going to have to deal with it. I love it. Check it. Look, I appreciate you brothers sticking around, man. I really do. Because in this channel, facts tell, stories sell. I'm not here to sell stories. I'm not here for clout chasing. I'm just here to continue to feed my spirit, my family spirit, and you brothers that actually do care. And sisters, a few. Now, you guys want to know about the true origin of people? Let's find out. And we're going to go scientific now. So let's use white science for now. Okay. Hey, by the way, I'm going to read this to y'all. Victory comes through faith in our Creator and obedience to His word, the scriptures, rather than through numerical superiority, IUIC, ICBK, GMS, all them stupid asses, or military might like the Anglo. I love that, man. Anyways, hey, listen. If you guys think I'm wrong, hit the link. I'm going to show you who the real, true generals are. Who the real progenitor are. Because you're going to find out right now that unlike what we were told, let me show you something. You Hispanics, you so-called natives or brothers and sisters that look like us with the little tint skin tone, if you're able to produce a variety of children with variety of features, with variety of shades, with variety of texture of hair, with variety of eye colors, you see what I'm saying? Then you carry the most fundamentally sound DNA in the entire world. Unlike what these Africans used to tell us and these Anglos used to say to us, that supposedly, you know, man came from them, that we came out of los huevos del negro. That's what they say. So let's find out if that's true. You're going to be in for a rude awakening. Because guess what, family? We were made in the image of the Most High. Because our DNA is able to produce all kinds of shades. I'll show you. Unlike the black and the white, who lack it, they need to have some of us or some of them to have some of what we have. But even then, it'll go back to that again. They won't be able to. White people cannot make dark-skinned people. Black people cannot make white-skinned people. They say they can. They're not skin, white skin. There's a difference between albino and white skin. And then there is a mixture. When they mix with güeros, like this güero right here, they get light skin. But they don't tan. Listen, you don't tan. If you're light-skinned African, you don't tan. Obviously, if you're dark, you don't tan. That's not difficult. Let's go.
Tribe and nation, because we're all of one race, because we're all descendants of Adam, we're all sinners, and Jesus Christ became a member of the human race to die for the descendants of Adam. There can only be one race of people.
I hear this one a lot. How can there be so many races in the world if we are all descendants of Adam and Eve? Well, check this out. First off, let's talk about the word race. Sometimes when people use the word, they mean supposed races of people who have evolved at different times, rates, and in different locations. That's not true. Of course, the word race is also a term we use to distinguish between groups with different physical traits, namely skin color. But are there really different races? Take a gander at Acts 17:26, where it is written that God, from one man, made every nation of men. It's clear then that the Bible teaches that there is one race, the human race. The Bible is also clear that all people on the earth are descendants of Adam and Eve who were created by God. Check Genesis 1:26 through 28. Easy enough. God created two people in his image, male and female, and told them to increase in number. So Adam and Eve are mom and dad of the human race. Then their children had children, and those children had children, and so on and so forth for many generations until, according to Genesis 6:9, the world's population was reduced to 8 people who were protected inside an ark during a global flood. And those 8 people later walked off the ark, and according to Genesis 9:19, from them came the people who were scattered over the earth. But wait a second. What do I mean scattered? Well, jump over to Genesis 11 and let's talk about an event known as the Tower of Babel. Basically, because of the sinful actions of the descendants of Noah, the Lord confused their language and scattered them from there over all the earth. That's pretty clear and concise. Okay, so we've got lots of people who are descendants of the 8 folks who came off the ark, and now they have been scattered all over the earth. That explains that we are still one race and that different groups of people ended up in different locations. But how do we get a bunch of different colored people if we are all one race? Well, follow along. This, of course, is a simplified explanation, but the basic principles are true. We all have a pigment in our bodies called melanin, which, depending on different variables, produces different shades of the one main skin color we all possess. Several genes control the amount of melanin produced and thus the variability in the skin shade. In fact, it's easy for one couple to produce a wide range of skin shade variability in just one generation.
Pay attention to that. You see that this shade here is what I'm talking about. You see, we, unlike you can do this or that, this or that, this or that, this or that. Who's up that? No, I'm just kidding. Let's go.
As we'll see in just a moment. Time for a quick genetics lesson. DNA is the molecule of heredity that is passed from parents to children.
So you have a great website, but you want it working harder for you, converting more visitors into customers.
A child inherits 23 chromosomes from each parent. Each chromosome pair contains hundreds of genes which regulate the physical development of the child. However, to illustrate basic genetic principles pertaining to the topic, we'll just talk about 2 genes, the genes that control the production of melanin. So, let capital A and capital B symbolize versions of the gene that code for large amounts of melanin, while little a and little b code for small amounts. Got it? Easy. Check this out. Take a look at the upper left. Let's say dad contributes capital A, capital B genes, and mom contributes capital A, capital B genes as well. Together, they will produce a child with capital A, capital A, capital B, and capital B. This is a kid with a lot of melanin, and thus he will have very dark skin.
Family. So it's telling you that within its trenches of the DNA, okay, the language, so to speak, if you have an A, capital A, capital A, capital A, B, capital A, B, man and woman, and they both have that same gene, they're only going to be able to make dark skin. That's it. Unless out of nowhere, somehow, some way, you got some white people in you, then it'll come out. But you guys turn out make light-skinned people. Very clear. Albino is not the same thing. I need you guys to understand that. Let's go.
Easy to see. Here's the bigger point, though. Let's say dad contributes capital A, capital B, and mom contributes little a and little b. Well, the child's skin will be middle brown shade, the combination of capital A, little a, and capital B, little b, which, by the way, represents a majority of the world's population. Not only that, but if each parent is capital A, little a, capital B, little b, the combinations that could be produced in their children could result in a very wide range of skin shades in just one generation.
Boom, right there is the question right there. So what I'm trying to show y'all is that we are in this right here, in this motherhood right here. So this right here, okay? So if you look at the distinguishing factors,
the combinations that could be produced in their
boom,
children.
You see this? So we are right here. Capital A, lowercase b, lowercase a, capital B. As an example, Africans, Anglos, Africans, Anglos, Africans, Anglos, meaning that you Africans don't have enough DNA to produce this right here. Okay? And you Anglos, you don't have enough DNA for sure to produce anything beyond this right here. Matter of fact, you guys can't even go past this unless you're in the sun and you're using a lot of chemicals. Whereas us, like tic-tac-toe, you know, my bro, it's like this. Boom. So we can go boom, boom, or boom, boom. How can you do it? How can you tell? Because you can see it in our children. You can see it in our children. I showed you guys pictures of my children. I showed you guys pictures of my family. But listen, it don't matter. You guys don't have to believe me because it hurts your butt. It hurts your butt to know that you Africans are not the people of the book. You're just Canaanites. And it is what it is, because at one point we were just Indians. And now you got to deal with that. And you don't know how. Because you're broken. And you're going to continue to break. As long as our brothers repent Look at me real quick. As long as our brothers and sisters keep repenting, you Africans and you Europeans, you're going to continue to be destroyed. The spirits are jumping off of us, and they're coming after you. You can see it in the mental debauchery, in the mental destruction. In everywhere you look, y'all are just turned out. It's very clear now. The white man, y'all the minority. The black man, you're going nuts. You better recognize Nate the Snake. We're coming after you.
Result in a very wide range of skin shades in just one generation. So, since Adam and Eve were the first people ever, it makes sense to conclude that God placed in them a combination of genes that could produce all different shades of skin we see.
Thank you very much. So that's saying that the Adam and Eve
children could result in a very wide range of skin shades in just one generation. So, since Adam and Eve were the first people ever, it makes sense to conclude that God placed in them a combination of genes that
would allow us to create all shades of the color light brown or dark brown spectrum. You need to, you Hispanics, man. These Africans really took your spirit. They really put their foot on y'all. That's why you got no huevos. Y'all are weak ass people. Especially you that are in these camps. Y'all are weak, man. Just sad, bro. It's so sad.
Could produce all different shades of skin we see. Those same combinations would be present in Noah and the 7 other people who boarded the ark. And because God dispersed people at the Tower of Babel, he dispersed the population, thereby isolating gene pools in the different people groups. Over time, different cultures formed in different locations with certain features like skin shade becoming predominant. And here we are today. And since we all go back to Noah and his family, it makes sense that we are all different shades of brown. One race, multiple people groups, just like the Bible teaches. Simplified for sure, but enough said.
Enough said. Enough said. Enough said. Enough said, man. I love it. I love it. All right, let's keep going. So our DNA is king, family. Our DNA is of the original. Original. And this is our heritage. I'll tell you this right now, Africans. You better kill us this time around. You ain't getting this for free. You ain't getting this shit. I'm going to tell you that right now. You ain't getting this shit. Let's go to page 12. Go to page 12. Go to page 12. Let me show you something. This is Wobbleism right here. Wobbleism at its fullest. Because apparently, we as Wobbles just don't get it. So I'm going to give you some history about us. Be proud, my people. Be proud, but in a good way. Not in a boastful manner. It says here, this is from the same book. You know, the famous one that Negroes love to bring out, and they say that they're in there because the pictures. Okay, so let's read. Watch this. But because a country or pastoral life, knowing no commerce but means hovels, and to dwell in huts, predicating poor no habits, despising all greatness, unlimited by laws, and all things else, which the people observe presently after the flood, is now found among the Americas. And the Americans, you see this? Despising greatness, unlimited by laws, and all things which people observe presently after the flood, is now found among the Americans, who will make them for aught else but newcomers to the land, as themselves acknowledge. For the Mexicans boast that they are the eldest there. You other tribes, I'm talking to you, our people, okay? So I'm just telling you right now, Taínos, Peruanos, Salvadoreños, Nicaraguenses, Cubanos, our people, not the white ones. You know, all of our people, the islands, right? Everybody that's gone through this. Y'all need to put some respect on these Mexicans, man. You guys have no idea who these people are. You don't. Why do you think grown-ass Africans, like 50 years old, think that they're Mexicans? There's absolutely no diet in them. There's no history of them ever eating our food. Shit, y'all can't even handle spice. And that's where spice comes from. Americas, cabrones. It says here, for the Mexicans boast that they are the eldest there, and that from them, Peru, Chile, Chica, and other countries towards the south had their colonies, And yet the oldest chronicle of Mexico reckons not above 1,000 years. Thus far, Mr. Podcast says. Right? Check this out. This is page 12. It's page 12. Let's continue now. Because I'm going to blast you guys now. You see, I'm going to bring out the artillery today. Because I'm sick and tired of these tired-ass fools thinking they know what they're talking about. I don't know damn thing. I'm going to show you some pictures, all right? So let's go. Let's go, family. Start taking some notes. Because I'm going to go heavy here. A lot of reading today, okay? Unlike what these heathens are doing. That they're over here like, oh, yeah, the war's coming. We're going to, thank God, we're going home. Hey, girl, you ain't going home. You're going home to Africa, if anything. You ain't going home anywhere. What's wrong with you, man? You guys got to pay the piper. You ain't done with us yet. Contraire, mon frère. Y'all got to pay the piper. Remember, at every chance that the Spaniard wherever the Spaniard put the flag, you Africans were there holding the pennant. So, this is why they want you so bad, family. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, güey. Por eso los quieren tanto, cabrón. Historia del nombre y de la fundación de México. Gutiérrez Tibón. Gutiérrez. No seas mamón, güey. Gutiérrez, cabrón. Okay. So as you can see, let me do this here. Boom. Get my ugly face out of the way. Let me actually turn off the camera real quick so I can let it cool down, and then I'll come back. Right? That makes sense. Yeah, I'm learning how to deal with this. Okay, so the book. Okay, hold on a second. Let me get rid of this. That's going to be a topic later on. Okay, cool. Sounds good. All right, so now let's continue. The pictures we're talking about, Messi. So this is our beloved brother right here who actually took some time. I don't know if he's going to come back. But he says, estas no son coincidencias. También tenemos a los taínos. Dios se dice, Yaya, en taíno y Ya, en hebreo para el Dios de Israel. Or remember the name. It's not Israel. It's Itztakel. Something like that. I'm learning it. Mexico, which is why this channel is now called Meshiacha, en hebreo y arameo significa Mesías, cabrones. For real, man. Y se pronuncia México en hebreo. Una vez más, cabrones. Déjenme una vez más, ¿ok? Estas son las coincidencias. Estas no son coincidencias. También tenemos a los taínos. Dios dice Yaya. I'm sorry. Dios se dice Yaya. Dios se dice Yaya en taíno y Ya. Like Ya, you know how some of y'all say praise Ya? En taíno, right? Our borinqueños, they would say that. Then it says, en hebreo, para el Dios de Israel. Ahora, México, Mexica, Meshiacha, en hebreo y arameo, significa Mesías, güey. Y se pronuncia México en hebreo. México. Méxica o Mexica, o como yo digo, Meshiacha, significa ungido en arameo y se pronuncia Meshica. Meshica en arameo. ¿Ya ven? Similitudes entre los nombres de las deidades asarias y moshicas. Sin, dios de luna, imperio asirio. Sí, o sin, dios de luna, imperio asirio. Sí, dios lunar. Civilización mochica, Perú. Sin es un nombre semético para la luna. Para la luna. ¿Era? Ok. Vamos más. Meshi, el Mesías. No nos extraña, pues que el dominio Fray Gregorio García, entre 1554 y 1627, vea en México un nombre hebreo, debido al hecho obvio de que los mexicanos descienden de la tribu perdida de nuestra gente. That's right. Messi, o Messi, es el Mesías. Y México, la ciudad de Mesías, la ciudad de Jesucristo y no de Huitzilopochtli. Dice Fray Gregorio que el nombre Messi, que es realizado en hebreo, no sé, I can't read that part, se aplica maravillosamente al jefe de los mexicanos. Let me close this because this is annoying me. Vales mamás, güey. Vales mamás. Hey, man, whoever believes it, believes it. Whoever they don't, bro. Y'all lost. Y'all losing it. When the time comes, don't be begging. Don't be begging back. Don't be begging the door to be open. Don't beg the door to be open. Because I'm going to be looking out, watching you guys burn. Hypocritical nation is what you guys are. You'd rather listen to strangers to tell you who you are. México hay varias etimologías de este nombre. La principal son 4. Una es la ciudad de la luna, como todos los pendejos de Iowa así. Es que México significa el ombligo de la luna. No seas mamones, güey. Se compone de Metzli, luna o Sten. Es un ejemplo. Yo lo leí ahorita, hace un rato, antes que me vine de la clase. Según esta etimología, según autores respetables, debe escribirse México. Dicen que caminando los aztecas llegaron a la ribera de un lago y de un lago ahora en que el cielo estaba nublado y abriéndose las nubes en dirección a la luna, por la reflexión de la luz, se vio también la imagen de la luna en el agua del lago, por la cual llamaron México a la población que fundaron. Continúa y dice, se compone de Mexli, que era el dios de la guerra, donde hizo alto el caudillo, el que guiaba a los aztecas. Se compone de Messi, palabra hebrea, con Messi, muda, S-O-X, por no haber S en mexicano, se decía mexicano. O mexica, se compone de Messi, pero no hay S. Y estos güeyes no pueden decir la sh. Se le ponían una X. Léelos. 13. Donde se adora el Mesías. Se compone de Mesías con N. Convirtiéndose la primera S en X por no haber S en mexicano. Again, no decían S, Mesías, decían Meshiach. Meshiacha. Meshiach. Según la muy fundada opinión de que en tiempo remoto se predicó el evangelio en estas tierras, se explica que suscitada una persecución contra los que abrazaban el cristianismo. Algunos se internaron en un lago en que hallaron una isla y fundaron una población que por adorarse allí al Mesías se llamó México. Número 4. Hay otra página. Mexicanos, o sea, ungidos. Hebreo, caldeo y sirio es el mismo que de mi Mesías, México, abraice, caldeaise, siriaise, etc. Puneise, meseiti, me monte, saying, this is Italian, I believe. So it's saying Mexico, abraice, caldeaise, siriaise. So Mexico has a actual origin of the Chaldees and Syria. Yeah. Actual origin of the Chaldees in Syria. Okay? Now, let's continue. En los idiomas hebreos, caldeo y sirio es lo mismo México que Mesías. You see that? In Hebrew, Chaldean, or Assyrian, the word México translates to Mesías. Y el propio Mesías es el Dios del nombre. Y esta es su más honorífico título y venturoso pronóstico, ya que en la voz hacia no sé qué dice ahí, la verdadera religión de Cristo, prometido Mesías a uno u otro mundo, y a México aún con el apellido de su real persona y mesiasgo. Chisbola de indios, güey. No sé por qué no entienden, cabrón. La verdad, no entienden. Güey. Ustedes no entienden su historia, güey. Prefieren hacerle caso a estos cristianos, a toda esta gente, you know. It's sad, bro. It's really sad that you guys are doing. Look at this. Look at this, fam. I'm not lying to you, bro. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. 340 something subscribers, right? There's only one of you the whole time. You know what? I wish I could unsubscribe some of you guys. I really wish I could do that. I'm content with like maybe 50 people, bro. Because at least those 50 people are solid and they'll watch it. This is gold right here. This is gold right here. And you guys don't care at all. Whatsoever. No, you want blackety black to tell you that this is what you're going to look like when the Messiah returns. You're going to be black and you're going to fly in the sky. That's what they teach you. You guys really want to be Africans, huh? Okay. Let's see what else is going in English now. It says the Lordship shows that the word mesitli or Mexico is precisely the same as the Hebrew word Messi or anointed, and that one of the gods should sit on the right hand of the other, like Psalms. In the next page, he says the full accomplishment of the prophecy of a savior in the person of Quetzalcoatl has been acknowledged by the Jews in America. So he says, page 100, the temptation of Quetzalcoatl, the fast of 40 days ordained by the Mexican rituals, the cup which he was presented to drink, the reed, which was his sign, the morning star, which is his designated, and the teipatl, or stone, which was laid on his altar, and called Teotepatl, or divine stone, which was likewise an object of adoration. All these circumstances connected with many others relating to Quetzalcoatl, which are here omitted, are very curious and mysterious. Like, why did they take them out? This migration of Mexicans from the West is evidently exactly similar to the exodus of the Israelites from Egypt. The going out with great noise, clamor, and a part of the mythos. Nimrod has shown that it is found among the Greeks in the Bacchic festival and also among the Romans. See his second volume article, Populu Fugia, the meaning of the mythos I cannot even suspect, and the nonsense of Nimrod about Babel. And the horrors of, I don't know what that is, give no assistance. Geoacracy, whatever. But the fact of the similarity of the histories prove that it really is a part of the mythos. That is, that a regufigia and populifugia is part of the mythos. Teotli. The god who led the Mexicans in their migration was called Yao Teotli. Remember I was saying yesterday, Yahoo Teotli? Teotli, I think is divine. God of armies. Yao or Yahoo being said to mean army or victory. Teo is said to be Dio. Tle is mere termination. T is in fact a tot for Buddha in India. As you see, he's kind of going somewhere else.
Hey, fam, let me correct the actual pronunciation, because I've been trying to learn. So when you say the TL, from what I'm learning, we're like Quetzalcoatl. You know, people say Quetzalcoatl. That's wrong. When you see the TL, it's Quetzalcoatl. It's like you press your tongue to the front, the upper part of your teeth, obviously the back, right? And you breathe outside of your left and right mouth. You know what I mean? Like L, like when you say L, you know, you open your mouth that certain way. So it's like a TL. So Quetzalcoatl. Or when you see the E at the end, Quetzalcoatl. There's a Quetzalcoatl, and I'm trying to learn them. But again, my pronunciation was off at that time. Again, this is a recording. I tried to do it before, but anyways. So I'm just trying to show you some history, some glory, man. And by the way, I'm glad you won $200, man. I don't know what that means to us at all. What Bible verse does it say we will all change back? Nah, it's what they teach. BHI teaches you can use here, I'll show you real quick. They basically they don't really teach it in the street. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't tell you, oh my God, this is what's going on. But you know, they really emphasize this verse for a reason. Revelation 1:14, because they're leading into it. Black, just black, you got a fro and all that shit, right? Total lie. But they'll always say, the Revelation 1:14, his head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and as white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire, and his feet onto fine brass. All right, so obviously, you know, saying that that's the Messiah. Now, what they do in secret is they kind of tell you all around these things, and then they say, hey, brother, you know what's going to happen when the Messiah returns, dog? They don't say it like that, but in a nutshell, this is what they say. 1 Corinthians 15:51. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in a twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. So they say for this corruptible body, so especially BHI says we're corruptible because supposedly we light skin, because we supposedly don't got an afro, you know what I'm saying? So that's what they teach. Now, they don't tell this in the streets. They don't go out in camps, and no, they don't do that. They don't do that. But they definitely do that because then they go and take you here. I think is it Philippians 3. So then they go to Revelation 1:14. They really emphasize it. They throw it in your spirit, and you really believe it. And then they go to 1 Corinthians 15 and 50 to 54, and they tell you how we're corruptible, but you know, when the Messiah returns, you're going to, I know you ain't got no woolly like me, yo, but when he returns, you're going to be woolly like me, yo. Well, how do I know that? Because it says right here, Philippians 1:20, I think 21. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. Is it Ephesians 3 or 4? Ephesians 3, I think. Here it goes. Oh, is this his? Hold on a second. Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me look back because I haven't touched this topic in a bit. Okay, this is it here. I got it. Okay, hold on. Let me look for it real quick. It's I know it's somewhere in here. Yeah, Philippians 3:21. Okay, so remember, keep in mind what I got you on. I said Revelation 1:14, they really emphasize that. In secret, they really say this in their classes, not in the street. Behold, 1 Corinthians 15:51, behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall be changed. All quick and fast, right? Because we're incorruptible. I'm saying, because we're corruptible. You know what I'm saying? You look like a Mexican. You got to look black like me. Because once you look like me, you're not corruptible. You're incorruptible because you have an afro, you have dark skin, you know what I'm saying? Like the Messiah. How do I know that they're teaching that? Because this is exactly what they do right here. Philippians 3:21. Who shall change our vile body? Our vile body. That it may be fashioned like unto his glorious body. You see this? Who shall change our vile body in that it may be fashioned like unto his glorious body, according to the workings whereby he is able to subdue all things unto himself. Which is why they say that. And you're like, you know, you're kind of dumb to this whole thing. You're like, are they really saying what I think they're saying? Because they're not really saying it, but they're kind of saying it. 1 Corinthians 15:51. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall be changed. Like who? This Negro right here. So-called Negro. Because he's not. But that's the doctrine. That's what I mean by that. And, you know, a lot of people get offended when I bring this out like this, bro. But, you know, I do pay attention to the scriptures, and I do read. And, you know, there are some people that think that you read Genesis through Revelation and, that's the way you read it. Nah, you're dumb, bro. You're really dumb. You don't know the Bible. Shut up, man. And get out of Ezekiel, because you didn't know how to explain that shit. How the hell are you confusing Nebuchadnezzar? He didn't even rule Egypt. You don't know your timeline, idiot. And see, that's the problem with people try to act and say they know the Bible, and then they go around acting like they know the Bible, but they don't know history. If you don't know history, you don't know the Bible. You have to know history to understand the Bible. Because then you'll be idiotically speaking, well, that ain't him. That's a prophecy. And scripturally speaking, you remember, you got to be careful with those Old Testament keepers because they don't believe in the Apocrypha in the New Testament. So that's why they say that's not a prophecy because they're stuck in the old way. Even though they're not sacrificing animals, they're not, keeping the commandments. They're saying they are. Really? Are you sacrificing animals? Or are you going to believe dirty water because he said, well, Yahweh put it in our spirit? When? When did he put that in your spirit? If you're still in the Old Testament, idiot. Nebuchadnezzar wasn't ruling Egypt. Know your timeline before you try to act like you know the Bible. Let's go, man. Let's finish this up.
I might have said this already. Spanish. Messi el Mesías. No, I read this already. Okay. Now I'm going to show you this. Hold on. Isaiah chapter. Somebody explain this to me. Momentos de historia. México. Nuevo Jerusalén. A ver. Que alguien me explique.
The fact is, man, that the word is going to come out through this continent, this land, these people. Whether y'all care for it or not. Whether you believe it or not. Whether you want to put them in the lowest totem pole of your stupid ass chart. It ain't going to matter. Listen, I'm going to tell you something, man. The two nations of people that I can totally understand and agree with, because I don't have no qualms with, I mean, if I see the history, if I see you in my history, I'm not going to push you away. But the two nations of people in this entire world that nobody wants to be are Mexicans and people from India. Because when I taught that we migrated from east to west, all our gente did not want to be that blackity black people. No, they wanted to be the blackity black Afros over here. They don't want to be the black ones over there. They don't want to be dark like those people. Like, no, those are weird. We want to be like African Americans. You know what I mean? The ones that can run fast and play sports and shit and dunk on everybody else and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Even within itself, y'all don't realize how racist y'all are. Even to your own selves. Raza, you have no idea who you are. Because these people in these camps have not taught you to self-examine. Self-examination can really get rid of ego. It can really get rid of ego. And it can get rid of confusion. When you don't know your daddy and you marry in other nations and then you claim to be a Hebrew and you think you are and you try to be like, I guess, better than other people and you don't know the Bible, that just tells you how ignoramus you are. Yeah, and you're dirty like water. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, bro, let them learn, bro. Let them learn, bro. Let them learn. Like I said before, if you keep listening to shit, you're going to become one. Let's go.
Si no somos esa gente de la Biblia, güey, entonces ¿quién somos? Time after time after time after time, I keep showing y'all material that you guys are potentially the people of the book. And how do you pay me back? By ignoring these classes. Now I know how the prophets feel, bro. This is from that book I showed you guys. Okay? Historia, this one. Historia del hombre de la Fundación de México. It says here, page 105. Un siglo más tarde, otro franciscano, el francés Pablo Beaumont, apoyándose en Fray Martín de Castilla y en Betancourt, reitera. En los idiomas hebreos, caldeo y serio es el mismo México que Mesías. We read this page, remember? Okay, so now you know what book I got it from. Okay? Now you know what book I got it from. I wanted to show you this. Let's go to page 108. It says, demostraré en el quinto capítulo que el héroe o numen apónimo de la ciudad es una creación a posteriori fenómeno está universal. Antes de evocar las interpretaciones de Messi, de Mexi, Mexin, Mexiitl, Mexicli, Mexicli, Mexitli, Mexintlin, I'm sorry, Mexintisin, Mexintin y Mexinxin. Recordemos que el pretendido origen, discúlpeme, bíblico, judíaco del nombre y sobre todo de la estirpe. Escribe Fray Diego Durán. Dice, para que claro y manifestante se vea, quiero que se consideren los ritos, las idolatrías y la superstición que tienen, supersticiones que tienen, el ir a sacrificar a los montes. ¿Ok? Listen to this. El ir a sacrificar a los montes. Mira, el ir a sacrificar a los montes. Debajo de los árboles sombríos. A las cuevas y cavernas de la tierra. El encender y quemar incenso. Toda ceremonia judíaca de aquellas 10 tribus de Israel. Y lo que más me fuerza a creer que estos indios son de línea hebrea es la extraña pertinacia que tienen en no desarraigar de sí estas idolatrías y supersticiones, yendo y viniendo a ellos como se ve de sus antepasados. Durán esperaba encontrar la prueba de la identidad del Quetzalcóatl con un misionero hebreo o cristiano. Un indio viejo afirmaba que pasando el Papa por Ocuituco, les había dejado un libro grande de 4 dedos de alto, 4 cuenta Fray Diego, 4 dedos, it's like 4 feet, a big book. Movido con deseo de hablar este libro, fui a Ocuituco y rogué a los indios con toda la humildad del mundo, me lo mostraran. Me juraron que habrá 6 años me juraron que habría 6 años la quemaron, lo cual me dio pena porque quizás nos diera satisfecho de nuestra duda de qué podría ser el sagrado evangelio de lengua hebrea. You see that, family? What he's saying is that these Spaniards, you know, the black and the white ones, Spaniards and Africans, they burned this fabulous book that might have had Hebrew writing. What do you care? What do you care? I don't care. I'm just singing to the wind. It says here, estos mexicanos, los mismos de Coahuila, let's see, hold on, maybe México, nombre hebreo. Entre las 70 versiones sobre el origen y significado de la palabra México, 11 las hacen derivar del jefe de la PE. Oh, I didn't record that one? That sucks. Oh, well, it's all good. That's one book. Let's go to the other ones now. Lost Tribes of Israel. Fast shooting. Okay. Page 7. Sagahun further complained that he was forcefully deprived of the very valuable painting representing a great temple, which with the courts by which it was surrounded, which he says was sent to Spain. It is very evident that everything in Mexico, calculated to draw attention to the ancient history of our country, more specifically if connected with religious recollections like Hebrew, was carefully removed from notice immediately after the conquest. Pieces of the sculpture were mutilated or buried. Paintings were burned, just like the book. temples and edifices, which from their size it was impossible to destroy, were suffered to fall into oblivion. And magnificent monuments of ancient art, such as the temples of Palenque and the Palace of Mitlan, were passed unnoticed by Spanish authors. Sagahun, when engaged in the compilation of his history, after he had been taken away from him and again restored, received 3 cautions. First, to write nothing to prove that the Hebrews had colonized the New World. You realize that? Secondly, to be guarded in what he said of the devil having imitated God and taking himself a chosen people of the New World and counterfeiting the rites and ceremonies of the Jews. And thirdly, not to advance the hypothesis that Christianity had ever been proclaimed to the Indians or to treat too largely on the history of Quetzalcoatl. No, on the contrary. Garcia's history of the Peruvian monarchy is also unknown. Según Mexican cyclography, is stated to have been lost through the negligence of his heirs, and many other interesting works are said to have been perished or been lost in a similar manner. It has been remarked before that the office of royal historiographers of the Indies does not appear to have been instituted solely for the purpose of promoting the cause of truth and the increase of knowledge. And it may be further observed that the Council of the Indies, which took cognizance of all writers treating America, requiring that they should be previously to publication submitted to a strict censorship, which the power of recalling or prohibiting, even after the publication, any work they thought fit, proceeded in a diametrical opposite spirit. Page 10. Through the power vested in me of permitting or prohibiting the general circulation of all writings relative to America, to keep the rest of Europe in a state of darkness, respecting the history of the new continent. Three priests are constantly named Levites by Acosta, and certainly that learned author may be accused for giving them the appellation, as the temple service of the Mexicans was in reality very like that of the Jews. The offering of the Mexican consisted like those of the Jews in the lives of animals. Incense, the first fruits, which like Jews, they presented 3 times a year, Deuteronomy 16:16, which Torquemada undertakes in the following manner to explain. It is certainly a thing calculated to create astonishment to see if their offspring at first fruits, the two republics resemble each other. But we need not feel too much surprise at it, since it was the devil who persuaded and instigated them. Sure. Who, as we have proved in the whole course of this history, wished to substitute himself for God. Remedar a Dios. So basically, he took all the laws. This is what you wobbles this is what you BHLs are doing, acting like you're the people of the Bible, teaching people that you're supposed to get worship because he's supposed to be the Messiah is blackety black like a Hamite. That's what you guys are doing now. And so much as these Indians are extremely addicted to religious worship, he found little trouble in inducing them to tender to him these kinds of offerings and sacrifices, which, as we have observed, all paid very generally and regularly, without being either remiss in the offering or inexact in its proper quantity. Interpreters of the larger Vatican says that the light was obliged to be always kept burning in the Mexican temples. You wonder why these Negroes want to be y'all? I'm sorry, man. Am I being too hard on you guys? Am I offending you? Oh, I'm offending you guys. There's only one person watching now. Oh, how sad. How sad. Oh, well. The breastplates of the Mexicans appear to have been different shapes and sizes and to have been set with precious stones. In the 13th page of the original Mexican paintings preserved in the library of the Vatican, bastards, you still have it, the figure of the priest occurs with the round breastplate attached by a chain to his neck. And near him appears to be two other breastplates, one square and the other one round form. It is to be supposed that so solemn injunction to the Jews to wear fringes on the borders of their garments would be scrupulously obeyed throughout the generations. Reference to the 8th page of Oxford will show that it was a Mexican custom to wear fringes and borders fastened to their apparel. And an examination of any of these Mexican paintings contained in this volume will establish the fact. Acasa, in the 25th chapter, book 5th of his natural. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that is. Let's go ahead. I'm just kind of going to the points, okay? Let me just see. The paintings of the Mexicans show that censers were used in profusions in ceremonies of the religions. The priests lodged round the temples in chambers built for the express purpose. And it appears from 27 verses of the 9th chapter of Chronicles. Watch that. This appears in the 27th verse of the 9th chapter of Chronicles. I believe the first one. The priests lodged round about the temples and chambers built to express purpose. Hold on, let me see it. It's got to be First Chronicles, chapter 9:27. Let me see. First Chronicles 9:27. It says, and they lodged round about the house of God because the charge was upon them, and the opening thereof every morning pertained to them. Ooh. The Mexican temples contained fountains in the courts, in which the priests performed their ablutions, I believe. And Solomon is said to have made a molten sea, which contained 2,000 baths, which served the same purpose and stood in the courts of the temple. Everything relating to the preserving unextinguished the sacred fire which burnt in the temple was considered by the Mexicans as a matter of the utmost consequence. The manner in which they kindled the fire is not precisely known, that it was a religious rite accompanied with certain ceremonies. You know how they maintained the fire? Because if you guys remember yesterday's class, I showed you that they had found tar, petroleum. So they would use like cotton rugs or something and burn it. That's why it continued. They couldn't explain it here because Arrasa knew already. They would put the tar all over around the canoes, inside and out, so it would not penetrate the wood and eat the wood out because it was salt. Hello?
You.
Fake ass people. That's who they are. It says here. And we may even have been permitted to believe from expression in the 14th verse of the 19th chapter of Ezekiel. 14th verse of the 19th chapter of Ezekiel. Ezekiel, 14th verse, 19th chapter. Give me a second. 14th verse, 19th chapter. And fire is gone out of the rod of her branches, which had devoured her fruit, so that she had no strong rod to be a scepter to rule. This is a lamentation that shall be for lamentation. So now, remember that scripture talks about this one here, Deuteronomy 28:36. And the Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. So you Africans, y'all knew the white man. And who's your king? And there you should serve other gods. What do you mean? You guys publicize this. The kings of Europe. Look at that cross. Look at that cross. Look, black people holding the cross. Come on. Look, holding the cross in the world in his hand. IUIC says this is them. Yes, this black people. Yeah. Well, look at the crosses. So it tells me that you are not a stranger to the white man. That you are not a stranger to these other gods that we're strangers to. That you are not a stranger to serving gods of wood and stone. Because that's what you come from. So the Lord shall bring thee, meaning us, and thy kings, which thou shalt set over thee. So who was your king? Ak. Who was your king? Hit the link. Sorry. Somebody's watching. You guys invited me to debate, and then you said no. That's exactly what happened. Sakari did not want to debate me. I'm calling you out right now. You guys didn't want to debate me. Fopi, they don't even want to touch me. IUIC don't do it because they're a bunch of fools. Who is willing to tell me that I'm wrong if I'm your brother? Because how in the world can I have this little understanding and be a heathen? How can I have this little understanding and know more about Abraham and the Chaldees and the Urs and our migration and breaking the clods and renewing our mind if I'm not of the Most High? If I'm a heathen, why am I even showing this? What benefit do I have of showing this if I'm a heathen? If I'm not a so-called Mexican, what benefit do I got? How do I benefit? By showing you guys that you guys are the people of the book, I'm benefiting from it? If I'm not our people, then guess what? You're going to enslave me. That's a real fact. So again, Deuteronomy 20:36, the Lord shall bring thee, Africans, where the hell is your king? And what is his name? And who is he? Preston John? Tupac Shakur? Nate the Snake Roberts? Oh, Captain Tazariak. General Yohana. What's his name they got from GMS? Elder Hagar or whatever. What about the other kids from Sakari? They're the little kids. They're like all in their 30s and shit. Where's your king? Don't say Hispanics. No. Let me. I want to see a black king. I want to see an African king that was right here with us, and he was subjugated to Willie Lynch, to Willie Lynchon. It says here, and thy kings which also set over thee. So we know Moctezuma, Huitzilopochtli. We had, other kings. Unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. Now we've been here since 500 BC, 600 BC. Our forefathers didn't know, you guys. Didn't know that English language, or the French language, or the Spanish language, or the German language, or the Yiddish language. Yes, we didn't know any of that. Hey, Willie Lynch is the king. That's a good one, bro. Hold on.
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
Hold on, one more.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yep. You see how what happens, Rick? People come and go, bro. I think you're the only one right now, and you've been the only one. People come and go. They show up, and they say nothing to me. Nothing. They can't say anything. Here, look. See, this is why I like wearing my glasses, because this is really bright. Okay, so I'll take off my glasses, so you don't think I'm trying to clout chase here. Come on, man, hit the link, Hawk. The Lord shall bring thee and thy kings which thou shalt set over thee unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? Sounds to me like you guys knew Christianity. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. I hope your wife is doing good. I hope she's sticking to it. Hey, man, I'm telling you, bro. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. It's really bright in here. Like, because now that I see the difference, it bothers me. Listen, man, your wife should fast, bro. I'm telling you. There's a scripture. I can't find it. If you can, please find it for me. That there are certain sins that you can't get rid of without fasting or prayer. So the way we get rid of these damn heathens is by fasting and prayer. And guess what, bro? This last Day of Atonement, I fasted for about 4 days after. That spirit is gone, bro. That spirit is gone. Zero craving, man. As a matter of fact, it even disgusts me now. Like, I used to have this look on, like, oh, well, at least it's not crystal or coke or whatever, heroin. At least I ain't shooting up. But little did I know, though, that I was using the worst of all of them. And after that, I don't know, man. Like the paradigm shift, it all started. Hey, well, let's do this, bro. I'm gonna fast. Hey, matter of fact, you know what? Here's a challenge. Okay, every month on the new moon, I'm gonna fast. My whole house is gonna fast. So if you brothers want to, fast with us. So every new moon from now on, and then Rick, hold me to it, by the way, bro, and send me a message because I want to make sure that we stick to it. So every new moon from now to the end of these heathenish holidays, okay, we're gonna fast every month. If you guys want to go fast it more than one day, fine. Try to fast as long as you can. If you can fast 7 days after the first day, then fine. But let's try to fast. Let's go 1 day. The next month, 2 days. The next month, 3 days. So we got October, November, December. So we got 3 months, right? So we do 2 days, 1 day first, 3 days the second month, and 7 days in December. I think that is an absolute thing to do because right now the power of the mighty belt, meaning the wicked ass, is very strong. And a lot of our brothers and sisters are falling to a lot of addictions. So I'm down for it, bro. I don't know if you guys are down. The one or two people that are here, again, every month we're gonna fast on a new moon. And no, it's not the solid moon. I'm gonna do a class on it in the next this month. I'm gonna do a class, 3 classes I'm gonna do. The new moon, the fasting, right? And then also Halloween. I gotta get that Halloween class in here. I'm gonna show you something. So again, let me go back to this. All right, that's a good point, bro. Thank you. And seriously, man, once I did that, it just went away, man. It's amazing, bro. I'm out of words for it. I'm out of words for it. Matter of fact, that's why this to me, I know not what it means. But 1 Corinthians 2:9, but as it is written, eyes had not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of men, the things which God had prepared for them that love him, bro. Telling you, man. Telling you, bro. It's amazing. So let's read Ezekiel. Actually, we read it already. And the fire has gone forth from the rod of her branches, which has devoured her fruits, and that they were acquainted with the Mexican method of kindling wood and fire. And I believe we left off there, right? Ezekiel. We just go back just to be clear. Hold on. Ezekiel 9:14, I think. Oh no, not bad. 14 verse of 9th chapter. 14 verse of 9th chapter. 9th chapter. Ezekiel 9:14. What? I just missed it. The 14th verse of the 19th chapter. That says Lelo. You see, Pam, I need my glasses, man. 19:14. It says, and the fire is gone out of the rod of her branches, which had devoured her fruits, so that she had no strong rod to be the scepter, the rule. This is a lamentation, and it shall be for a lamentation. That's why when it talks about mourning, the ashes. The many passages of scripture lead us to imagine that the ground plan of the great temple of Mexico resembled that of Jerusalem. Let's continue. 147. Let's see. Okay, here goes. It is not infrequent that the first and second Adam are concentrated in the Mexican paintings. The following passage from Antiquity Mexico is point. Opposite Cantico, they place Quetzalcoatl in a golden house, arrayed in precious gems, and seated as a priest with a bag of incense on his hand. That as the former had been punished for his appetite, so he was honored for his self-denial and sacrifice. Note here the Mexicans believe that Quetzalcoatl united in his own person the character prophet, priest, and king. Right? So let's talk about regeneration. Some people believe that the Messiah was Adam. I'm not one to do that because I don't have that pay grade. And I'm not going to dabble into it. I'm trying to repent, man. There's some stuff that I don't care about. Maybe I should, but I'm just trying to repent. Some authors, forgetting that the Mexican is representing a periodical series of signs wrote from right to left, have taken the last one from the first. Like Hebrew. Let's continue. Page 140. 140. It's 5:30. I'm gonna go one more hour and a half, and that's it. They count times after the matter of Hebrews, the Mexicans. They divide the year into spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The 4 seasons. You see, our new year isn't at the end of December because that's the first month of winter. Yeah, it is. So, like, for example, autumn, August, September, October. September, October, November. That's autumn. It starts in August. It starts in August, but at the end of August. So, September, October, November. Winter is December, January, February. Spring is March, April, May. You see that? Summer is June, July, August. Hello? I don't know why. I guess, and you're gonna say, "Oh, it's because the way that you understand is because it's a car." Shut your Negro ass up, man. Stupid. They number their years from any of those 4 periods. So how would you determine if they don't have a calendar? They reckon by the new moon. For they have no name for a year, and divide these and count the year by lunar months. So that's the class. And I'm going to use Enoch to prove my point. Yes, I'm going to go with Enoch. I'm going to show you that the new moon is the dark moon, not the light moon. But see, you guys don't understand because you're confused. I can tell. But it's okay. It's okay. Let this Mexican help you Negroes out a little bit. Okay? So let's go. It says here, like the Israelites who counted by moons as their name sufficiently testifies. The number and regular periods of the Indians' regular feast is a good historical proof that they counted time by and observed a weekly Sabbath, man. Come on, bro. For real. Long after their arrival on the American continent, they began the year at the first appearance of the first new moon of the vernal equinox. According to the ecclesiastical year, Moses, the star of the west. Now, people say the new moon, that when it appears, right, began the year at the first appearance of the first new moon. How do you know when it appears? See, that's why you got to go into a couple books. I'm going to reserve the class for it because I'm going to bring up Enoch to show you how it actually functions. The scientific processes. I'm going to explain it to you. And then I'm going to show you exactly why people get confused when they read Enoch. Anyhow, what do I know, man? Right. So let's begin. Let's get to some scriptures here. So I'm gonna show you something real quick. It's the book of Psalms. You know where I'm gonna go now. Chapter 83, verse 2. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy hidden people. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee, meaning that they have an agenda towards you people. Who? The tabernacle of Edom, the Ishmaelites, Moab, Hagarenes. Who the hell are the Hagarenes? Anybody know who the Hagarenes are? I'll show you. Wikipedia, basic stuff. The Hagarenes. It's going to sound a little interesting. Okay? Watch this. The name was used in Christian literature and Byzantine chronicles for the Hanif Arab, and later for the Islamic forces as synonymous of the term Saracens. So the Saracens, right? Who were the Saracens? The oldest known source mentioning Saracens is related to Islam dates back to the 17th century. Among the other major ones, the tract discusses the Muslim conquest of the Levant. Well, guess what, family? I did a class on this. King James is of the bloodline of the Saracens, a North African Saracen. So this is an African. Who's Gabal? Who's Gabal, you ask? Who's Gabal? Let me show you. I know I wrote it down. Oh, I took it off. Africa, Asia, Amalek. Who's Amalek? Who's Amalek? See, we got to question these things, huh? Do we really know who Amalek is? Well, in case you don't know, in case you're not aware, okay, Go to Genesis real quick. Genesis 36. It says here, verse 12. And Timah was concubine of Eliphaz, Esau's son. And she bare to Eliphaz Amalek. These were the sons of Adah, Esau's wife. So that's why you see a lot of these Arabs, a lot of these fake Jews, these Khazarians, they look white. But they say, oh no, we're not the same people. Oh yeah, you are. You're güeros. Ustedes son güeros, güey. And right along with these Negroes right here, you know, the ones that are hiding from the truth, that love to play rap music and think that this is how they're gonna, you know, clout chase, and they're waiting for the white man to get destroyed because they're tired of working. Niggas don't even work. But you gotta stop it. Oh, we built America. I mean, I've never seen a construction company full of black people. Never. Ever. Not one time. Not one time. So get out of here with that shit. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I know. Wow, that's something I didn't know. Yeah. Check it out, bro.
But they claim they want to build the temple. Now, I want to discuss a little bit of sensitive history. And if I go to sensitive history, well, then I must quote sources that say it rather than that I say it. This is a fascinating book, and the web pages are there, you can check it out. Facts are Facts. This is a book that was written by a Jewish man. And he confronted the thinking of many of the high-placed individuals of the world. This is interesting stuff. In this book, Benjamin H. Friedman, a Jewish man, writes about the Jews and reveals an interesting history. He states that the present Jews in Palestine are not the true descendants of the Judeans, but rather descendants of the Khazars.
Hold on a second. I'm not saying it. They're saying it. Let's go.
But rather descendants of the Khazars. In the letter addressed to D. David Goldstein of Boston, Massachusetts, a convert to Catholicism, the author, Benjamin Friedman of New York City, dated October 1954, provides some fascinating insights. This is in the public domain. Let's study this for a while and see where we get. Benjamin H. Friedman claims that the word Jew was only introduced into the English language in the 18th century, and that Jesus referred to himself as a Judean and not as a Jew. Inscribed upon the cross when Jesus was crucified were the Latin words Iesus Nazarenus Rex Deorum, which means Jesus of Nazareth, ruler of the Judeans. Now this is fascinating. I went and checked it, and it is so. Yes, it happens to be so. Now the word Jew today has a religious as well as a political connotation. You think of a Jewish entity, a government, but you also think of their religion incorporated at the same time, whereas the term Judean is a geographic connotation.
Ouch. Ouch. Let me read this to you here. Eliphaz, son of Esau, patriarch Jacob, brother, sworn enemy. And Esau, son of Esau, the patriarch Jacob's brother and sworn enemy. And his concubine Timah had a child named Amalek. Amalek grew up in Esau's household, imbibing Esau's pathological hatred of Jacob. Imbibing. Okay, watch this. Let me read this real quick. Let me give you the translation. Oh, what are you doing, bro? Come on, man. Let me give you the translation. I'll give you the translation. Imbibe meaning drink. He drank Esau's pathological hatred of Jacob's descendants along his way. His offspring became the nation of Amalek, and they lived in the south of the Lord of the land of Israel in what they now known as the Negev desert. Amalek. You try to act like you're not them, and you try to attach yourself to the Negro, like the Negro in the Jew book. Oh, we have something in common. We've got something in common. Well, you know, let's really determine this thing about what's something in common. Let me get this real quick, and then I'll show you something real quick. I'm gonna show you a map. Ezekiel chapter 27, verse 1, it says, "The word of the Lord came again unto me, saying, Son of Now, thou son of man, take up a lamentation of her Tyrus, and say unto Tyrus, O thou that art situated in the entry of the sea, which art a merchant of the people of many isles, when you ruled Europe. Yes, when you had Granada and the other countries. Thus say the Lord God, O Tyrus, thou hast said, I am perfect beauty. I am of perfect beauty. Don't you use Wisdom of Solomon? I'm sorry, Songs of Solomon 1 and 5. I'm comely, I'm black and beautiful. It's just what you say. O Tyrus, thou hast said, I am of perfect beauty. You guys really boast about yourselves. Thy borders are in the midst of the seas. Thy builders have perfected thy beauty. Yeah, you used and you merchant and you traveled and you subjugated the white man. Yeah, you're right. You did that. They have made all thy ships board of fir trees of Sinar. They have taken cedars from Lebanon to make mast for thee. Of the oaks of Bashan have they made thine oars, and the company of Asherites have made thy fences, thy benches of ivory, brought out in the isles of Chitin, because you traded with everybody, and you were a great power at one point. At one point. At one point. 1 second here real quick. My bad. It says here, fine linen with broidered work from Egypt was that which thou spread forth to be thy sail. Blue and purple from the isles of Elishes was that which covered thee, because you guys were the purple people. You dug deep to get purple. That's what you did. You went into the sea and you got purple, I believe, out of the eyes of certain fish. I don't think it was oysters. I think it was fish. You are known for the purple people. Matter of fact, your skin, dark purple. The ancient of Gabal, Africans, like Psalms 83, and the wise men thereof were indeed thy caulkers. And all the ships of the sea with their mariners were indeed to occupy thy merchandise, because you were a great power at that point. Yes, you ruled Europe. I get it. You did. But you know, I want to bring something up, man, because I brother was sending me a message, and he was telling me about a conversation the other day about somebody trying to educate somebody else in regards to what Ezekiel 27 or 28, 29, 30 says. So let's educate this simpleton right here, because you are a simpleton, man. And any day and any night, bro, you can come onto my channel and we'll debate about this shit. You know who I'm talking about. So apparently somebody thinks that this is it already passed. Well, yeah, it did. But if you look at the timeline, it is not the same nations. If you know your history, you would understand that the timeline is like, wait, it don't make sense. Here's why. Okay? Because you're including Tyrus. First of all, let me educate you, because apparently that's your best language. Okay, so Ezekiel 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Let me go back. 25. Okay, 26. It's all prophecy against a nation. But it wasn't prophecy. Apparently, you just stuck to one letter and one word because you heard Nebuchadnezzar, like a fucking dumbass. You don't know the Bible, kid. Shut your ass up and learn. You don't know the Bible because you don't know the timeline of people. And this is why your problem is, because you're an Old Testament keeper, hanging out with New Testament bros that supposedly are cool with you. They got this, what is it called? A manifesto. It says, we welcome every religion, but, you know, when you're against us, you're against us. Like, that makes no sense. You're opening the door for any kind of people to come in, and then when you're together, then you are going to disagree in your beliefs. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. But again, it's like my father used to tell me, dime con quién te justas, güey. Dime con quién te juntas y te diré quién eres, pendejo. Confused. You don't know your daddy, and you married another nation, and you're trying to cover for Esau. That's what it is in your spirit. You're trying to cover for Esau. But see, in this chapter of 25, prophecy against Ammon, prophecy against Moab and Seir, prophecy against Edom. When did Edom rule in the 600 BC when Nebuchadnezzar
because you eloquently bring them up, right? What was Babylon here? When did Esau rule? You see what I mean? Like y'all don't prophecy against Egypt, man. Fuck. Y'all don't read the Bible. Apparently, you don't understand that. What was here before time was here. Like it doesn't change. It continues. Ecclesiastes 3:15. That which had been is now, and that which is to be had already been. So what's going on right now? Okay, I'm sorry. With the past, it's going on right now, and what's going to happen in the future is happening now. So the past is happening now. The future is happening now, which means when we are in the future, the past is going to talk about it, and you're going to be in the moment, and then you're going to be in the future again. That's why he talks about from dust to dust. That's why when you read Ecclesiastes chapter 1, if you're saying you're reading the whole Bible, then you should understand this. He's even talking about cycles of situations. Cycles of understand, for example, one generation passed away and the other generation cometh, but the earth abideth forever. Ecclesiastes 1 and 4. Hold on a second, I'm not done. Verse 5, and the sun also riseth, and the sun goeth down, and hasteth to his place where he arose. The cycle. The wind goeth south, and it turneth about unto the north, and it whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again according to its circuits. And that's why he says, verse 9, the thing that had been, it is that which shall be. And that which is done, it is that which shall be done. And there's nothing new under the sun. You know what you just did, idiot? You sounded like BHI. Because BHI, Sakari, says that Ezekiel already passed. That's what Sakari teaches. That Ezekiel already passed. So it's not prophetic. Even though it's telling you, chapter 24, hold on, let me see. Chapter 25, chapter 26, chapter 27, chapter 28, chapter 29, chapter 30. Oh my dear Jesus. Look, when the hell did Nebuchadnezzar and the pharaohs and Edom and Libya and Ethiopia all were together ruled? No, bro, that's why there's different kingdoms. You know what I'm saying? Like the Assyrians and the Babylonians. And if you understand the Babylonians, they never ruled Egypt. So then if you are saying this is not prophetic, then who the fuck is Babylon today? You don't know your daddy, and you married another nation, and you want to educate us on who we are? Bro, please, man. Viva Mexico, cabrones! You're more confused than I thought. And quite frankly, to be honest with you, I thought the brother that was on your channel that he made, but I think he took it easy on you because he realized that your brain cells are very fucking small, bro. And I'm sorry to tell you. But again, listen, if you're listening, because I know you are. I trigger you. So if you're listening, educate me on your stupidity, because I really don't understand your stupidity. It literally says prophecy, 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 prophecy. And it's saying Ammon, Moab, Edom, Philistia, prophecy against Tyre, meaning it's going to happen. Okay? Okay. Lament for Tyre, because this is the chapter where he's sad. He's going to crush his ass in pieces. Prophecy against the prince of Tyre. Lament over him. Prophesy against Sidon. What are you talking about, man? That it already happened. If you're saying this happened at the time, so, I mean, I don't get it. So what are we doing today? Because apparently, based on your stupid ass Old Testament doctrine, because I mean, you're an Old Testament keeper, but you're not sacrificing any animals, which is kind of stupid to me. I don't understand exactly what is it that you're keeping. You don't even keep the right Sabbath, I think. So it says here, Joel 3 and 4. Yea, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon, and all the coasts of Palestine? Will ye render me a recompense? And if ye recompense me, swiftly and speedily will I return your recompense upon your head. So you telling me the children of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have ye sold unto the Grecians? You telling me the Grecians were kicking ass to Babylonia and all that shit? You're a joke. But you're welcome to come and hit the link, man. Any day I will debate your ass. Let's go.
You knew Christianity. You knew idolatry. I don't care how purple you look like, how blackety black you think you are. Doesn't matter to me. Because all I see is pinche Jesucristi. You're a white demon. And now you want to bring the black one because the white one didn't work. Look, you're holding the world in your hand. And we see that this is Freemasonry. Freemasonry to the fullest. How can you say, where's your fringes, Ak? Where are your fringes? See what I mean, fam? See what I mean? Where are your fringes? They of Persia and of Lud and of Put were in thy army. This is going to connect pretty soon, fam. Thy men of war, they hanged the shields and helmets in thee. They set forth thy comeliness. The men of Arvad, Africans, with thine enemy were upon thy walls round about. And the Gammadims were in thy towers. They hanged their seeds upon thy walls round about and have made thy beauty perfect. Tarshish was thy merchant by reason of multitude of all kinds of riches, with silver, iron, tin. So we know Phoenicia was digging for tin up there. And Phoenicia is related to who? The Philistines. And lead, they traded in their fairs. Verse 27, thy riches and thy fairs, thy merchandise, thy mariners, and thy pilots, thy caulkers, and the occupiers of thy merchandise, and all thy men of war that are in thee, and all thy company which is in the midst of thee shall fall into the midst of the seas in the days of thy ruin. Philistines, right? Philistines. This is a famous book that Nate the Snake likes to bring out. It's from the lost tribes of myth. Okay, watch this. Philistines, right? Philistines. So see these Negroes here. They want to say, "Oh yeah, this is where other people are. The Israelites are out here." No, it's not true. This book, The Lost Tribes of Myth, is debunking them, saying like they can say what they want, but these are all like converts. None of, maybe a few. But when you look into this, right, which is something Nate the Snake use or show, look, it says white Libyans, dynasty found among the Negroes. So there was white people in Africa, in this northern part. Timbuktu was over here. Now, West Africans, right? Remember, this is like the desert right here. It's very hard to cross. So West Africans, you Canaanites, which you were supposed to be here. So if you read Jubilees, you're supposed to be, I believe it was Mizraim, Put, and Libya. Mizraim, Put, and Libya. Right here, like this. Mizraim, Put, and Libya. And Canaan. But no, you said, no, I like it here. I like it here. From the rivers of Jordan all the way up to this particular area. Well, from the rivers of Jordan to Palestine. No, from the rivers of Jordan to, God, I forget the scripture says. My bad, brother. Now, here's the deal. Check this out. So shut African ass up, man. We're tired of it, man. We're tired of it. There's no, that's it. Gloves are off. Gloves are off. Because I'm by you saying that you are our people, you're disregarding, disrespecting everything that our people have gone through. As if it's not true. The other day you had some stupid ass come over here and tell us that the Operation Wetback was a lie. Just like the Negro Lynch, the Willie Lynch Negro letter. That's a fucking lie. Anyways, the Minion Philistines. Who are these guys? The compilers of Genesis 10:14 knew that the Philistines and other Cretans were in oasis strongholds, equator, controlled by Egypt. Cashalum, out of which came Philistine, and Caphtorim. It is not possible on so small a map to show all the surviving Philistine communities.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
All of these are converts. Moorish, Berbers, Moorish, and Negro Jews. Now let's continue. Because y'all don't believe anyways. Let me go here real quick. Remember the Moors, right? Let's go back to this book here. Here. Stupid ass. I'm going to show my tattoos so you guys can see that I'm hard. Shut your ass up. Podcast goes to jail, then you'll be the first one to take off your pants. Anyway, let's listen to this. Page 104, 50 what? 506. Watch this real quick. Am I looking for? Yep, it is right here. Okay, it says, I'll start here. The Fort Juan de Albuquerque stood in the south side, from whence a way leads you along the shores of Recife. Where hard by the potter's house stood in Beacon. But since Olinda fell into the hands of Netherlands East India Company, they built a strong fortress on the north near the seaside, where formerly a great trade was driven with sugar, and so much that 40 ships had been frayed in a day with which from Olinda, and still are as much more remained in the storehouses. The sugar cannot be made without the help of African slaves, and that in great numbers. For Angola alone provided 15,430 Moors for sugar mill Olinda. So whoever says that the Moors are güeros, I'm sorry, no disrespect, but that's pretty stupid. Do your homework. Do not listen because of somebody told you. Okay? It's very clear here. Black and Moors, Moors, Africans, or that's what they meant. So when we hear of Moors in Europe, it's because they were African descent, meaning bloodline. Whether the mom, more of that, I don't really know. But I know for a fact that it was one of the two. Okay? So when you look at this here, this book here, this is the one that they so eloquently like to use. From John Ogilvy. Watch this, okay? Where is it at? I'll read it here. Seems to be threatening a general destruction, for in the ship 2 Spaniards and 1 Moor were killed by the lightning. I have a book that shows that the Moors were helping Christopher Columbus the entire time, so that they were forced to moor their vessels. I guess that moor means something different. Watch this real quick. Page 332. Who informed them that they had not the least knowledge of the Hollanders' fleet this evening, when the beacon on Punta La Rey was fired. Moreover, the country was inhabited by 200 Spaniards and as many more mulattoes and Moors, and that the trade thereof was much gone to decay, because there had been a galleys in the 2 years before.
All right, so my question is, what the hell is the difference between Spaniards, mulattoes, and Moors? You guys that are over here trying to say that Moors ain't certain people and Moors are. You guys are there over there saying Spaniards are always white. Who the hell are the mulattoes?
"27 leagues in the city lies the village of Jorge de Alunco, where 4,000 Spaniards forced tribute from 16,000 Indians who possessed much gold." So you see, the Spaniards, mulattoes, and Moors, they were traders, meaning trade. They had absolute power. But some people say Moors are black. You see how you guys don't study. So don't open your mouth if you don't know what you're talking about. And this goes for anybody. I'm not disrespecting. This is just the way I speak. If you don't know it, shut up. The Moors are not white. Were there some Moors that were white? Yes. But the majority of them were not. Por eso se llaman Moors, güey. Moor, meaning el color. Meanwhile, more went into the fortification. As soon as a Moor was called away, Daniel. I don't need to hear that.
Check it out, fam. All right, so we're gonna switch off real quick because that's what I have in that particular section. Let me move on to the other important topic. Again, by the way, in case you guys don't know, this is my 7th day, so that's why I'm taking full advantage of it. You guys that understand. Now, some people follow certain things, certain ways, and they may fall off a little bit different than mine in this month, but considering the next month, how it's moving, so again, it depends on how y'all follow it. I'm trying to follow my calendar as best as I can. Anyhow, so like I said before, we're gonna get into the actual what do you call it, migration. You know what I'm saying? So let's kind of listen real quick. Switch it off a little bit. I'm gonna switch gears. Now we're gonna tackle a particular other type of understanding. You guys that are here, maybe some of y'all are new. And okay, I'll say it like this. The scriptures talk about 7 churches. In the earth, we have 7 continents. So I'm focusing on our continent. Now, I'm not saying that none of the other continents were not around. Yes, we're everywhere. But you that are in those particular quote unquote churches or continents, you got to speak up for that. And that's how we start communicating as churches. Some call them churches, I call them continents. So I'm focusing on the people here and how did we get here and what relationship do we have with the people over there? And that's what we're going to tackle again. All right. So without further ado, let me continue on that because again, this is all it's kind of what I say, education. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
So let's I'm gonna stick to the script as much as I can, and I'm gonna try to talk less because there's a lot to show. Let's begin with what I call a message. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
So, in case you guys don't like it, oh well. This is what I keep telling these people here that are in this place of ours that feel. Well, y'all can make up the decision. I'm just gonna say what I'm gonna show you what I see, and I'm gonna keep moving. Okay, remember, this is a new live class. This is not a remix or anything, and I'm gonna go through a lot as to how we migrated here. But I'm gonna give you a real in-depth look, hopefully top to bottom, so I can at the same time shut up some mouth like wobbleisms or BHIisms or idiotism. So let's begin. All right. So this goes out for you, heathen, who 2-time losers. You are literally in a land that don't belong to you, and you're suffering, not at our expense, at your own expense. Let's begin. All right, family. Good to have you here. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
That's right.
Oh yeah, and one more thing. Hold on, I almost forgot. No, not that one. No, come on. Man.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
All right. Now, keep in mind, he said $60 for a TV. You have to understand, this has a lot to do with inflation. Inflation, in a sense, unfortunately, means at the unfortunate benefit or loss of others, some need to gain. Oh, you can't hear? Oh, thank you, bro. Thank you, man. Good thing I paused it, bro. I didn't have it blocked. All right, so thank you, by the way. Appreciate that very much. Okay, so let's begin.
And finally, new rule, being obsessed with your mental health is bad for your mental health. I've been thinking a lot lately about a puzzle many are struggling with. Why are Biden's approval ratings so low when things are generally pretty good? And of course, there are problems. America's a big place, but wages are rising, unemployment is negligible, the stock market is soaring. We somehow brushed off both the Trump presidency and the pandemic. Yes, inflation persists for a lot of things, but you know, an actual good, nice-sized TV now costs $60. Who gets credit for that? We've got next-day shipping, stuffed crust pizza, legal weed, GPS, and porn on the phone.
What he's basically saying is, at other people's expense, you have it much better. All of us, unfortunately do, compared to others. Now, well, we had it initially, it is different. Things have changed, and a lot has to do with scripture. But these are the real facts right here. Let's go.
Cheer the fuck up. Stop acting like life in America in 2024 is unbearable. Biden's ratings are in the toilet, not because he's doing such a bad job, but because a lot of Americans like to live with their head in the toilet. Let's look at the numbers. Almost a third of American adults have reported a depression diagnosis.
So this is one other reason why I need to show this to you. You see, Gringolandia has had it very good for quite some time. Now, and you guys know what I mean by Gringolandia. I don't just mean gringos, okay? For quite some time. Us, our raza, straight up raza, who we know will struggle, we've seen this, we've lived it all our lives. The struggle, the lack of payments, behind bills, eating frijoles, because not out of preference, but out of necessity. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue.
At some point in their life. And while depression is, of course, a very real thing, it's also true that earlier generations never suffered from the expectation that you're supposed to feel good all the time. 1 in 8 adults are on antidepressants, and that doesn't include the ones who...
Now, here that I forgot to mention, by the way, is how you are in a country where it's easier for you to live a better life. All you got to do is just work hard, honestly. Raza, we know about this, family. We know this. But yet, you are the most toxic, and I mean by medicinal, like, how can I say? Shit, man, through addiction, through drugs. Let's put it this way. You guys are highly overdosed. You are highly overdosed. You need medication for every reason now. Anyways, let's continue. I don't want to waste too much time. And hold on, let me see. I'll see somebody's posting. Hold on. Hey, what's up? Hello, Shalom, Juju. Sending minds to use, bro. Going down the path of enlightenment. Really interested in connecting with you, big dog, so you can assist me with some literature, etc. Yeah, for sure, bro. Or anything else? Yes, sir, my brother. You know that. Hey, Shalom, Julio. What's up, bro? Anyways, let's continue. By the way, just letting y'all know, I got a lot of material, so I'm going to try to shut my mouth and show more, okay? Let's continue.
Steal them from their kids. And the kids? The newest TikTok challenge is self-diagnosis of mental problems. Because what's more of a hotbed of mental health than TikTok? In 2022, the CDC released the results of a survey on teen mental health, and over 40% said they feel persistently sad or hopeless. And antidepressant use among young males is rapidly rising, unlike their dicks. Now, without a doubt, antidepressants can be life-saving for those who need them, but here's the thing. About 3/4 of Americans who are on them haven't been diagnosed with depression at all. They just want a magic pill. We spend $6 billion.
That right there. They just want to believe it as the scriptures have. Damn, bro, what the hell was that about? They just want a magic pill. That's never something we had. Let's continue.
A year on drug ads, all featuring someone emerging from darkness to play with a dog. And all with the message, you're a sad sack of shit, now take this. Also, and don't get mad at me, I'm just citing statistics, but the people who really shouldn't be that bummed out but are acting like it anyway are exactly who you think, white women. An estimated 35% of whom are on antidepressants, although in their defense, have you seen the prices at Lululemon?
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh my God. 35%, all the ones complaining, on medication. As I've said it before, a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. You can't get around that. Now, in this also part, another statistic has to do with this whole situation: depression, anxiety disorder, all these excuses, which we were never given excuses. No, it's just you are savages. You're lazy. You're Hispanics. You're maggots. You're poisoning our bloodline. That's what these guys are saying. But anyways, let's continue, because it is a two-time loser indeed, for sure, my brother, for sure. You know what I'm saying? The highest GPD right now, outside of anybody else, is our gente, straight up. And we are the ones that are actually busting our asses off no matter what, and we don't complain at all. We just keep focusing on what? The ethic, the work ethic. This is why we know that we're one of the hardest people in the entire world. So what I'm trying to show you, brothers and sisters, is how you can apply that work ethic into the scriptures. I'm going to show you some real history today. Hopefully, man, stick around. Let's continue.
These gals are so distraught they can barely keep their appointment with the Vietnamese girl who does their nails. Calling Dr. TikTok. But every bad feeling isn't a disease, and Americans really need to stop pathologizing everything. No one's just sad anymore. They're clinically depressed. They don't merely worry, they have chronic anxiety. Do you like things neat and organized? That's OCD. You're bummed when it's cold out? Seasonal depression. Hate being alone? Separation anxiety. Bored? That's ADHD. Shy? Social anxiety disorder. Why? Because you don't want to go to the office party? Nobody does. Best case scenario, you have too much fun and it leads to getting fired. Are you moody? No, you're bipolar.
And this is the beauty about being a chosen individual and as a nation collectively, because we don't deal with, these are character defects that do in a sense like to maybe mess with us at times, but we don't give it any weight. We've been too busy rushing by these other people and situations in our life. Doesn't give us the luxury to say, hey, I'm bored. Pues ponte a limpiar, cabrón. That's what we would get. You cannot tell a so-called Hispanic or so-called indigenous mother, ay, mamá, es que estoy aburrido. Ay, es que no sé qué hacer. Are you kidding me? ¿Qué hacer? Pues yo te pongo qué hacer. Ahorita, vamos. We didn't have no time for this. Let's continue.
And some people are bipolar, and some people are on the spectrum. But sometimes on the spectrum is just a hall pass for being a jerk. I'm clinically an asshole. Nothing I can do. Yes, you are on the spectrum, but so is everyone else alive. That's why they call it a spectrum. And it's not noble to glom onto the soft end of it. PTSD is for people who fought in Iraq, not for people who want to bring their dog on a plane.
So I wanted to show you that particular point because, well, you know, sometimes when you think, and there's a scripture I have that you're going to see that, you know, we sat back and said, man, why these people have it so good, bro? Why they have it so good? How come we don't have it good? That manifest destiny, the manifest destiny that these white folks and black folks used to tell us all the time. Well, not black folks necessarily at the past because they didn't even know about it. But white folks are pretty big on it. Manifest destiny. Hey, man, you guys are savages. We came to civilize you. So anyways, again, before you know where you're going, you need to know where you are at. And before you know where you are at, you need to know where you have been. So let's begin from the beginning. Let's begin from the beginning. All right, so let's get Genesis 25:27. Let's touch on something real quick. Genesis 25:27. We're going to read this real quick. And I'll do this translation just to get to the point so it doesn't confuse anybody because I want to go fast. 25:27. The boys grew up and Esau became a killer hunter, a man who loved the outdoors. But Jacob was a quiet man who stayed at home. Isaac preferred Esau. That's Isaac, the father of Esau and Jacob, because he enjoyed eating the animals Esau killed. But Rebekah preferred Jacob. Now we see there's two characteristics of people here. That's not my point yet. I want to show you what somebody gave up. One day while Jacob was cooking some bean soup, lentejas, Esau came in from hunting. He was hungry. So we see that this man is interested in the action now, instant gratification, and said to Jacob, I'm starving. Give me some of that red stuff. the lentejas. Again, somebody that's a hunter doesn't understand or doesn't wait for harvesting. There's no patience in him. That is what he was named Edom. And I'm sorry, verse 31. Jacob answered, I will give it to you if you give me your rights as the firstborn son. Esau said, all right, I'm about to die. What good will my rights do me? So, and Jacob answered, first make a vow that you will give up me your rights. Esau made the vow and gave up his rights to Jacob. Gave his rights to Jacob. All right, so we see now somebody giving up some rights, a heritage. Esau gave up a particular heritage. We're talking about a land, by the way. That's what your heritage is as well. The laws in the land, okay? That's why there's such a thing as the laws of the land and laws of the waters, but that's another topic. So now, I'm trying to show you particular, the process of this particular land, how it was available, then how did other people show up there, and who are these people, and if we came from there, how did we get there, and what happened, and what transpired the whole process, and then how are we here now, and what's going on? How does all this relate to us today? Okay, let's continue. So now, in case you guys don't know, there's a book called it's excluded from basically the main ones, because typically the main ones used to be the old so-called, new so-called, and the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha includes, here, I'll show you real quick. It includes all of these books, because there was a time they were all included in the Catholic book. The churches had it. Then the Protestants took it out, I believe, or the Catholic, one of them two took it out. And that's why you only have the Old and the New Testament. Now the Old English or King James was the one big on having them included, but they also excluded one of them, which is Jubilees. Okay. And Jubilees technically is not nothing much, but the particular, let's say, the first 5 books in a sense, the first 3 books almost, so to speak. So it gives you in-depth situation as to what's going on, right? Regarding Abraham as well. So that's what we're going to touch now. Remember that the promise was given to Abraham. Well, what was given to Abraham? And what did Esau give up? He gave up his birthright. Okay, so then now, what does that pertain? Means land. So let's look at how lands were so-called divided, because we know that there were 3 children out of Noah, but it doesn't talk about the division of the land. So let's find out right now. Jubilees chapter 9, verse 1. Now, if I would recommend stay to the Old, New, and Apocrypha first, get very rooted, and then maybe look into this, but don't make it your doctrine off of this, okay? But it is not really far off. There's a cute couple discrepancies, you could say, like the age between Abraham and his wife, but that's another point. Anyways, let's continue. It says, and Ham divided amongst his sons, and the portion came forth for Cush towards the east. So I'm showing land division. And to the west of him, Mizraim. So it was Cush, Mizraim after him, and to the west of him, Put, and to the left of Mizraim is Put, and to the west of him, and to the west thereof, unto the sea for Canaan. So if you look at the African, like say Africa, I'll just do it real quick, Africa map, basically saying that, okay, here it goes, right here. It's basically saying that Cush, Mizraim, Put, Canaan. Canaan, Put, Mizraim, Cush. All this northern part, okay? That's what it's talking about, all right? That's what it's specifically saying, okay? So now it says that they were supposed to be divided together to the sea, to the west thereof. Now it talks about Shem, and Shem also divided amongst his sons. And the first portion came forth for Ham and his sons to the east of the river Tigris till it approached to the east, in the whole land of India. You see this right here. So let's go here now. World map. So now we're considering, here, I'll do this. Let's see. There it goes. I have some old books, some old maps, I'm sorry. I like this one. It's old, but at least it gives us a much better close-up to the and Shem also divided amongst his sons, and the portion came forth for Ham and his sons to the east of the river Tigris till it approached the east of the whole land of India and on the Red Sea on its coast. Okay, so it's saying, here's an old map here, but it's, remember I showed you that Mizraim, I'm sorry, Cush, Mizraim, Put, Canaan. Okay, so now it's saying that for Shem, it was going to be all this land from this here, River Tigris, all the way to India. India, okay? Look at it. Look what it says. To the east, the whole land of India. The whole land of India. Okay, so it's considering this too. All this land here in India, all of it here. This is for Shem. And the waters of Dedan and all the mountains of Melbri and Elah and all the lands of Suzanne and all that is in the far neck to the Red Sea and the river Tina. So it's talking about mountains, maybe up here. That's a mountainous range. So that's pretty wide with Shem. Okay? And if you read verse 3, and as for Ashur came forth the second portion, in the land of Ashur and Nineveh and Shinar and the borders of India, and they descend the skirts of the river. So as you can see, Arphasad, you can keep reading if you like, but it's giving us a pointer right here. Okay? So now, we're talking about a land belonging in this area here. Okay? Esau didn't want his heritage. And we also know that this belonged to Abraham's children, Jacob, okay? But we also know that there was somebody there as well. We'll touch on that in a little bit. I want to show you this too. This is extremely important and why I'm starting this way, because this right here is considered the of the Chaldees. This area here, nowhere near Africa. I share that with you. Okay, right here. So now let's go to the big book. The big book. We got to go to KJV because that's where it has it. I could go to the online one, but I like using this. Let's go to Judith, chapter 5 and verse 6. So here we're seeing a conversation between Holofernes, chief captain, and Ashur. He's asking in regards to the children of Israel getting ready for war. It's like saying, who are these people? Give me some history on them. So now it says here in verse 6, Judith 5:6, these people are descended of the Chaldeans, and they sojourned heretofore in Mesopotamia because they would not follow the gods of their fathers, which were in the land of Chaldee. It's saying here that these people of Israel came out of here. You hear this? Because remember, keep in mind, Israel, the children of the Most High, did not come out of here. Here. The seed of Abraham came out of here. Let's not forget, Bible don't lie. And it says, they would not follow the gods of their fathers, which were in the land of Chaldee. For they left the ways of their ancestors and worshiped the God of heaven, the God whom they knew. So they cast them out from the face of their gods, and they fled into Mesopotamia and sojourned there many days. So here we see that Abraham went this route from east to west because he was bound to end up in Canaan. Now, let me show you something real quick. This is from godswarplan.com. It just gives us like pictures. Just want to show you this real quick. Look at and you need to pay attention to this stuff when people try to show you or sell you some history that don't belong to them. Why are these BHIs putting Abraham's bloodline in Africa? It never came out of Africa. All they're basing it off of is Canaan. Well, shit, man. If you really think about it, the only places where you see pyramids is Egypt, not Africa. I mean, Egypt is in Africa. I'll give you that. But other than Egypt, there's no other pyramids. The rest of Africa, there's pyramids all over this place here. There's pyramids all over the place of eastern parts. And then there's pyramids over here as well. This is the people that see the This is the people of Abraham. Akkadian Empire. You see third dynasty of Ur. It's a very interesting map right here. Elam. Now we understand that they're okay with naming or supposedly assuming that they know who Elam is. They're okay with that. I sometimes wonder, look, Elam are the Chaldees. So what are you saying, Todd? These are just pictures that I'm presenting to you, and kind of like who these Canaanites are, and keep in mind who Canaan came out of. But we saw in Jubilees that they're supposed to be where? East. They're supposed to be east, west of Ham for put. I'm sorry, Jubilees 9:1. And Ham divided amongst his sons, and the first portion came forth for Cush towards the east, and to the west of him Mizraim, and to the west of him Put, and to the west of him and the west thereof on the sea for who? Canaan. But Canaan didn't want to go to West Africa. They liked this land. Isn't that the same thing they're trying to do now? Now they're claiming that they're the natives of this land. Things that make you go, No, it shouldn't be things that make you go, You should be thinking, hey, that's Ecclesiastes all day, every day. So, again, it's important to see and look at maps and determine what are we talking about and who are these people. So let's consider, is a more current map. This is Africa. We're talking about Shem covering this land here. Remember? Shem also divided amongst his sons, verse 2 of Jubilees 9. And the first portion came for Ham and his sons to the east river of the Tigris till it approached the east, the whole land of India. That's Shem right there, family.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Again, I am just trying to establish an important thing here. You have to know history, so nobody can just try to tell you some damn dumb thing. Genesis 25:20. Let's go back real quick. Watch what it says. It says here, and Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Padam Aram. What does that mean? Padam Aram. Let's look it up. Padam Aram. Properly a part of, hence, from, out of, among, because. Oh, is this it? Arameans, an Aramite, Syrian. How come it's not giving me a breakdown on this one? Let me try this real quick. It's got to be a lot better than that. Blue letter. Let's do it. Let's do it. Genesis 25. So we go Genesis 25 tools. In case you guys don't know, you can go to as you can see the type of tools I use. I don't stick to one thing. I go here, I'll go here, I'll go here, I'll go here. Gotta use everything, family. Do not be fooled by these suckers. Yeah, I called you that. Check this out. Padam Aram, I need you to understand what it means. It means Padan, a field, right? And a plain or tableland in northern Mesopotamia in Aram, a region of Syria. So again, we see that here, right? Genesis 25:20 says Isaac was 40 when he took Rebekah to wife, the daughter of Bethuel the Syrian of Padam Aram, the sister of Laban the Syrian. They're all related. However you want to look at it, you talk about it, cousins with cousins. Hey, there's still people doing that, but I don't know. It's not a practice right now. We can talk about that another day. The point being is they're all related. They're all related. And in case you guys don't know, I showed you this too. Let me see if I have it. Do I have it? Let's see. Well, now I know why it wasn't coming out. Hello. Give me a second. Let's see if I can find it. So here, let me show you this real quick. This is from the Antiquities, Josephus, work of Josephus. Look what he says. He says that the land of Shem, these inhabited from Kofin and Indian River and in parts of Asia adjoining to it. And this shall suffice concerning the sons of Shem. Again, why do you guys try to pin them in Africa? Shem, the third son of Noah, had 5 sons who inhabited that region. That began in the Euphrates and reached to the Indian Ocean. That doesn't sound like Africa. Sounds like over here. What are you guys talking about? That makes absolutely no sense to me. Listen, I cannot and I will not be fooled, nor will I walk away from truth. If this is what the scriptures say, this is what the scriptures say. So let's get some prophecy going here. Not much. Y'all know, you're familiar with it. So again, we're seeing now who's in this land, who happens to be in that land, and what. Okay, let me show you something, because I was going to wait, but I'll show you. So they're supposed to divide that land, right? And appropriately, because God isn't. He's not a man of confusion, is he? Or does the Most High have it all wrong all of a sudden? Like nobody asked, why is Canaan there? Here, I'll show you why Canaan was there. Jubilees 10 and 29. And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south. And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good. You see, lusting, I tell you, lusting is very, very, very pronounced to these people. That it was very good. Just like now, like this land, our history, our culture, Rasa Maya, it's very good. That's why they love it. Anyway, so let me continue. And he went in, not into the land of his inheritance, to the west, that is, to the sea. Again, we remember chapter 9 talked about him being where? I'll show you. And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward from the borders of Jordan and from the borders of the sea. And Ham, his father, and Cush and Mizraim, his brothers, said to him, you have settled in a land which is not yours. Where's that? Here, because this is part of Shem, like the rest of this territory here. And this was supposed to be theirs. Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan to the west, that is, to the west thereof. However, he didn't like that. And he went in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward from the border of Jordan and from the border of the sea. And Ham, his father, and Cush and Mizraim, his brother, said to him, you have settled in a land which is not yours, and which did not fall to us by lot. You see this? You mean you telling me, scripturally speaking, all over the scriptures we hear, take account for everything, have a witness, have a measure, don't do false weights, for every enterprise get counsel. I mean, he even told David not to count. You know what I'm saying? You telling me the Most High didn't know what? Nobody knows why Canaan is there? He just showed up out of nowhere? Yo, listen, it's telling us right here. His own family said, man, you are in the wrong place. It don't belong to us. That's why Canaan is there. But nobody wants to ask why. Because it'll burn the shit out of these Negroes that claim to be Hebrews. Do not do so, for if you do so, you and your sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. For by sedition you have settled, and by sedition will your children fall, and you shall be rooted out forever. So, in case you guys don't know what sedition means, I'm going to show you what sedition means, and you guys can see that I'm not BSing y'all. Conducting speech, inciting people to rebel against authority of state or monarch. What does that mean? Insurgents, mutiny, rioting. Who's rioting right now? See? Who's rioting right now? You guys know what's going on. I don't want to have to touch it. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't want to waste time looking for it. Sedition. It speaks for itself. So then now we're getting an idea of who and what and where and what lungs belong to what. So let me continue on this part. Shem, the third son of Noah, had 5 sons who inhabited the land that began at Euphrates and reached the Indian Ocean. For Elam left behind him the Elamites. Let me skip. Arphaxad named Arphaxadites, who are now called Chaldeans. Can't make this stuff up. So now, let's get a little history again here. So now we know who's supposed to be here in this whole entire land of Shem, okay? And we know that Canaan, who came here, wasn't supposed to be here, but they were there. So let's just, we dealt with it. Okay, so let's just make that clear. This is not Africa history. This is Abraham coming out of this area right here. So for example, if let's say, I'm born in Mexico, like, because I am, my kids will always supposedly come out of that. That's where I am, Mexican. There'll always be Mexicans, right? Why are you guys trying to put Abraham as an African, even though he's not from there? I'm just trying to make sense out of these things, right? So anyhow, let's continue. Now the topic, remember, is migration. So now that I covered a lot of that particular part, sorry to be detailed, but I have to be. Let's talk about some things here real quick. So what happened in this land? Daniel 7:2. Daniel spake and said, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the 4 winds of heaven strove upon the great sea, and 4 great beasts came up from the sea, diverse one from another. The first was like a lion, and he had eagle's wings. And I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked, and it was lifted up from the eagle, and made stand upon the feet as a man, and a man's heart was given to it. And I beheld another beast, a second, like a bear, and it rised up itself on one side, and it had 3 ribs in the mouth of it, between the teeth of it. And they said thus unto it, arise, devour the flesh. So what it's talking about here is these kingdoms that were going to take over. This kingdom was going to be like a lion, and this kingdom was going to be like a bear. So we're talking about the Assyrians and the Persians. Okay? So Persia Mede, when it talks about 3 ribs, some people want to include Ethiopians in there. I won't 100% confirm it. But this is the actual prophecy that talks about when King Cyrus was going to take over. This is why I'm saying this right here. Okay? So we see here at this point that there was going to be one major kingdom and then another one taken over in verse 5. All right? Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. I want to remind you. So let me show you this real quick. And the brother gave me this. I thank you. This is from Babylon. This is called www.the-persian.co.uk. Here, I'll give you guys a link. You guys can see what I'm talking about. It just kind of gives you earlier maps, Babylonian, Assyrian. There's the kind of kings or wars, and some details of their religions. Okay, very interesting names here. Right here. Neo-Babylonian Empire, Assyrian Babylonian Empire, Akkadians, Nebuchadnezzar. That's talking about verse 4. Okay. That's what it's talking about here, verse 4, like a lion. All right. So we know now that there was going to be one kingdom that was going to come abroad, and then it was going to be followed by another kingdom, which this is technically the kingdom of Cyrus. Okay. Let me show you this real quick. Let me try to get through this right here. Cyrus the Great, between 558 BC and 530 BC. It's important to understand these years because this is how these, I don't want to call them names right now, how these BHIs try to fool you. Because I'm going to tell you this right now. When we had our people here, when King Cyrus took over and he freed the Israelites, or the Hebrews, so to speak, okay, he had a kingdom that he reigned over. That's why it's important to show you the map. That kingdom belonged to him only, and he had power over all of that territory. You guys have to understand why that's important to know, because prior or after this 530 BC, his son was the one that took over Egypt. But prior to that, Egypt and the Nubians were at war. You need to know that. You need to understand that, so then nobody can say, oh yeah, what we did is we went around Africa. No, we didn't. We didn't go around Africa. It'd be impossible to do that, okay? So that's why it's important to understand that King Cyrus, first Babylonia, and then King Cyrus took over, but he didn't take over any territory of this section here. Nothing from here. All of it was here. Okay? All of it. Let's go to verse 6. I don't want to read the whole thing because it's talking about the 4 nations. So all I'm trying to stick to is what happened with us. Okay? So we see now King Cyrus at this time, he reigned from 558 BC to 530 BC. Okay? You guys can look it up. You'll see the actual his kingdom and what occurred. So now, let's continue. Let me go here real quick. Let's go to Ezra. Here we go. There we go. Let me stick to you guys. Okay, hold on. Ezra. All right. So now we see here where the proclamation of King Cyrus. Remember, he took over 558 BC to 530 BC. Okay. If you read verse 1 through 4, or I'm sorry, 4 to, I'll just read 4 and 5 so you can see it. So after he made a proclamation to let the Israelites free, because they were captive under the Babylonian captivity. Okay. So keep that in mind. They were captive under that. They were taken out of the land, put into different areas of what I just showed you, the land of Shem, all over the place. And then King Cyrus said, you know what? I conquered all this land. Okay. I'm the king of all this land. From here, from Jerusalem, so to speak, all of this place, all of this area, Asia Minor, Persia, Mede was right here. Mede, Persia, took over all this right here, okay? So when he took over all this land, he didn't have nothing to do with Africa. Remember that. When he took over all this land here, all of it, then he made a proclamation. There's 1 and 4. And whosoever remaineth in any place where he sojourneth, let the man of his place help him with silver and with gold and with goods and with beasts, beside the free will offering for the house of God that is in Jerusalem. You see, they also were allowed to give our people like gold, silver, things to survive off of. Food too. Imagine trying to get on boats for that. No, stupid asses. No, there's no way. Plus, remember, he says free will offering for the house of God that is in Jerusalem. Then rose up the chief of the fathers of Judah and Benjamin and the priests and the Levites with all them whose spirit God had raised to go up to build the house of the Lord which is in Jerusalem. However, he also said that those And whoso remaineth in any place where he sojourneth, let the men of his place help him with silver and with gold. So that means that not everybody left. Correct? Some stayed. Where? If the Assyrians took you captive out of here and brought other people from other places into these lands and took you all around all of this area here, maybe here, maybe then they sold you to someone else over here, maybe they transport, like it typically happens, and they transported you somewhere over there, but now you're free. Now, if you want to come back to Jerusalem, you can come back, but if you choose not to, you're good. But you're going to get help from the people that I am a king over. That's what he said. Why is it important then? It tells us all over the scriptures. Job 8:8. For inquire, I pray thee, of the former age, and prepare thyself to search of their fathers. You need to know your history. You need to know where you come from. This is your book. You're supposed to learn. You're supposed to know this history about you. Deuteronomy 32:7. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy fathers, and they will show thee, thy elders, and they will tell thee. Constantly being reminded to look at our history. Why? Because when you start reading the scriptures and you see the history, it starts making sense historically. Then no one can fool you. Hosea reigned in Israel. Here's an example. This is before Ezra. It says 2 Kings 17:5. Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up to Samaria, which is the northern kingdom, and besieged it 3 years. So every year was attacking it, taking our hand, attacking it, taking our hand. In the 9th year, Hosea, the king of Assyria, which is why Hosea, the book, is very important, specifically chapter 10. Let me read that again. In the 9th year of Hosea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried away into Assyria and placed them in Halah and in the harbor by the rivers of Gazan and in the cities of the Medes. You see? So, before Ezra, they took y'all beaners here, and all you spics and wetbacks, all my gente, I say that with love, and took you here, and took you there, and took you there, and took you there. But you know where they didn't take you? They didn't take your beaner ass over there. They didn't take you out of Africa, okay? They took you all over here. Why? Because the Syrians were ruling here. These guys were still at war. Nubians still had power. Egyptians were still in some way powerful. You got to understand history and follow it so nobody can trick you and fool you and make you assume when they try to say certain things about the Bible and it's a total different century. So now, again, we see here an example of the Assyrians coming in here and taking over particular territories. Now we're going to look at, let me see if I'm looking at this one. The fall of captivity of Judah. I mean, it's kind of the same thing, to be quite frank with you. But I just wanted to show you why Ezra says what he says. So 2 Kings, kind of to get to the point, really summarizes it. 5 and 7 gets to the point, okay, as to why Ezra said this, what he said in verse 4. Ezra 1 and 4, and whosoever remaineth in any place where he sojourneth, because remember the captivity prior took y'all everywhere. Okay, so now we also know regarding King Cyrus, the years that he reigned. He reigned 58, 48, 30, 50, 48, 30, about 26 years? 28 years, I guess, maybe, something like that. I can't really do the math backwards right now. Apologize. But, historically, he is known. There's no way to get around it. I do want to show you this right here because the conquest of Cyrus, you see what I'm saying? He didn't conquer Egypt. These were his lands. From, Lydia, Media, and Persia. I believe those are the 3 ribs. That's what I believe, but I'm not 100% sure yet, okay? I know Media and Persia. Lydia is another option, another point. Anyways, so we see now what he took over. See, from Jerusalem to the east, not Africa. You need to know that. So, what else you need to know? These are ancient trade routes from the cities of the Medes. Here are ancient trade routes, and if you see, like if you have close-ups, you'll see that it talks about Jewish synagogues. Genghis Khan, and it's like something about Jewish. Mongol Jews. Synagogues. You see this? Synagogues. You see this? Jews, Chinese. You see what I'm talking about? In India, Beni Israel, black Jews. You see what the problem with these campers is? They hear black and it's us. No, that don't mean you, fool. This is nowhere near in Africa. You guys excluded these people for a long time. Now you're trying to bring it up. Why now? You need to know your history. This is your book. You need to understand what happened. How did King Cyrus, why did he take over? Where did he govern? What part? He governed all of the Middle East, part of India. But again, it had nothing to do with Africa. Only when Darius, his son, was when he took over. Keep in mind, Egypt and Kush were at war between 600 BC and 500 BC. So all of you guys that don't have any clue as to, the only way to combat falsehood is to study. Yeah, it's going to take time. But you have to do the work. I'll give you an example as to why it's important to understand there's nations, there's divisions. All of a sudden, when you hear Ethiopian, see that. No, look what it says here. 2 Chronicles chapter 14, verse 9. And there came out against them Zerah, the Ethiopian, with an host of thousands and thousands and 300 chariots, and came unto Meshiacha. Who? Esau. They were attacking us. Then Esau, I don't know how to say it right now, went out against them, and they set the battle in array in the valley of Zephathath in the Meshiacha. And Asa cried unto the Lord his God and said, Lord, it is nothing with thee to help, whether with many or with them that have no power. Help us, O Lord our God, for we rest on thee, and in thy name we go against this multitude. O Lord, thou art our God, let no man prevail against thee. So the Lord smote the Ethiopian before Asa and before Judah, and the Ethiopian fled. So you that trying to show love to an Ethiopian, how come you don't show this? You guys exclude these things. And so the Lord smote the Ethiopian before Asa and before the judge, Judah, and the Ethiopian fled. And Asa and the people that were with him pursued them unto Gerar, down, pushing them. Let's say what's going on with the situation with Haman and the Israelites, whatever you call them, fake Jews, right? It's further down there. And the Ethiopians were overthrown. So you see, this is about 900 BC. About 900 BC, yeah, it's something around that time. And in case you don't know, this is Gerar right here. See where it's located. You see, what I'm doing is I'm showing you maps, scripture, and history. It's important to combine all of them, or else you don't get it. There goes Gerar right there. See that? They pushed them all the way down. All right? All the way down. All the way down. Let me go here real quick. So now, as you can see, I have not taken this map out of our face because it all boils down to this here. So now I've given you some history, what was going on, who was supposed to be here, who gave up that birthright. Technically, it was ours after, but then all of a sudden, You got some, what do you call those squatters? You got those squatters.
That's right.
Oh, they just felt like, hey, I like this house. I don't want to move out of here. Well, how do we know that we came out of there? How do we know? What makes it right? Check this out. Show you something. Let's see where we at. Oh, wait, hold on. Did I save it? I thought I saved it. Give me a second, family. I thought I saved it. I know I did. I'm not sure why it's not letting me now. Give me a second. I'll do this quick. Oh, yeah, here it goes. Stop. All right. So this is, I thought I downloaded it, but okay, whatever. This is from a book called the Description of the West Indies, 1620. Originally written in the 1600s and reprinted again. This guy, it's like 800 and something pages. He writes them in chapters, but then he puts numbers. Okay, so for all you guys that wonder where this whole teachings of Issachar came out of, this is where these BHIs think they're so slick. They're not. And it's just, to me, it's just so stupid. Because this is true about a lot of our people that went through this. So in section 46, it's basically talk about Second Ezra, which we'll read, and King Shalmaneser drove them out, blah, 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 that whole thing, right? Okay. So it says, let me start reading here. As it was told in the due course, and in special the tribe of Issachar, as seems to be established from Genesis chapter 49, I believe, when after having conferred his blessing upon his sons, the holy patriarch Jacob, being at the point of death, prophesied to them what was to take place and happened to them and their descendants after having conferred his blessing, the older son, to wit, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, and Judah. He conferred it upon Issachar, and it seems that the entire prophecy and the characteristics which the holy patriarch foretold in it for his sons Issachar had been inherited and kept it in toto by the Indians. The word of the prophecy as follows: Issachar, a strong ass, crouching between two boundaries, saw rest, that it was good, and the land, and that it was excellent, and he bowed his shoulder to bear and became a servant unto tribute. He called him a strong ass because just like a donkey bear the load and often blows as well without turning against those who load and abuse them. The Indians likewise resemble strong donkeys in carrying heavy burdens many leagues, and it is an outstanding in this consorting that carry these heavy burdens. They can travel, he's talking about, for, I believe, farther than the Spaniards without any, as I have seen and noted during the time that I was in those kingdoms of Peru, not Mexico, New Spain, Honduras, and Nicaragua. And in most cases, they were treated harshly and are labored and kicked and beaten without turning against those who maltreat them, as I have noticed and remarked all the time as I was in those kingdoms. And though they are so far apart one from another, the characteristics of the Indians run in the same mold. You see what I'm saying? You cannot assume certain things. That's why I don't try trip. I don't go there. If you think you're Ephraim, hey, I'll power to you. If you think you're Issachar, hey, you're Issachar. I'm not going to fight you. If you think you're Naphtali, then you're Naphtali. Shit, man. I'm not going to tell you. We don't know until the end. Someone else should suggest that. If you feel a certain way, great. But again, got to bear witness on that. So this is just kind of taking us to the steps as to what this guy believed. He was a high believer that we came out of these areas. Now, section, I'll read it in this part here. Section 52. I'll start in the middle. They made their way into some narrow passage of the river Euphrates, where the Most High performed miracles, holding back the current river till they had crossed. as he did in the Red Sea when the same people of Israel went out of Egypt, fleeing from the tyranny of the Pharaoh and the Egyptians. For their journey through that region was a very long one of a year and a half. That region is called Arsarit, and they lived there until the very late period. And so, since this exile and immigration of the 10 tribes took place about 3,228 years after the creation, the date when Shalmaneser took Samaria, and 774 years after the flight of Egypt, which occurred 2450, an example, 339 BC. By this calculation, it would appear that from the settlement of the Indies by the 10 tribes to the present year, 1630, there has elapsed 2,369 years. I don't know. Again, some people are off. Here it goes. 53. After crossing the river Euphrates, they were able to go, and they kept traveling slowly across Great Tartary. Great Tartary, let me remind you, it's up here. Okay. Great Tartary is up here. I think there's even a name here. There it goes right there. Tartary. There it goes. You see? All this land was the Tartarian land, supposedly. Okay. So they're using history and then that current time terminology. Okay. So that's just to make sure you understand the concept here. All right. Slowly across Great Tartary, some stopping in the cities of the Medes, others in the course of so long journey among the Tartars and other people through whom they passed. Check this out. Page 21. We're going to read 50. We're going to finish 53, 54, and 55. And from them they picked up their language and their idolatries, both those who stayed there and those who kept on and to settle in the New World. For although they had resolved no reform, they went from bad to worse, blind in their evil deeds and idolatrous, without remembering their Creator or worrying over their sins, as it's stated in Sirach, chapter 53, 43 or 53. Can't recall, family. Whoever gets it, you can post it. For all their sins and idolaters. So we see here that, let's skip it here. Let me skip that. Okay, here we go. And so the greater part of them kept traveling slowly across Great Tartary and other nations, God allowing and ordaining it thus for him own, which his own righteous judgment. In this extended journey of a year and a half, as stated by Ezra, until they arrived in Mongol, and from there they crossed the Straits of Anian. What are the Straits of Anian, you ask? I'll show you what the Straits of Anian are. The Straits of Anian are right here. See? The Straits of Anian. You see that? The Straits de Anion. Okay? So it says that we crossed there. This is a historian talking about our history, how we migrated from this section here. Like we went across like that. From here all the way up this way, all the way this way, and you see Arsarit, right? And the Straits of Anian. I'm just reading. Okay, so now let's continue. And so the greater part of them kept traveling slowly across the Great Tartary and other nations, God allowing them, ordaining its dust for his own righteous judgment in this extended journey of a year and a half, as stated by Ezra, until they arrived in Mongol, and from there they crossed the Strait of Anian and went on and colonized the countries of New Spain, beginning in the northernmost part of it until their wars and their search for land, they colonized all of it. Check this out. Ezra says that at the close of this extended journey, they colonized and lived in that region, which is called Arsarit. That very learned Arthur Generard, Book 1 of his chronology, states that Arsarit, in his extreme point of Great Tartary or Scythia, that it is a cape of promontory, which is the boundaries or landmark dividing the old world with the new, above the Straits of Anian, and near which they crossed from that country to Spain. So they could have gone by that route, or by India and China. Since there, it says here, they could have gone by that route, or by India and China. Since there, in that region of Cathay, the people inhabiting that country kept the Old Testament and the laws of Moses. That's why I showed you these variety of maps showing you exactly what I was talking about. Oh, thank you, brother. 48. Thank you. He got it. 48. So that's why I was trying to show you that map regarding the ancient routes, what's going on, and why is this guy saying, hey, you know, of course they could have gone through there. Why? Why is he saying that? Here's why he's saying that. Because he understood that the land of Shem, these people had the laws. They were practicing them at one point. Just like everybody else, they fell off. That's why you got a piece of our scriptures all over the world trying to mimic the scriptures. So he's saying, yeah, of course, the people from India and Cathay and all these people, yeah, they kept the Old Testament laws. That's what he's saying right there. Look, let's read it again. It says, so they could have gone by a route, or by India, or in China. You see, they could have gone north, or they could have gone through India, China, and up north. Since there, in that region of Shem, of Cathay, the people inhabiting that country kept the Old Testament and the laws of Moses, although with many superstitions. That's why you have the chakra and the Hindu and the Buddha, but they're all talking about inner peace, tranquility, finding your inner consciousness. All these nations are off. I get it. But you have to understand how they are trying to mimic what some of us are missing. They have some pieces that are correct. They're not 100% wrong. You have to be mindful. But if you're not rooted, you will get confused. That's just a fact. This is a full and sufficient proof. Hold on. Hold on a second here. Hold on a second. Hold on, lady.
That's right.
This is a full and sufficient proof.
That's right.
That members of the 10 tribes passed through there.
That's right.
And settled there.
That's right.
And they could easily cross the straits and or channel which lies between China and the kingdom of Ananian, as may be seen on the globes or maps. And from the kingdom of Anian, they went on exploring and colonizing those countries of the new world, never before seen or settled by human beings.
That's right.
You see, that old lady knows what I'm talking about. I know I can be boring, family, and can be long-winded, my bad. But it is what it is. We know that a lot of our traditions here are somewhat similar to theirs. Certain things, not everything. For example, this right here. You guys know about this. You guys know about this. You guys know about this stuff, right? Well, check this out. How the hell are they doing that? Why are they doing that? Same things. Look. People from India. I'm showing you how we picked up, just like the book said, we might have gone through there because we picked up customs. See the map? Do you want me to tell you? You want me to lie? I can't lie. I mean, even the book I showed you guys, I think Valera, I think his name is Valera. He's like, nah, these guys are not people. These guys are not Hebrews. More likely, here, let me see if I can find it. Valera. Yep, I have it. Hold on, go back. Check this out. Page 95. Now I'll just show you 96 to 97. This right here, I think is this one. Here it goes right here. So it says here, yeah, here it goes. So this is page, which page is it? 96, from Jesuits and the Incas. This is Valera that wrote this at that time. It says here, let's see. He apparently speculated that the people of the Americas originated from the ancient Chaldeans, who once lived in the plains of Shinar in the Persian Gulf. The chronicler wrote that the religion of the natives of Glider, Florida, and the Caribbean islands were derived from the practice of the Chaldeans, who worshipped only natural features, such as lakes, springs, and stars. Garcilaso de la Vega, 1609, 1987, I guess book printed, page 83. Likewise, he claimed that the faith of the first Peruvians was molded on that of the Chaldeans. Woohoo!
That's right.
That's right. Sorry, family. The Chaldeans were renowned in the biblical history for founding the city of Ur, from whence came Abraham, the father of the Hebrew nation. They were believed to have descended directly from Noah and became famous as learned astrologers, priests, and magicians. By linking the ancient Peruvians to the Chaldeans, Valera was placing the people of the New World into the framework of the biblical history. Biblical history, which is also connects us back to, let me go back. Give me a second. Remember Judith 5. Now you can see Judith 5:6. These people are descended of the Chaldeans, and they sojourned here too in Mesopotamia because they would not follow the gods of their fathers, like the Hindus, the Buddha, all that weird ass concept, which were in the land of Chaldee. Again, it's important to use maps, biblical history, and your book. This is the Ur of the Chaldees right here. Right there. You see that? Chaldea. Chaldea. That's what I'm saying. For they left the way of their ancestors, verse 8, and worshiped the God of heaven, the God whom they knew. So he's not new to us, family. Also in Jubilees, you'll understand that the split occurred after the Tower of Babel, all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? They're all like split up. And a lot of us fell off into a bunch of different shit, man. It's just the way it is. So they cast them out from the face of their gods, and they fled into Mesopotamia, Haran, and sojourned there many days. So again, we're talking about Chaldee. So now, again and again and again, I got to tell you, I got to remind you, learn your book. 2nd Ezra 13:40. Now we're getting an idea. And those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of the land of the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanassar the king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so they went into another land. But they took this counsel among themselves. Remember, Ezra said, you guys are free to go, but they were in other lands because the Assyrians took them all over places, right? And they would leave the multitude of the heathen because they were there with other people that were believing, let's say, in I don't know, whatever they practice over there in India or in the Middle East, you know, all that weird stuff that they were going through before they had all these other monolith religions, that they will leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statues, which they never kept their own land. And they entered into the Euphrates by the narrow place of the rivers. For the Most High then showed signs for them and still held the flood, so they passed over. For through that great country there was a great way to go, namely 1.5 years. And the same region is called Arsareth. You see how it says region? It doesn't say in the land is called Arsareth. It says in that region it's called Arsareth. So here's Arsareth right here. This is considered Arsareth. But this is also considered a region of Arsareth. So it says he took us all the way over there, crossed the streets of Anian, great way to go, 1.5 years. Now, a lot of you guys are going to say, whatever, you know, that's that whole stupid doctrine. And I mean, well, how else did we get here then? Were you going to believe that stupid science that somehow we came out of monkeys? We just appeared out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it used to be like. Africa, Europe, Asia. See? That's what it used to be like. But we know that it wasn't always the case that way. See? The land of Shem. Now, we have a tribe here in Mexico called Ayaman. Ayaman tribe. Yeah, we do. We definitely do. There's a lot of similarities here. Lots of similarities. You need to really know your history, family. You see Assyria? They took you here. They took you there. Persia. All these lands. India. And even after 1492, it happened again. They took us there as well. And here, oh yeah, Global Indios. I showed you guys that book before. Now, you guys know about that whole video, right? I think it's called, give me a second here. Let's continue because we covered this area, this section. You guys are familiar with Second Ezra. I'm showing you the migration. There's a lot of material that I've showed y'all before of how they constantly remind you of who we are and like what we were doing at that time. So now we're seeing the migration. We're leaving. Okay, we left. Let's just say we left. Let's say we left. Give me a second. You guys remember this. All right. So let's kind of touch on it one more time. All right. There we go.
Why did you wish to sail west?
To open a new route to Asia. Asia is the richest kingdom, the land of spices and gold. At the moment, there are only two ways of reaching it. By sea, sailing around the African continent. The journey takes a year. Or by land. But the Turks have closed this route to all Christians. There is a third way. By sailing west across the ocean sea.
The distance is unknown. It's said to be infinite.
Superstition. I believe the Indies are no more than 750 leagues west of the Canary Islands.
How can you be so certain?
The calculations of Toscanelli, Marin de Tir, Esdras.
Esdras is a Jew.
So what's worse?
2 minutes, and already you're a dead man.
For telling the truth?
Yes. We are burning people for less.
Y'all know that story, right? Like as if they didn't know. As if they didn't know. Now, I sometimes kind of wonder. Again, what do I know, right? What do I know? But, in my simple little mind, I kind of get thinking sometimes, and I'm like, okay, well, if you just expelled a bunch of people, why do you want to go around? You're right here in Spain, right? And you want to go to India? Why not just go straight this way? I mean, you just won. You won a lot of territory. I don't see how you couldn't. He said that these routes were covered. But what about this sphere? Anyways, I'm just saying. Now, for a long time, we thought, you're right. He's correct. Well, he just showed up like he didn't know any better. Like, oh my God, it was a coincidence. No, it was no damn coincidence. These Zephyrs knew. These damn bastards knew. He said it. Toscanelli, Paradates, Ezra's. Yeah, also Diodorus Siculus. I showed you guys this link before. Here's where this guy, this historian, talks about the Carthaginians finding an island far that's inhabited by people. They only show you that these guys supposedly found it. They didn't, they wanted to leave it for themselves later. They don't actually read that it says this right here. Check this out. It's 5.19.1. Let's just cover it real quick. But now we have discussed what relates to the island which lie in the Pillars of Hercules. We shall give an account of those which are in the ocean. For there lies out in the deep of Libya an island of considerable size, and situated as it is in the ocean in a distance from Libya, a voyage of a number of days to the west. Its land is fruitful, much of it being mountainous, and not a little being a level plain of surpassing beauty. Through it flow navigable rivers, which are used for irrigation. And the island contains many parks planted with trees of every variety and gardens in great multitude, which are traversed by the streams of sweet water. And also are private villas of costly construction, and throughout the garden, banqueting houses that have been constructed on a settling of flowers. In them, the inhabitants pass their time during the summer season, since the land supplies in abundance everything that contributes to the enjoyment of luxury. So now we know that this is us, because we're already here. We got here around 3500, 38, 35 BC, something around that time, maybe 34. And here we see that the Phoenicians knew of the people there. But they said, for it was their thought that since they were the masters of the sea, they would thus be able to move the households and all in an island which was unknown to their conquerors. So they were hoping that they wouldn't leave it. But we know what happened in 1492. Now, this is also from a book called I'm Moving Fast, Family, so just bear with me. Book is written in 1693. Geography Rectified, a description of the New World. I just want to confirm something real quick. Okay? Just want to confirm something real quick. Okay, here it goes right there. All right, so we knew, like the map I showed you before, right? This map I showed you guys. All they knew about was this: Africa, Europe, Asia. That's all they knew. Okay? So now, in this book, it's going to show us how then they added the fourth part. Okay? Page 5, I believe. It says here, according to the second paragraph, according to the greater integrating parts thereof, the ancients divided the whole earth into three great parts, which I just read: Europe, Asia, and Africa, to which is now added a fourth part, America. These are again divided into provinces, countries, and kingdoms. So again, according to the greater integrating parts thereof, the ancients divided the whole earth into three great parts, Europe, Asia, and Africa, to which is now added a fourth, America. Okay? Now, why is that important? Because prophecy, you have to follow history with maps to understand prophecy. Revelation 6:8. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed him, or followed with him. And the power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth to kill with the sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beast of the earth. That's why you have to understand history. Now, we understand that these guys are coming now. They're here. Okay. So you guys wobbles, let's just touch on it real quick. Wobbles keeps saying that the first people that were here supposedly was them. Well, I don't believe so. This is from James the Deer, written in the 1700s, early part of 1700s. Page 2. Sometime past, a large body of English Indian traders on their way to the Choctaw country were escorted by the body of Creek and Choctaw warriors. Let me read the most important parts. Here goes. The hotter the climate, the hotter or the colder the climate is, where the Indians have long resided, the greater portion have there either of the red or white color. I took particular notice of the Sawana Indians as they were passing from the northward within 50 miles of the Chickasaw country to that of the Creeks. And by comparing them with the Indians which I have accompanied to their camp, I observed the Shawano to be much fairer than the Chickasaw, though I am satisfied their endeavors to cultivate the copper color, to cultivate. You know what cultivating means? It means you have to actually like plant it and wait for it to happen. So it means that they were light-skinned and they would get what? Darker as time went on. Hello? It says, many incidents and observations led me to believe that the Indian color is not natural, but that the external difference between them and the whites proceeds entirely from their customs and methods of living, and not from any inherent spring of nature, which why entirely overturned Lord Kane's whole system of color. This is important to understand. Why? Because this guy was the one theorizing about black, white, and Asians. And whites were always white, blacks were always black, and Asians were yellow. And yet we showed all of those colors. All of those colors. Hey, by the way, family, I appreciate you guys. Don't think I'm ignoring y'all. It's just that I have a lot and I'm trying to go through it, okay? So I'm with y'all. I appreciate you guys, bro. Hey, what's up, brother Yak? Thank you very much. In case I didn't say what's up. And good to have you here, Ben. You know, all praises, brother. All right, so just bear with me. I'm just trying to make cases here. Again, we're talking about the migration. We're halfway through, so let's continue. The Indian color is merely accidental. I'm sorry. The Indian color is merely accidental or artificial, appears pretty evident. Their own traditions record them to have come to their present land by the way of the West. Woo! From far distant country, where there was no variation of color in human beings. And they are entirely ignorant to which was the first or the primitive color. You see that? He's saying that our gente, right? That our gente right here. Hold on. Let me go back. Because I think I lost it. Yeah, I'll show you. Hold on. Maybe I have it. That our people came from the West. Well, we're like, West? What do you mean? Yeah, you know what I mean? From the East. What do you mean from the East? It says we came from the West. Let me show you, okay?
That's right.
All right, so let me show you something. Here we go. Oh, no, hold on. Here it goes. Oh, I like this.
Let me show you something.
All right, so he says here that we came from the West. So that means that he's talking to us here, okay? And he says we came from the West. From the West. You see what I'm saying? The West. This is the West. That we came from the West. We came from over there. You see what I'm saying? That's what he's talking about. All right? So it says that their own traditions record them to have come to their present land by the way of the West from a far distant country and where there was no variation of color in human beings. And they are entirely ignorant which was the first or the primitive color, meaning they don't know whether they were dark skin or light skin before because we had a variety of color. Besides their riots, customs, etc., as we shall presently see, proving them to be Orientalists, meaning from the Middle East. And as the difference of color among the human species is one of the principal causes of separation, strife, and bloodshed, would it not greatly reflect to the goodness and justice of divine being, ignominiously to brand numerous tribes and their posterities, with a color odious or hateful in the sight of the opinion of those of a different color? Some writers have contended the variety of colors. It's just basically showing. No big deal. Let's see what we have here. Oh, this is good right here. Check this out. We are informed of page 3, and then we'll move on. We are informed by the entomological observation of the American physician concerning the Indians that they have discerned a certain fine cowl or web of a red gluey substance closed under the outer skin, to which it reflects the color, as the epidermis or the outer skin is alike clear in different creatures. An experience which is the best medium to discover truth gives the true cause why this corpus mucosum or gluish web is red in the Indians and white in us. The parching winds and hot summer beams beating upon their naked bodies in their various gradations of life necessarily tarnish their skins with the tawny red. Add to this their constant anointing themselves with bear oil or grease mixed with certain red root, which by a particular property is able alone in a few years' time to produce the Indian color, in those who are white born and who have even advanced to maturity. This is, I mean, clearly they're saying, hey, you guys look a certain way. Okay. So now we look a certain way. And what other things do they see? What other things do they see? Let me show you something real quick. This is from a book called The Lost Tribes of Israel by Barbara Simmons. We know that these were customs of our people. Here, I'll show you something real quick. We know this right here. Here, let me give you a good page. Kind of don't want to read all of that because I am taking a long time. Check this out. Check this out. We are naturally disposed to inquire what the Theomotzli, the name of the divine book, which contained the history, mythology, calendar, and laws of the Toltecas. This word is compounded of Theo, divine, Amitl, or Amit, papyrus, or Motzl, I think that's how you say it. For in the Mexican language, Y and Z, or X, frequently supply the place of S. So like sh. So motzl, something like that. Motzl is devoid of meaning, but in general termination. Motzli, then appears to be Moses, when the sentence would be the divine book of Moses. So instead of the divine book of the divine book of Moses, the Theomotzli, it is necessary to observe that in the Mexican language, the compounding of words terminating in each with other words and elision of those final letters frequently takes place. You see what I'm saying? That's just one of them. Show you another one. Mexicans, this is page 152. The Mexicans appear to have given due consideration to a subject very explicitly detailed by the prophet Daniel in what was been well denominated by his calendar. The gold, which symbolized the ancient Babylonian Empire, was not figuratively nor spiritually, but literally and positively not only succeeded but superseded by that of which the symbol was silver. The Medo-Persian dominion was in turn superseded by that which the brass indicated, and in due time the Grecian denomination was superseded by the Roman, which was characterized by the iron. The fifth universal empire of that of the Messiah, which is symbolized by the adamant, shall as really and politically supersede the last respect of the Roman Empire. They have given consideration to this prophecy about kingdoms taken over. That's what they're basically saying. So why am I showing you this? Because these are characteristics of people that they found here. Not only I'm showing you what they look like, right? Because Wobbles love to say, hey, where the people live. Okay, fine. What do you look like? Oh, look at this. The number and regular periods of the Indians' religious feast is a good historical proof that they counted time by and observed a weekly Sabbath. Long after their arrival on the American continent, they began the year at the appearance of the first new moon of the vernal equinox, according to the ecclesiastical year of Moses, starting west. Just to name a few little things. I'll give you one more. The world, page 150. The world has been subsequently peopled by three names not mentioned. They, the tribes, were descendants from or of the race of Quetzalcoatl or Quetzalcoatl, and for this reason they hold lineage and I am of the such lineage before his image, which they call the heart of the people. Wood and incense were always burning. The third age is characterized as holding up the roses and flint knives, and partly covered with the branches of the rose tree, which denotes the suffering of Quetzalcoatl. Woo! So now I've showed you characteristics of the people that were here. Of course, I'm talking about ourselves, but I want to show you these things. How important it is to know who you are. Remember what I said before. The first thing that I said to y'all, well, let me see what page. Okay, 6. The first thing I said was, before you know where you're going, you need to know where you're at. And before you know where you're at, you need to know where you have been. So this is where you have been, brothers and sisters. This is your history. It's not just mine. This is your history. Let me show you something real quick. This is from another book I have. It's the Scriptures Gazetteer. It's an older book. And it also shows about traditions that we were keeping. Here, I'll get to that one. I'll get to the point about the traditions we were keeping. Check this out. right? So he too mentions about this whole migration. This is on page, the Scriptures Gazetteer, page 67. On the bottom it says, these analogies are thus enumerated as conclusively proving that the Aborigines of South America are of Hebrew origin. And they descended of the 10 tribes. Their beliefs in the symbolic purification of water the inhabitants of Yucatan gave to water, with which they baptized their children. Let me go through it real quickly. They used circumcision. They expected a Messiah. The resemblance which many ceremonies and rites of the Indians bear the Jews. The similitude which existed between the Indians and the Hebrew moral laws. The knowledge which the Mexicans and Peruvian traditions supplied that the Indians possessed. The Mexican tradition of Teomotzli, like the other book, the divine book of Toltecs? No, the divine book of Moses. The famous migration from Aztlán, otherwise Asia. The traces of Jewish history, the Mexican paintings, the fringes of the Mexicans. On and on and on. On and on and on. Again, if you don't know who you are, you don't know where you will be. You have to understand the importance of that statement. Give me a second. I'm going to show you some things. This is from the book called The History of the Present State of Virginia. Look what we did, family. This is on page 13. This is Indian corn, soaked, broken in mortar and husk. The thin of this is what the Lord Bacan calls cream of maize, and highly commends for an excellent sort of nutrient. See, I'm showing you these things like what we look like, what traditions we kept, and kind of what foods did we eat. What other foods did we eat? Huh? What other foods? Let's talk about biblical foods. Right? They bake their bread either in cakes like tamales before the fire, or in loaves or warm hearth, covering the loaf first with leaves like tamal, and then with warm ashes, and afterwards with coals over all. You see that? Because you have to cover it. You have to steam it. How come you wabos don't eat this? Page 14, by the way. They likewise eat grub, the nymph of wasp, some kind of Sarsaparilla, seed. These last are such as are told as the market of selves, and such as the Arabians, Libyans, and Parthians, and Ethiopians commonly eat. He's talking about grasshoppers. They just relate us to those people that I just showed you. We were all across the map, right here. They include Ethiopians too. Yeah, they're right there in the corner. Again, why do we keep hearing these people? These people here, he's saying that they eat grasshopper, the same insects that are allowed to eat, that the Bible allows us to eat. They came out of here. I'm going to show you this one real quick. This is actually a good one. I like this on the bottom because it makes a lot of sense. It's scriptural. The Indians, this is on page 45. The Indians never go about any considerable enterprise without first consulting their priests and conjurers. For the most ingenious amongst them are brought up to those functions, and by that means become better instructed in their histories. Wow. You know where that's from? I'll show you where that's from. Remember, talked about enterprises, right? Sirach 37:16. Let reason go before every enterprise, and counsel before every action. The Indians never go about any considerable enterprise without first consulting their priests and conjurers. Nice. And what else do they do? And it says here that for the most ingenious amongst them are brought up to those functions, and by that means become better instructed in their histories. Check this out. We see this scripturally. Again, if you don't know your book, you don't know your history. Proverbs 20:18. Every purpose is established by counsel, and with good advice, make war. Once again. So it is imperative, family. It is imperative that you understand. You don't just read over things. You have to know what it means. Deuteronomy 32:7. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy fathers, and they will show thee. Thy elders, and they will tell thee. Want me to simple it? Think of the past, of the time long ago. Ask your parents to tell you what happened. If they don't know, search it. Ask the old people to tell you of the past. Again, if they don't know, Job 8:8. Look for a moment at ancient wisdom. Consider the truth of our ancestors learned. If you don't know, learn it. Romans 15:4. Everything written in the scripture was written to teach us, in order that we might have hope through the patience and encouragement which the scriptures give us. What did the scriptures say? That if we repent, we won't have to deal with this shit no more. Now, we know now, so we came, the migration, we're here. These people saw us, they knew who they were, they acted like they didn't. Now I showed you what we looked like, what type of customs we carried, what type of food we ate, even scripturally. So now, why does all this matter? Because you also have to know, why did they want to take it from you? This is, remember Sumarraga? Sumarraga was a beast of a man. I'm going to just put these up there so you guys can take the pictures. But I'm going to summarize it. Okay? This is a Spanish book I have. I don't remember the name. Oh, man, I forgot to write the name. My bad. It's in Spanish. I'll just read some of the real quick ones here. This is page 55. El primer obispo de México, el franciscano Fray Juan de Zumarraga, parece haber dado prioridad a esa tarea de inquisidor. Fue a sus ojos el complemento dispensable de su obra indigenista, al mismo tiempo que creaba el Colegio de Santa Cruz de Tlatelolco para instruir en la doctrina cristiana y en el saber europeo a los hijos de los caciques indios. Zumarraga persiguió a los caciques apóstatas, vueltos después del bautismo de su idolatría nativa. Gracias a eso, disponemos de las actas de las declaraciones de los indios acusados por ese primer tribunal de la Inquisición que comenzó a funcionar en 1536. La fe de los neófitos indios y su observación de la disposición de la iglesia eran dudosas, pero el celo de Zumarraga lo llevó a exceso que después quiso quemar en público en 1539 al cacique de Texcoco y en el 1545 al de Yanhuilitlán. Causaron las desapariciones de tribunales hasta 1570. Las instrucciones del inquisidor general a esa segunda tribunal prevenía expresamente: no habéis de proceder contra los indios. Let me see here. This one. He was also the one that instructed everybody to burn them. Watch this. Again, I don't remember this book, family. I'll get it in my next class. I'll show you. Los españoles no creyeron en lo que dijo Juan Diego respecto de la aparición, ni tampoco en lo que expresaba Juan Bernardino, porque para él los indios eran seres irracionales o judíos.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Y se necesitó que el Papa Paulo III lo sacara de su error por medio de su breve de 10 de julio de 1537, en el cual declaró que los indios eran seres humanos lo mismo que los conquistadores. Fray Pablo de Beaumont, español y franciscano de Querétaro, escribió en el último tercio de su siglo XVIII que la causa que los indios fueron tan maltratados por los españoles era la etimología de la palabra judíos. He's saying that the reason the Spaniards were kicking our ass was because they knew we were the real Jews. Porque antiguamente la J era una I latina y que la palabra judíos se escribía indios, meaning the N is upside down and the I is a J. Que con el transcurso del tiempo la U se volteó y convirtióse en la N y resulta indios, se decían los conquistadores indio vuelta la N de arriba a la abajo, quiere decir judío. Y podemos azotar los indios y exigirles todo el dinero que se pueda, porque son hermanos de los que crucificaron a Jesucristo. Según es la creencia que los españoles tenían los indios, es evidente que ellos no creyeron en que la Virgen María se apareció a Juan Diego. ¿Y see this? Según es la creencia que los españoles tenían de los indios, es evidente que ellos no creyeron en que la Virgen María se apareció a Juan Diego, because they called us native Jews. No virgin Christian would appear to us. Zumarraga apenas pudo en 2 años, 15 días, construir una ermita en Topeyec para su imagen. Temía la burla de los conquistadores que le dirían que no debían ayudar a la construcción de un templo que no tenía más fundamento que el cuento de un indio del Tolpectlac. Murió el inquisidor Zumarraga, impropiadamente llamado protector de los indios, en el año 1548 y no pudo madurar su impostadura tal como quería para levantar un sustucio templo, pero dejó que el encargado a sus ayudantes, los franciscanos, los frailes más adictos a María, quienes desde el siglo XIII defendieron y propagaron el dogma de la Inmaculada Concepción de la Virgen. You see this?
Okay. So now you guys are getting the understanding of where this origin comes from. Here we see that Zumarraga was the main character to give us that understanding of the Virgin Mary, la Virgen María. Supposedly she showed up to Juan Diego and shit, right? But here, these people are saying, like, man, we're not going to believe that. How can we believe that the Virgin Mary, who we believe in, came and expressed themselves to them and not us when they're the quote-unquote Jews that killed the Messiah? And then on top of that, it says on the bottom, it says que no tenía más fundamentos que el cuento de un indio de Tolpetlac murió en Inquisidor Zumarraga. So here at the end is basically saying that once Zumarraga died, once that indio couldn't prove nothing, the other priests were the ones that pushed this knowledge, so-called the Immaculate Conception. But let's continue. Let's continue.
So Zumarraga was the one that was trying to invent that Juan Diego really did see the Virgin Mary, and that's a lie. And the Spanish conquistadors didn't believe it because they called us Jews anyways. And here it says that when he died after 1548, that his followers continued that push because they created the Immaculate Conception. You see that, people? You see that, dumb Christians? The Immaculate Conception was created in 1300 AD by these idiots. And the only reason why you have a Virgin Mary is because they made it up. So now, Zumarraga is creating all of these things. At the same time, he's the one that's also saying, listen, you guys here, I'm going to show you something. Do you guys hear? Where are you at? This is from Lutheran newsletter written in 1903. Okay? Watch what he says. I'm just going to read this part here. 1903, all right? It says Dr. Francis Sortenborn relates to the following September 1, 1903, from the Lutheran Newsletter. The first Bible printed in Mexico in the Christian Advocate. The printing press came to Mexico in 1539, for in that year there was printed in Mexico in Spanish a brief compendium of Christian doctrine under the auspices of the famous Bishop Fray Juan de Zumarraga. That was just 81 years before the Mayflower brought the first pilgrim to the Plymouth Bay. From 1539 to 1810, when the immoral Hidalgo raised the cry of Mexican independence during the 221 years of Spanish rule and misrule in Mexico, Spain not only did not give Mexico a Bible, but sternly prohibited the publication of any part of the sacred scriptures in the language of the Mexican people. That prohibition is still in force with regards to the printing of the Bible in any of the Mexican languages that are speaking today, like there's a lot of dialects. The first edition of the Bible in Mexico was printed in Latin and in Spanish in Mexico City in 1831 through 1833. It appeared in 25 volumes with an atlas, cost over $200, which is about $10,000 now, so that it still remained prohibited book to the great majority of the people. See this, family? So now Zumarraga did everything in his power to what? Not print the Bible in our language. Oh, and what else did he do? What else did this demon do? I'm gonna show you what else did he do. Let me see this real quick. Where are you? Hold on. I don't like it when I do that. Check this out. I'm gonna have to open a bunch of these to know where it's at. Oh, here goes. So this Zumarraga was the one that created the Christian Compendium. This is also what he did, okay? It says, as land was stolen, page 16 of the Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids, as land was stolen from the natives, great famine ensued, heavy taxes were laid on the Indians, and those who failed to pay were tortured to death. Indians who refused to join the Catholic Church were worshipped, had their heads shaved, and forbidden to hold office or title in their villages. For failing to attend mass or for practicing any old rite, an Indian could receive 100 lashes. According to the Spaniards, Indians were supposed to know only the Our Father, Ave Maria, Credo, and the Ten Commandments. Reading and writing were considered as dangerous as the devil. In Spain, I'm sorry, no, actually, no, I don't want to read that because that can kind of go on for days on that. Hold on a second. Let me close this up. Why is that confirming something? Here, I'll show you why they confirm something real quick too. Because, where are you? Check this out. Look what Sagahun says in the Lost Tribes of Israel, page 7. Okay? Sagahun, who was a writer, further explained that he was forcibly deprived of the very valuable paintings representing the great temple with the cord by which it was surrounded, which he says was sent to Spain. It is very evident that everything in Mexico, calculated to draw attention to the ancient history of the country, more specifically, or especially if connected with religious recollections, was carefully removed from the notice immediately after the conquest. Pieces of sculpture were mutilated and buried. Paintings were burned. Temples and edifices, which from their size it was impossible to destroy, were suffered to fall into oblivion. Who was that? Zumarraga. He destroyed all of this stuff. And magnificent monuments of ancient arts, such as the Temple of Palenque and the Palace of Mictlan, were passed unnoticed by Spanish. Sagahun, when engaged in the compilation of his history, after it had been taken away from him and again restored, received 3 cautions. First, to write nothing to prove that the Hebrews had colonized the New World. Secondly, to be guarded in what he said of the devils having initiated or imitated, sorry. Is that it? I had it here. Give me a second. We read that. Okay. All right. So we covered that. So we understanding now who this Sumarraga bastard is. So he takes our history, destroys it, finds out who we are, gets rid of everything, right? Why hide it? Why not give us the scriptures? Are we that dangerous? Are we that dangerous? And then, if you guys recall, the book that I showed y'all, written in 1739, I believe, The New Voyage to Italy. Now, I'm kind of speeding up now. Because as we're losing our history, these people are claiming themselves to be Jews. But yet some man in the 1700s is saying that he went around Europe to find out who these people were that claimed themselves Jews, white and black, right? And he comes to find out and says, you know what? They can't prove a damn thing. Why is that? Well, because there's absolutely nothing that they can prove. There's no secret source. Like basically, like just laughing in their face. Let's see if I can get it. Here goes right here. So he's going to saying this also vulgar error that the Jews were all black, for this is only true to the Portuguese Jews, who remain always among one another, beget children like themselves, because the other Jews were light skinned or white or white. But again, in this book, he's saying like none of these guys can prove who they are, but they're claiming to be now the Jews. You see how times are starting to kind of. Now I'm moving forward. Remember 1492, 1500. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of taking you a little bit fast. So now let's go back to the scriptures real quick. And forgive me, family. I'm just trying to really put all this stuff together for y'all. Hopefully you can, I know it's a long class, but hopefully you can take time and take notes as you go back to this. Jeremiah 10:7. Who would not honor you? All the kings of the nation? You deserve to be honored. There is no one like you among all the wise men of the nations and among any of their kings. All of them are stupid and... I'm sorry. No, wait, hold on. I don't like reading it that way because I'm not used to it. So let me go back. Jeremiah 10:7 says, who would not fear thee, O kings of nations? For to thee doeth it pertain, for as much as among all the wise men of the nations and in all their kingdom there is none like unto thee. But they are altogether brutish and foolish. The stock is a doctrine of vanities. Silver spread into plates is brought from Tarshish, and gold from Euphaz. The work of the workmen and of the hands of the founders. Blue and purple is their clothing. They are all work of cunning men. Verse 10, but the Lord is the true God. He is the living God. He is an everlasting King. At his wrath the earth shall tremble, and the nations shall not be able to abide in indignation. This brutish nation is exposing themselves. We know. Why did I put it here at this time? You know what? Yeah, I know why. You see, family, I read to you guys, right? I was telling you about the new voyage to Italy. And Albie was saying that these guys cannot prove a damn thing as to who they are, right? They claim to be the Jews, but they're not. This was back in Europe. Now he says that these people that are coming from Tarshish, right? Of the hands of the founders, blue and purple is their clothing. They're all the work of the cunning men. They're brutish and foolish. I'm going to show you something real quick. Maybe there's a reason why I left it here. Who's blue? Blue, correct? Silver spread into plates is brought from Tarshish, and gold from Euphaz. That's how they have their holiday, so-called. The work of the workmen and all of their hands of the founders. Blue and purple is their clothing. They're all the work of the cunning men. Who's bringing you this fake doctrine? Trying to tell you that we came around Africa. Huh? Blue and purple. Blue and purple. blue, and purple. Blue and purple from Tarshish. We know Tarshish was in Europe. We know that, right? All right, so now we get the migration. We kind of see who we were here, keeping certain laws. We also see Sumarraga did everything in his power to get rid of our history. We also know that some people have been claiming to be us for quite some time. It's been going on for some time. Now, me, way I look at this, man, when I like looking at, it's hard to put all of this together in one class, so I'm doing my best. It's like I'm trying to like, man, if I could just show you guys a movie, like, it'd be pretty sick. Anyways, Daniel 11 and 12. This has never happened to no other nation. Nobody's been trying to take away what belongs to you for so long. Oh, I'm sorry, 12 and 11. 12, 11? Oh my God, hold on a second. Give me a second, family. Hey, brother Rayak, if you're there, bro, can you tell me what the scripture talks about? Is it Daniel 11? My Daniel 11? Oh man, can't remember. Shoot. Regarding that, this didn't happen to no other nation but Israel. Anyways, I'll get back to it. Okay, so if you guys can remember that, man, I would appreciate it. This is Daniel 11:9 or something like that. But why are these things occurring? Why did they occur in such a heavy point? Like historically, like you see your history, like, oh, that's heavy. It's pretty heavy to see us migrating from there to here, and then all of a sudden not knowing where we're from. All we knew was that we were natives. That's it. And you know what I mean? The white man came. We didn't know any better. So why were we punished? Deuteronomy 28, 29, 24. Even all nations shall say, wherefore had the Lord done this thus unto this land? What meaneth the heat of his great anger? So a lot of us have asked ourselves, man, why did this happen to us though? You know what I'm saying? Why? Verse 25, then men shall say, because they have forsaken the covenant of the Lord, of God, of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them forth out of the land. That is why this has occurred. Why do you think it's not an easy, how can I say this? Like if you're a father, you know, like you're responsible for your family, for your children, and you know, situations are tough. Some of us have dealt with addiction. You guys know about, you know, the ism that I dealt with, and I used to ask myself, why me? You know, like, why me, man? Like, what did I do? You know what I'm saying? I don't understand what was so bad, because you know, I've seen some really bad stuff, and I know our gente went through a lot of bad stuff. Daniel, I'm sorry, I found it, by the way, family. So it's like we ask ourselves. That's why the scripture says, by Ecclesiastes, oppression makes a wise man mad, and gift destroyed the heart. A lot of us feel that way because we've been through some shit, man. Daniel 9:12, and he hath confirmed his words which he spake against us and against our judges that judges us, by bringing upon us a great evil. For under the whole heaven had not been done as had been done upon Jerusalem, our people. It hasn't. You take our land, you take our heritage, you take our customs, you still live here. Now you're calling yourselves what we are. And nobody gives a damn. Nobody calls that shit racism. Not at all. No, matter of fact, thank you, brother. I got you. My shit got banned for that. Deuteronomy 29, 26, 29, 26. For they went and served other gods and worshiped them, gods whom they knew not, and whom he had not given unto them. So see, and get this out. This is a funny part, because Deuteronomy 28:36 said this, okay? It says that the Lord shall bring thee and thy kings, which thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. We didn't know the white man or the black man, but the white man and the black man knew each other. So how the hell are you part of this book? Daniel 4:13. And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even the 10 commandments as he wrote them upon the 2 tables of stone. That's why all of this is still happening. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go over to possess it. Remember, 2nd Ezra, that we might go to another land where never mankind dwelt, so we could keep the commandments of our Father. But did we do it? No. But again, I hate to say it, a just man falls 7 times. Doesn't make it right. Not scripturally, we're here now, we're experiencing these particular invaders. What did the Bible say about that? Deuteronomy 28:49. He said, the Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. Now, don't be a fool. Don't be ignorant. We know that black and white folks came together to conquer these lands. We know that for a fact. So now let's tackle another fact with these BHIs claiming that they're the people of the book. Well, en contraire, mon frère, because you say you knew the white man before you came here. Deuteronomy 28:64, and the Lord shall scatter thee among all people. We know now that we've been scattered all over this world. I know that for a fact. From one end of the earth even unto another. And there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. However, we have historical proof that we had black fathers here with the white man. That there were black popes as well. Black people pushing Christianity in Europe. Dark-skinned people, so to speak. Scriptures say you would not know these people. The scriptures say that which neither now that thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. Verse 36 says the same exact thing. It says, and the Lord shall bring thee and thy kings which thou set over thee unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, and there thou shalt serve other gods, wood and stone. You had black popes in 300 AD. Let me give you another one. Deuteronomy 28:27. And the Lord shall smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emerods, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou cannot be healed. That happened to us for sure. And who gave us smallpox? You guys remember? I brought the book out. You think I'm lying? Look, even though a black man says that they were here first. They brought the smallpox with them. Now, we were taught that they didn't bring it. We were taught that the white people did it. Listen, I know I don't have a lot of likes right now, and I don't expect to get much likes, quite frankly. This channel doesn't seem to get a lot of likes. And I know because it offends a lot of you. I've showed you guys many pictures on smallpox. I already know. Let's continue.
Ocurre un fenómeno. Se descubre América. Los primeros esclavos que van al Nuevo Mundo son blancos. Sí, señor, blancos. Y los primeros negros que van al Nuevo Mundo son esos que tenían ya 50 años o más de presencia renovada y que eran negros ladinos y preparados militarmente para la conquista. En la capitulación de Toledo, que firma Francisco Pizarro en Toledo con la reina Juana, en el 29º, otro sí, pide 50 esclavos, entre los cuales debe haber un tercio de hembras, y se aprobó. Esos eran negros ladinos. Y estos
negros ladinos
ayudaron a la conquista y recibieron los mismos honores o los mismos castigos cuando los indios vencieron que los españoles. Pero los primeros esclavos fueron blancos, porque la esclavitud no reconocía color hasta esa época. Y la prueba está que en el siglo XIII, cuando Alfonso X el Sabio redacta las 7 partidas, en una de ellas, tomando quizá algo del Código Justiniano, dice que no es de natura esclavizar a otro hombre. Entonces la esclavitud casi estaba abolida. Revive con el descubrimiento de América y sin noción de lo que iba a hacer esto se mandan blancos. Ahora, no vamos a decir que los blancos llegaron encadenados. Se mandaban a los blancos por castigos, se sacaban de las cárceles, porque estaban en la inopia iban en una forma de contratos temporales que ellos mismos pudieran manumitirse.
I told you. Now, remember I did the class the other day, and I told you guys about that Aion. He was a Sephardic, right? We have already made the mention. This was from the Jew and the Moors in the British America. We have already made mention of South Carolina's very early Sephardic and Moorish history. In 1526, Lucas Vasquez de Ayllón, a prominent settler and sugar grower in Hispaniola, sent an expedition to the North Atlantic coast. The colony of 500 settlers, including Ayllón, landed somewhere in North Carolina. Met with several disasters. We would argue that these settlers were very likely Sephardim and Moors. Okay? Remember that? Okay. So this is from America's gift to Africa's gift to America. Here he is, right here. I don't know what that is. I think page 39 or some shit. However, it is safe to assume that there were other Negroes in that expedition, as there is abundant evidence of their being with later Spanish explorers as de Aviles, 1523, Hernando de Soto, Narvaez, de Ayllón, Coronado, Tristan de Luna, and Menendez. In 1520, Ayllón, party of 500, mostly Negroes and a few women, landed in St. Helena in the Carolinas and started northward till they reached the mouth of James River, Virginia. See that? But the colony was a failure because the Negroes revolted. Justin Windsor, in his narrative and critical history of America, says Ayllón began the settlement of San Miguel, where the English in the next century founded Jamestown. The Negro slaves first introduced here did the heaviest portion of the toil. Cruelly oppressed, they revolted. Such were the stormy beginnings of the Spanish rule in Virginia. Interesting enough, Ayllón was an African. See? Lucas de Ayllón, Vasquez de Ayllón, failure of the first colonization attempt to America. Another conquistador and explorer from the Iberian Peninsula that had more impact of introducing persons of African Latino descent, persons in the New World, was Lucas Vasquez de Ayllón. De Ayllón was the son of a judge, Juan de Ayllón, who, as the head of a rich and prosperous family, born in the Spanish province of Segovia, raised as a son of a judge, de Ayllón, Lucas was educated in the University of Salamanca. Told you. This was a Sephardic Jew. Sephardic Jew. That's what he is. That's what he is. What you want me to tell you? It's pretty sad, huh? Pretty sad. I'm going to read this from the book of Enoch real quick. Chapter 79, verse 8 through 10. And I'm going to jump to letter of Jeremiah. I just want to read something for you. The thoughts of those who dwell in the earth shall transgress within them, and they shall be perverted in all their ways. They shall transgress and think themselves gods, while evil shall be multiplied among them. And a punishment shall come upon them, so that all of them shall be destroyed. And isn't that what we're getting right now? That's what we're hearing right now. You're gods. We're gods. We're the gods of the earth. Isn't that what these guys say? They're gods of the earth. That's what they say. I'm not saying it. They say it. That's what they say. Sorry. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Again, I'm using different mics. Forget the echo in case it's too hard. Let me know. But I'm going to show you something that I've been trying to kind of hold back for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to show y'all, bro. I'm going to show y'all real quick. Because it is what it is, bro. These are facts. These are facts. You know what I'm saying? And you can't deny it. Now, I said this about, I don't know, man. I must have said this like 8, 10 months ago. A brother shared this with me. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for still sticking. Thank you for still staying in touch with me, even though I don't know why we stopped talking. But anyways, so I want to show you this real quick, in case y'all don't know what's going on in the hood, in the neighborhood. I said 10 months ago that the first camp that's going to fall apart is going to be Sakari. That's the first camp that's going to fall apart. Isaiah chapter 50. Man, shut up. Now, I'm not looking for people to fail, especially if you're my gente. But I'm gonna tell you something right now. I'm gonna call y'all out when I know that you're wicked as fuck. So we got this young man right here, and he says, Hassad is no longer with Sakari, nothing but love. Like I said, Sakari was the first one to fall apart. I said it about a year ago, 10 months, 8 months, something like that. I said, the first camp you're gonna see fall apart, it's gonna be them right here. And we're starting to see it right now. Wow, what the fuck's going on? Can't wait to see the video start. Oh my God, I hope these brothers are good. I love the content. And then, you know, all we were real, he's like, good. Let the Masonic One West garbage die out. This is the end of the 12 tribe chart. That's for real, bro. Hold on.
That's right.
Get your Canaanite ass out of here, bro. Y'all don't know anything about this book. This beautiful, wonderful, gorgeous book that we got. Hey, here he goes again. Deacon in the sidelight class, plus Deacon steps down from Sakari. Is this a joke? Maybe, I don't know. But it says here, let me see, let me magnify it. It says nothing, yeah, I don't know what the fuck that means. Anyways, a lot of males are not acting like men when they flat out refuse a correction of not breaking the 9th commandment. I'm gonna have to look at it. Then he says he looks sad because now vocab is gonna map to him. So apparently, like I said before, the first camp that's going to fall was going to be Sakari. I said that. Maybe y'all don't believe me. Well, maybe you'll start believing me now. Anyhow. Let me get that out the way, and then one more thing, and I think that's it. Oh, yes. This shit right here. You see, this is what bothers me about you dumb fucking Canaanites, bro. That's why I come at you so hard, man, because you know what? Y'all come at us so hard, and for a while, you know what I mean? Like, we kind of listen to our parents, like, no digas nada, güey, no le digas nada, nomás no te pelees. But nah, I'm contrary, mon frère. We're going to smash that African dumbass shit that you bring up over here all the time, thinking you're entitled to say some shit and insult everybody. And all of a sudden, when we say something to y'all, now you get offended. Look at the old, I'm going to use your Negro word, the audacity. Now she's trying to say that Hispanics own black slaves. I got too much documentation to destroy this stupid ass Canaanite right here. And you know what? I don't care if she's a female. Whoever's offended, please do me a favor. Show up to my channel. Come and defend her. Be a Captain Save-A-Ho. Because you want to know something, man? A lot of us are sick of this shit. Look, you just listen to her stupidity. But again, guess what? It's the dreads, you know, all of that dirty shit because you don't wash your head that don't make you think straight. Let's go.
And Mexican people, y'all can bring y'all ass here. Yay, slick. It's your turn. Did y'all know that Mexicans owned enslaved Africans for some 300 years? And in fact, it helped build up over 65% of what we know Mexico to be today. It helped build up their entire economy. Before I get into it, y'all, this is my only TikTok. It is at Kim Possible. I also have an Instagram and a YouTube that's in my bio. Please give me a follow.
Hey, do me a favor. If anybody can get close to her head and smell it and let me know if it smells clean. Shut.
But without further ado, let's get into it real quick. From the early 1520s to the very end of the Mexican War of Independence in 1810, Mexico imported some 255,000 Africans just to solely rebuild their economy and also their population. Now, before this was even called Mexico, this was the land of the Aztecs. We all know the Mayans and the Aztecs. The Incas was, I believe, South America, but Mexico was Mayans and Aztecs. That was that land. Their population declined tremendously once the white people in Spain came over with smallpox. It went from 27 million people to just 1 million people in under 10 years. So Spain, being the colonizers that they are, thought it'd be best to bring Africans to replace this population and to rebuild this economy and rebuild this country. So I'm going to go into deeper detail into this in my YouTube and my Instagram. It's probably going to be a two-part series because I want to go into deeper detail of the facts and things like that, statistics. But in the meantime, give me a follow up on my YouTube and my Instagram, which is in my bio. In the meantime, I'll see you later. Also, y'all, I'm sorry I haven't posted much. I'm in the middle of a move down south, so things are hectic, but I'm back now and consistent.
And Ham, hold on. Dear Jesus, why do you let people like this talk for you guys? Honestly, why the hell do you do that? Hey, Native Israelite Nation, listen, bro. It's not even worth answering to this shit because I'm literally looking for the video right now that I was gonna show earlier to like just smash the shit out of her. Let me see if I can find it. Because I'm just gonna go over a bunch of little topics about. She mentioned smallpox, and then you know what, bro? You done, diddy done. You see, let me say something. Matter of fact, I got a video about one boxer from Mexico, and they're asking him like, "Hey, you know what I mean? Like, do you ever not put deodorant on? You know what I'm saying? So you can win a fight?" And he says, "Nah, I don't do that." But he goes,
any Arab nation in Hindu or anything
and shit, because maybe
So where
smell or some shit. I don't know.
the soldiers and sailors,
I don't shower. You don't. You can't shower.
their bodies,
Because you know what I'm saying? Like you said it yourselves, you're so greasy and shit. You get too dry. So now you're trying to tell me that we brought smallpox over here. I'm gonna embarrass
an
your
effective
black
agent
ass so
that
fucking
typically-
funny. Listen, I love to embarrass people like this because I just love it. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, man, I'm not gonna stop fighting until I pass away. Until I pass away. So we got Negroes saying that we the ones that brought smallpox, right? Okay, sounds good. Hey, we almost done, family. Look, I only got about maybe 20 minutes of this shit, so I can smash that stupid ass. And in case some FBAs or Red Supreme or some dumbass Tariq Nasheed wants to come, listen. I already called everybody out. Nobody wants to hit this channel. I don't know why. I'm not that smart. I'm pretty stupid. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Mexican. You guys assume that we're not smart. Just come over and debate me. I don't know why it's so complicated. Shit, man. You say you're so smart. You say you're so superior. Okay, so I'm going to show you who brought smallpox. Negro. you are what we call a virus. Let's define the definition of virus. Virus meaning. So it says an effective agent that typically consists of a nucleic acid molecule in a protein and is able to multiply only within the living cells of a host. An infection or disease caused by a virus, a harmful or corruption influence. A piece of code that is capable of coding itself and typically has been a detrimental effect, such as corrupting the system or destroying the data, meaning what? That they will mimic, copy, create Christianity, bring their stupid fucking white Christmas again, and then corrupt your ass to satanic shit. And then guess what? The stranger that is above thee, the stranger within thee should get above you very high. But no, you guys are the ones that are illegals here. I mean, come on, bro. I'm lying. That's not true. Not true.
There was a
My folks ain't moving over there. Technically, they are. I'm gonna cut it soon because I'm gonna show this to y'all, and then we're going to start tomorrow in the morning class. Okay? Because it's at 7 p.m., so I want to rest. So I want to share this with y'all. Plus, the camera's dying. Perfect timing. I want to share this with you guys. Okay? So check this out. Personally, I've never heard of wobbles disappearing because of smallpox. Now, I do know that smallpox, that we got it because of Africans. Yeah, smallpox was here. The white man brought it. The black man carried it. So here we see smallpox. 16th century Mexican drawing of smallpox, the disease that destroyed the empire by crippling the defenders of Tenochtitlan in battle against Cortés and his native allies. An epidemic broke out, a sickness of pustules, right? As you can see, dominated by smallpox, 2 men lie, dying, or dead. Their bodies spotted with pustules. Now, remember what she said. I'm going to play it again because I don't want this to be forgiven. No, I don't want y'all to forget this. I want you to know how they think and what they assume and the fucking lies that they're making up. Now they're saying that we brought smallpox to these dirty ass Africans, bro. You know what I'm saying? And we're the ones that died from this shit. Our gente died from this. Now they're saying, oh, it was us that got them all. See, Cootie Mail, bro. Like, man, I hope that I may be like 15 years older than you, but I could still whoop your ass. See, that's the thing about people. They think that I'm kind of like I don't know my shit. Y'all don't know who I train with. Let's go.
And Mexican people, y'all can bring y'all ass here. You ain't slave.
We're here.
Did y'all know that Mexicans owned enslaved Africans for some 300 years? And in fact, it helped build up over 65% of what we know Mexico to be today. It helped build up their entire economy. Before I get into it, y'all, this is my only TikTok. It is at Kim Possible. I also have an Instagram and a YouTube that's in my bio. Please give me a follow. But without further ado, let's get into it real quick. From the early 1520s to the very end of the Mexican War of Independence in 1810, Mexico imported some 255,000 Africans just to solely rebuild their economy and also their population. Now, before this was even called Mexico, this was the land of the Aztecs. We all know the Mayans and the Aztecs. The Incas was, I believe, South America, but Mexico was Mayans and Aztecs.
Oh, and by the way, if you guys don't know me on TikTok, that's me right here. That's me right there. And you know what? I posted more than this. The baby, you smelly African. And you know, they took up a bunch of stuff that I was saying about smallpox and all that stuff. Because, you know, black people, man, y'all don't like the truth, bro. You always criticize white folks and say, like, they're not honest. No, you Negroes are not honest, bro. You guys come out hard and shit. You want to speak tough and all. But when it comes to, like, I'm going to tell you the truth, you know, you stink or you're lazy or, you know, you just try to steal culture. Because you guys like to talk like that. Like, for example, you guys want to say culture vulture, right? Okay, who has fake hair? Who has fake nails? Who has fake eyelashes? Who puts makeup on and they don't suit you? Who is the culture vulture? Who puts nails on? None of that is from fucking Africa. Again, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just giving you the fire that you've given us. Let's continue.
That was that land. Their population declined tremendously once the white people in Spain came over with smallpox. It went from 27 million people to just 1 million people in under 10 years. So Spain, being the colonizers that they are, thought it'd be best to bring Africans.
I'm glad you guys didn't hear none of this, but you know what? I'm going to say it again. I'm so surprised that these people are talking on this because I'm going to tell you something right now. And me personally, I shower at least twice a day, sometimes 3. Matter of fact, sometimes I shower just to feel fresh, not because I'm dirty. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, how can we give you smallpox if you're the dirty ones? How can we be the dirty ones when Europeans were making your dirty people enslave your asses to come sell you? Because if they went into the jungles, they would die of disease. Now you want to blame us for your filthiness. And you call that shit racist. Please. Hey, FBA, Tyreek, Red Supreme, Any day. Y'all pick on other people that don't know the Bible, don't know history, don't know really about who they are. Why don't you come and pick on me? Come and pick on this channel, and I'll put you in your place. Stinking bastards.
To replace this population and to rebuild this economy and rebuild this country. So I'm going to go into deeper detail into this in my YouTube and my Instagram. It's probably going to be a 2-part series because I want to go into deeper detail of the facts and things like that, statistics. But in the meantime, give me a follow.
With statistics, because after I posted a bunch of shit, you erased my comments. Because you know what? I post stuff now that TikTok doesn't delete, and they erased everything but this right here. Debate me, you smelly African. You want to know why she left that there? So that she could say, you see how racist they are? But yet you don't realize that you're using eugenics, the same teaching, the same concept that the white man told us. Like, for example, in case your black guys don't know, there was such a thing as a 1917 fumigation. You know, Carmelita Torres, the one that actually stood up and did not get off the train no more. You know, the shit that you guys stole. That happened to us. Yet we shower all the time. How come white people didn't fumigate your stinking asses? Listen, you want to use fire? I'm using your techniques. I'm talking the same way you're talking. And you see how it sounds? You see how horrible that shit is? You see how offensive it could turn into? I'm just using your tactics. That's what I'm doing. You called us, what do you call? You called us conquistadors? Because like she said, the conquistadors brought disease. You called us white people. And like she said, or like every black man or black woman says, white people are dirty. They're rapists. They're murderers. Don't they say that? So when they say that to you in a subtle manner, they're calling you Neanderthals. Like fucking monkeys, basically. Now, if you ever use that term with them, they get all offended. But they can call you Neanderthals all day. How the fuck does that work? Let me know. Because America, I'm confused. I'm very confused. But you know what? Let me remind you about your smallpox stinking ass. Smallpox again, right? Check this out. It says here. These are different books. I'm not going to name them just for the sake of time. It was smallpox. It had been, plus I've shared them in other classes. It was smallpox. It had been speculated that the malady came with Spaniards shipwrecked in the Yucatan coast in 511 and with the soldiers and sailors of Hernan Cortez de Cordova. Right? These smallpox were brought by somebody. I'll show you who. With the men of Narvaez had come a black man suffering from smallpox. And he, the black man, or the black guy, or the African, infected the household of Sempoala where he was quartered. And it spread from one Indian to another, and they, being so numerous and living together, quickly affected the whole country. The Mexicans had never seen smallpox before and did not have the European meager knowledge of how to deal with it. Okay, so where's the Negro at? Now she's saying that we brought smallpox, but it says here that no, what is she going to say? That the Mexicans were black? The old soldier chronicler, Bernal Diaz del Castillo, called the Negro a very black dose, for it was because of him that the whole country of Mexico, Mexicas, was stricken with a great many deaths. Probably several diseases were at work shortly after the retreat of Tenochtitlan, because Bernal Diaz, immune to smallpox like most of the Spaniards, very sick with fever and was vomiting blood. Hey, let me read that again. Let's kind of break this down a little bit. Probably several diseases were at work, not just smallpox. Remember, these diseases came from Africa.
Hey, I'm gonna say this right now, and some brother told me like, don't sweat it, bro. But you know what, bro? I don't sweat it like it matters to me. But I love the fact that when I say some rough shit, man, people disappear. Don't watch this channel if you're trying to get entertained. Watch this channel because you want to be corrected. That's what I say. If you want to get corrected, come see this channel. Probably several diseases were at work shortly after the retreat from Tenochtitlan or Tenochtitlan. Bernard Diaz, immune to smallpox. Bernal Diaz was a European, possibly Swati. He's like most of the Spaniards. Was very sick with fever and was vomiting, but vomiting blood. That don't mean he was going to die, though. The access sources mentioned the racking cough of those who had smallpox, which suggested a respiratory complication such as the pneumonia or a streptococcal infection, both common among smallpox victims. Who brought smallpox? So much for your Sabbaths, you Friday and Saturday keepers. Look at this, man. Let's take a smallpox again. I'm just kind of pointing some stuff out. Esteban Cico was undoubtedly not the only black slave to have come along on this expedition. You see, your stories didn't start in 1619, so stop it. Yeah, we're conquistadors too. It's okay. We know now. We know now. And then you're going to get it now. Indeed, we know that the fact that when Narvaez had gone to Mexico, that's why we understand why jails the way they are structured, why Raza does what they do. The spirit bears witness. And what's happening in there is going to happen again outside of them. I'm just giving you a heads up. A number of black servants had accompanied his army. Ooh, a number of black servants, not slaves, had accompanied his army. One of them, Narvaez, personal slave. Narvaez was black, by the way, was later said by chroniclers to have been the man who introduced smallpox into Mexico. Black servants. Bernal Diaz. I'll put this out another time, this book. Bernal Diaz tells of another Negro in Narvaez's Mexican expeditionary force, a jester named Guidela, who went over to Cortez along the side along with most of the white troops. And it's one doubts whether he was rewarded for this gesture. Most of his white troops. You see that? There was black troops, and there was black servants, and there was Narvaez, and most of his white troops, which means Narvaez was what? Not black. The English would later transform his name into Maroons. You see, family? Watch this. He was rewarded for his gesture with his freedom. One does not hear of black slaves in the New World obtaining their freedom within organized society during this period. The only perceptible quantity of free blacks were runaways. The cimarrones, so-called something, because they tended to live in rebellious bands and fastness of mountainous cimas in Spanish. The English would later transform his name into Maroons, Moors. Interesting, huh? Just from, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Mexican pyramids, Mexican mysteries of Mexican pyramids. The individuals were torn from their families to work as slaves in gold and silver mines, branded on their faces each time they exchanged masters. The prettier women were raped and infected with with pox, smallpox, leprosy, and all manner of plague. By 1545, in Tlaxcala alone, 250,000 Indians had died at the plague. I think it's the same book here. Smallpox was recorded to have appeared in the islands of Hispaniola in November or December 1518. Who brought smallpox? Africans. So you guys were here prior to 1619, which is why you don't want to share that, because it was white, mostly black, or Swati that did a lot of this shit. See, that's what I'm saying, family. Black people don't want to admit that they were actually the conquering, because if they were the conquering nation, then that means they're not the people of the Bible. Then that means that they're going to get their ass kicked at the end. And that's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of Africans. Enjoy your football, your baseball, your basketball. Enjoy it. Hey, listen, guys.
If you're a loser and you're an African American, if you're a loser and you're an Anglo, you're a two-time loser, because this is your world. You're supposed to have it good. You came here to destroy us. You came with the diseases that the Bible said would be sent to the people of Israel. According,
Who are you?
there are, well, they really should know. Canaan, tell me who you are, damn demon. During Hernan Cortez conquest of Mexico, an expedition led by Panfilo de Narvaez, which is black, African, landed in April 23, 1520. You see, this was a black conquistador. Panfilo de Narvaez was a black conquistador in 1520, not 1619. Yeah, Negroes were not. Oh, I didn't. Okay, all right. So we got the idiot over here. He's back. Dr. J. Smith, PH, fake ass PH and shit. Listen, I've asked you many times to come click the link, and you are too afraid. And I don't understand what you're saying. Like Frank Cherry, I don't teach this fucking One West doctrine. I don't understand that. But you don't tell us what you teach. You come in here in a lot of different angles and shit, and you don't even say like, "Well, I'm a Christian," or "I'm a BHI," or I don't fucking know what the hell you're Dr. J. Nobody calls himself Dr. J. Smithers, PhD, on YouTube. Like, who does that? Only an idiot. Man, you must have really small brain. But do me a favor, hit the link, and we can talk about it today. Like, listen, there ain't nobody watching, bro. You're not gonna be embarrassed today. Look, there's only 2 people. You know what I'm saying? There's only 2 people, bro. Hit the link. Let's see what you got. Maybe you may actually be saying something. Let's continue, bro. No, shut your asses up. And now you want to run from your history. Now you want to say that you're the people of the Bible because the first narrative didn't work. Near what is today the city of Veracruz, according to several Spanish accounts, the force included an African slave named Francisco Eguia or Baguia, who had smallpox. Other reports say that the carriers were Cuban and Indians whom Narvaez had brought as auxiliaries. Sure, yeah. Or how would they get it? In any case, someone brought the virus and infected the hemisphere. Right? See this family? It took 2 people. The white man and the Negro. You're going to have to live with that shit, Negroes. But Valiente and Garrido, black conquistadors, differed was primarily in the timing of their arrival in the New World. Garrido's early arrival meant that he participated in the major Caribbean and Mexican conquest. Garrido was a black conquistador. A generation later, Valiente reached Mexico and Peru right after the initial phases of conquest, and thus ended up fighting in more peripheral regions. This is why they beat us, family. I mean, obviously, our people turned against us too. And then you had a lot of dirty-ass Africans. It's just a fact. In 1519, Juan Garrido, African, joined the Cortez expedition to the mainland. And in 1520, African was one of the founding residents of Mexico City, an African. Garrido later wrote to his king that he was the first to have inspiration to sow wheat here in New Spain, meaning to get laid. And to see it if it took. And to see if it took, I did this and experimented at my own expense. Another first attributed to an African in Mexico was the bringing of smallpox to the mainland. Francisco de Iguia, one of the black slaves on the Narvaez expedition in 1520, allegedly died of the disease soon after landing in Mexican coast. Unlike later expeditions, Africans did not participate in the conquest of Mexico in the hundreds, for as Bernal Diaz observed, at that time blacks and horses were worth their weight in gold. Garrido and Iguia were. See? Make it make sense. Conquest and pestilence continues. You see? Who infected us, family? Now, why are you afraid to say this? Oh, is it okay for you to say the white man did this? But it's racist to say that the black man brought smallpox? They did. We have the books. Black people, West Africans, you that are mostly here, it was you guys that brought smallpox, not the white man. Because the white man, when he went to Africa, he died of that shit. I wonder who was the dirty ones. Because, you know, they say some of y'all were dirty, right? Was it the white or the black ones? Who were the dirty ones? Now, I know some of y'all stink. You decide what nation stinks the most. Because we can smell you from a distance. Even the book says it in our historical facts. Oh, by the way, I don't know why I got the message down there that says something about Christmas, huh? That's stupid. We're not talking about Christmas. By the way, we're spending, yeah. Anyway, that's another story. Had there been no epidemic, the Aztecs, their war-making potential, unimpaired, and their warriors fired with victory, could have persuaded the Spaniards, and Cortez might have ended his life spread-eagled beneath the obsidian blade of a priest of Huitzilopochtli. Clearly, the epidemic sapped the endurance of Tenochtitlan. See this, family? Your history is in here. But it's not up to us to give it to you. It's up to you to reach for it. To reach for it. This is yours right here. Look at this. The plague seemed to have been an epidemic of smallpox, which was previously unknown among the Indians. So we now know that other term, that, oh, the Indian brought it. No, we didn't even know that. What if its victims were the new king himself? Shortly afterwards, the Spaniards reappeared. They had rebuilt their army in Tlaxcala and marched in Tlacopan by the way of Texcoco. So we now know and see that it was because of the smallpox that they really destroyed us. Now, here's the interesting part. The Africans bring smallpox. The white man helps them to bring smallpox, right? And then, to top it all off, check this out. Hold on. Where you at? To top it all off, here's how they turned it around on you. Many Anglo-Texans also viewed Mexican migrant workers as unhealthy, unsanitary, and susceptible to communicable diseases. The press often reported cases of smallpox among the Mexican migrants. Why is it okay to say that? But if you say Negroes brought smallpox and all kinds of diseases, that's not okay. This is made up. The other ones are facts. You're good at saying we are disease. White American population with everything from smallpox and meningitis. It says here that millions of citizens out of jobs, this is what you would say, that we took their jobs, right? And we're in breadlines, that we lowered the country's morale, the country's living standards, and infected white people with smallpox, meningitis, typhoid, venereal diseases. This is from American Holocaust. A real Holocaust. Not that fake ass wannabe Israeli Holocaust that's not real. And even if it was 6 million, it's stupid to compare it. Most people had never been. Oh, watch this here. This is the question. So which one are you guys? The Africans or the Europeans? Or both of you? Along with the stench and repulsive appearance of the openly displayed dead human and animal alike, a modern visitor to a European city in this area would be repelled by the appearance and the vile aromas given off by the living as well. Most people had never bathed. Most people never bathed, not once in an entire lifetime. Almost everyone had his or her brush with smallpox and other deforming diseases that left survivors partially blind, pockmarked, or crippled, while it was the norm for men and women to have bad breath from the rotting teeth and the constant stomach disorder, which can be documented by many sources. While superior ulcers, eczema, scabs, this is who? Europe. It's them. This is how they lived. Which one? I don't know. But y'all were some dirty ass people. Same book. Spain that Christopher Columbus and his crew left behind just before dawn of August 3, 1492. As they sailed from the fort from Palos and out of the Atlantic, was for the most of its people a land of violence, squalor, treachery, and intolerance. In this respect, Spain was no different from the rest of Europe. Epidemic outbreaks of plague and smallpox, along with routine attacks of measles, influenza, diphtheria, typhoid fever, and more, frequently swept Europe's cities and towns clean to 10 to 20% of their population at a single stroke. As late as mid-7th centuries, more than 80,000 Londoners, 1 out of every 6 residents in the city, died from the plague in a matter of months. Well, as they were killing us, I wonder why. That's how they did to y'all. Even to this day, look. Audio way. See that? This is what they do to you, family. They make jokes out of y'all, man. You guys are like Mexican sardines, bro. The ship's doctor began administering smallpox vaccinations to deportees. Soon after leaving Port Isabella, the ship's doctors began administering smallpox vaccinations to deportees. Officials sometimes stamped meal tickets as proof of vaccination. So they would vaccinate you and pack you in like a sardine and say, get the fuck out of here, Bina. Since at least as early as 1763, when Lord Jeffrey Armstrong ordered smallpox-infected blankets distributed to the Ottawas. Remember, keep in mind that we have Freemasonry and that we have actually black people in 1763 going around preaching 1766 Constitution. Now, keep in mind, this is very interesting because the Ottawas, right? This is in the early of 1763. This is when Florida became part of the 13 colonies. I wonder how they did that. Did they give the natives smallpox? Man, you people are evil, bro. Black and white, both of you guys are evil. And you're doing the same. I mean, I know you want to say you're not. I know you are. You are. Definitely you are. Oh, definitely. Damn well you are. So now, check this out. Listen to this.
Spanish explorer who went down the Amazon River system in 1541 to 1542. He was the first European to cross the entire length of South America from west to east along the Amazon. He reported seeing incredible cities, advanced arts and crafts, millions of people, a thriving culture. And 100 years later, when other Europeans got into the Amazon, they couldn't find these cities. So they said, oh, Francisco Orellana, that was his name, made it all up. It was just a fantasy. And then in the last decade, as the clearances of the Amazon have proceeded, we've begun to see the traces of those cities. What happened was that the Spaniards brought smallpox into the Amazon. Smallpox.
That the Africans, that the Negroes of the Americas, the Negroes in Central South, Africans, yeah, you guys with woolly hair, you guys that say you're wobble, you say you're from here, you brought the smallpox to our people. And it was because of that that we ended up losing. Well, obviously because of Most High. As you can see why you get mad in boxing. You just can't explain it. These guys got no muscles and they kick our ass. Y'all are a joke.
Devastated the local population because there was no immunity to it. There was a massive die-off. The cities were deserted. Within 50 years, they were completely overgrown by the jungle, and that's why they were not seen by the explorers who came in 100 years later. But now the jungle's being cleared, those cities are emerging, and we can say that...
So then now, here's a question to you, Wobbles. You think the white man would have been okay with you being decimated? And if it was you that we took the land, the name from, why are we now the illegals and you guys are not? You see how stupid it is? Even your arguments are dumb. Man, I don't even know if Ebonics would have been right to use. You know what it could have been? What you guys should have done is use medication to treat bipolarism, schizophrenia, and pretender syndrome. That's what it needed. But anyways, the reason I'm sharing this with you guys, families, because I'm about to finish. I want to show you this real quick because tomorrow's going to be the other class, okay? It's part of this, so we don't forget. Deuteronomy 28. Watch this real quick because this is technically what's in the Bible. It said it. Verse 21. The Lord shall make the pestilence cleave unto thee till he have consumed thee from off the land whither thou goest to possess it. Remember? Several of us died. Right? Verse 22. The Lord shall smite thee with a consumption and with a fever and with inflammation. Smallpox is like viruelas, like chickenpox. And when you get them, they're like, they blast and they're itchy and you get fevers and it burns you and you can't walk, especially if you have them on your feet or when you go to the bathroom, if they're between your butt cheeks and with extreme burning. and with the sword, and with blasting, with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish. Verse 26, and thy carcasses shall be meat unto the fowls of the air, and unto the beasts of the earth. Didn't we read that it stank because there were so many dead people? And the Lord shall smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emerods, and with the scabs, and with the itch whereof thou cannot be healed. Chicken pox have the same effect. Chicken pox. Chicken pox symptoms. What's this? Pox symptoms. Well, let's find out. It says rash pink, red bumps, filled blisters, crust scabs, fever, loss of appetite, headache, dehydration, pneumonia, inflammation, red eyes. The Lord will smite thee with the botches of Egypt, and with the emerods, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou cannot be healed. Nobody can heal you. Who brought it? The Africans. The West Africans brought smallpox to you. And every other disease, most of the diseases they brought. Hard to tell you. I know y'all thought he was a white man. Yeah, they're dirty too, but they're not as dirty. Verse 35, and the Lord shall smite thee in the knees, and in the legs, and with the sore botch that cannot be healed, from the soles of thy foot unto the top of thy head. We saw the books. We saw the pictures, right? Y'all remember the pictures? Let me show you again. Well, hold on. Here it goes. Here it goes. Boom. See that? Right there. Right there. Right? Smackaroo right there. Right there. Right there. Right there, family. Keep in mind, I'm going to read this to you guys tomorrow, but I'm going to bring it to you guys again today, okay? To show you why. When the Most High said in verse 15, but it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field. Cursed shalt thou be in thy basket and thy store. Cursed shalt thou be in the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy land, and the increase of thy kind, and the flock of thy sheep. Okay? I'll show you this real quick. And then tomorrow, I'm going to read this to you again. And then I'm going to bring you a book that shows that we lost all that. And now you're going to put it in perspective. I want you to put it in perspective. This is not a surprise, family. They knew who we were the whole entire time. Watch this real quick, okay? Watch this. See, they try to say that they didn't know who we were, and they only show this. The Phoenicians knew about some land, right? But this is I'm sorry. I can't never say his name. Diodorus Siculus, about 300, 400 BC, okay? This guy wrote about that the Carthaginians knew of an island. And remember, by this time, we were already here, okay? So check this out. Watch what he says. Watch what he says the Carthaginians saw. A very beautiful land with people in it. 5.19.1. But now we have discussed what relates to the islands which lie in the Pillars of Hercules. We shall give you an account of those which are in the ocean. For there lies out of the deep of Libya an island of considerable size, and situated as it is in the ocean, it is distant from Libya, a voyage of number of days to the west. Its land is fruitful, much of it being mountainous, and not a little being a level plain of surpassing beauty. Through it flows navigable rivers, which are used for irrigation, and the island contains many parks planted with trees. Parks? What the hell? Planted with trees. Let me read that again. Many parks planted with trees of every variety, and gardens in great multitudes, which are traversed by streams of sweet water. On it also are private villas of costly construction. And throughout the gardens, banqueting houses have been constructed in settings of flowers, Tenochtitlans, floating gardens, and in them, the inhabitants pass their time during the summer, since the land supplies in abundance everything which contributes to the enjoyment of luxury. You guys remember, and I'm going to show you tomorrow, but if you recall, when they showed up to Tenochtitlan, okay, when they showed up, they saw this exactly. They saw Tenochtitlan, they saw this beauty. They're like, man, I've never seen land like this before. I'm confounded by it. Not even Greece. Watch this. See if I have it saved. I probably don't. My phone died. Okay, fam. Check it out, man. I'm gonna call it a day. That's it. That's enough. I'm gonna try to change the tune right here real quick. Give me a second. I wish I could go all night, honestly, but I can't. You know what I mean? So, anyways, appreciate you guys being here, man. Thank you very much. You brothers that are new to this channel, look, man, just listen in. Just listen in. You ain't gotta say shit. You don't gotta contribute. Just keep watching. You know what I'm saying? Like, just keep watching. I think in time you're gonna understand how deep our understanding is, or at least how deep your history is of who you are according to the Bible. All right, so let me go ahead and I don't know if you guys, for you guys that are new to this channel, and there's not many watching right now. But anyways, in case you hear it later, I always play music at the end, okay? I always do that, all right? So let's just let you guys know. Anyways, VTC, you have a good night, bro. I know that you're still here. There's probably like other people and shit. I don't know who it is. Wait, hold on. B. Garcia, thank you, bro. Appreciate you. I was reading your stuff. Yeah, I know, bro. Hey, well, I see you guys. Listen, send me an email. You guys got my email. And maybe we can communicate, man, and get in a group. All right. So anyways, let me go ahead and play this. By the way, the class was called Fake or Facts or Fact or Fake. Fact or Fake. A lot of people get offended. A lot of people get offended with this, man. And you want to know something? Whenever you come to this channel, don't be offended. Please don't be offended. Just don't be offended. Just listen. And then, Anyways, all right. Y'all have a good night, man. I had enough. It's already, 12, almost 1. Shit, man. I didn't even realize it was almost 1. Wow. All right, let me go ahead and pick this real quick. I'm going to play that. I'll probably play like maybe 5, maybe 10 songs, you know what I'm saying? And then I'll call it a night, all right? Let me start off with this right here. Yeah, you know what? I haven't played this in a long time, man. Let me start off with this song. This is for my Caribbean brothers right there, bro. I love this music, man. Honestly, bro, I love salsa. I don't give a fuck. I don't care who says whatever they say. I love that music, man. You know what I'm saying? So just hear this out. And I'll play a couple more, and then we'll just call it a night, man. Just call it a night. Hold on a second. Where are you, dude? There he goes, right here. I just missed it. All right, here he goes. You guys have a good night. Give me a second. Let me play this out the way. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Here we go, man. Y'all enjoy, man. Just maybe 30 minutes, 20 minutes. I don't know. I won't go an hour, okay? Because I need to go home. Y'all have a good night, man. Enjoy the music.
La pista suena arriba.
La voz de referencia un poquito, ¿no? Qué pedazo de leyendas.
Bueno, ya tú sabes. Pero fue una época.
Pon la música porque si no, morimos.
1, 2, 3 y...
echar a correr. Esto sí es serio, mi amigo. Oye, qué lío, pero qué lío se va a formar cuando mi gatico sepa que es tan simple la razón de que a su gata le dice, de que a su gata le cuenta. No es nada más que un ratón, un ratón.
De cualquier malla sale un ratón, oye, de cualquier malla.
Mi gato se está quedando.
De cualquier malla sale un ratón, oye, de cualquier malla.
Porque no puede vacilar.
De cualquier malla sale un ratón, oye, de cualquier malla.
De noche brinca la verja.
De cualquier malla sale un ratón, oye, de cualquier malla.
Y al final te atrapará.
Santana, Santana, échale semilla a la maraca pa' que suene, chac, 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 chac.
Échale semilla a la maraca pa' que suene.
Échale semilla a la maraca pa' que suene, chac, 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 chac.
De noche brinca la verja. Está allá en el patio de atrás. Y las maracas van sonando. Que no paren de sonar. De cualquier malla sale un ratón.
System music are clear forever, never, nego. This is Q in the studio. You nego on the microphone. Sergio Maya, Paquito, son. Bless you for the world, nego. I write them. Reggae music soul, yeah. In a Babylon, Lord, Lord, Lord. I know where you're sitting, nego. Brilla mi vida como el sol lo hace en el mar. Se mantiene encendida como luz de mi cantar. Son promesas prohibidas las que me van a dañar. Pues mintiendo algún día todo se puede acabar. Y entonces, ¿qué queda de verdad? Mil voces que nos hablan de humildad. Después de tanto tiempo con heridas en el alma, vendí mi soledad para por fin hallar la calma. Bendito todo aquel que con amor destruye el arma del humano radical que de mentira llena el karma. Aquí sigo yo cantando, bailando y sabiendo qué debo de hacer. Aquí sigo yo llorando y riendo por dentro a la misma vez. Aquí sigo yo cantando, bailando y sabiendo qué debo de hacer. Aquí sigo yo llorando y riendo por dentro a la misma vez. A la misma vez. Black sound, black woman, black sound. que lo ves pasar, que todos los momentos los debes de recordar. Sean buenos, sean malos, todo tuvo que llegar, mas nunca hubo tiempo que debiera malgastar. Alright, this is the music out there, my family. Original and fresh, forever and ever. Babylon, more fire. Sing it again. Siempre fieles a lo nuestro. Música del alma. Around the world. Hey, hey, oh, hey, hey. Black soul, black woman, black soul. Black soul, black woman, Kion, my brother. Alright.
Aguanile,
yo tengo agua ni ley, my, un judío que a caballo gritaba sin compasión, oh Jesús crucificado, muerto por una traición. Bendíceme a las muchachas. Ay, aguanile, 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 dame agua, estoy seco y quiero beber. Ataca, Quintero. ¡Oh, yeah! Huasteca, qué linda eres. ¡Oh, qué bonitos ojos tiene debajo de esas dos cejas, debajo de esas dos cejas. Qué bonitos ojos tiene. Ellos me quieren mirar, pero si tú no los dejas, pero si tú no los dejas, ni siquiera parpadear. Malagueña salerosa, besar tus labios quisiera, besar tus labios quisiera, malagueña salerosa, y decirte, niña hermosa, eres linda y hechicera, eres linda y hechicera como el candor de una rosa. Oh, yeah. Opa.
Así mero,
con tus ojos me anunciabas que me amabas tiernamente, que me amabas tiernamente. Con tus ojos me anunciabas, ingrata me traicionabas cuando de ti estaba ausente, cuando de ti estaba ausente, de mi pasión te burlabas. Malagueña salerosa, besar tus labios quisiera, besar tus labios quisiera malagueña salerosa y decirte, niña hermosa, eres linda y hechicera, eres linda y hechicera como el candor de una rosa, como el candor de una rosa.
Ya vine de donde andaba, se me concedió volver. A mí se me afiguraba que no te volvería a ver. Pareces amapolita cortada el amanecer. Sí, porque vengo de lejos, me niegas la luz del día, se me asequea tu esperanza, le pasó lo que a la mía. Por andar en la vagancia perdí un amor que tenía. Y no es mentira, don Roque, échele parejo. Estrellita reluciente, de la nube colorada, si tienes amor pendiente, puedes darle retiro. Ya vino el que andaba ausente y este no consiente nada. Sí, porque vengo de lejos, me niegas la luz del día, se me asequea tu esperanza, le pasó lo que a la mía. Por andar en la vagancia perdí un amor que tenía.
compa, ¿qué le parece esa morra? La que anda bailando sola, me gusta pa' mí.
Bella, ella sabe que está buena, que todos andan mirándola como baila.
Me acerco y le tiro todo un verbo. Tomamos tragos sin pero, solo tentación.
Le dije, voy a conquistar tu familia, que en unos días vas a ser mía.
Me dijo que estoy muy loco, pero le gusta que ningún vato como yo actúa. ¿Qué te va, mija? Y por la doble P, viejo.
Así nomás, compa Pedro, puro eslabón armado. A las plebitas. No soy un vato que tiene varo, pero hablando del corazón te cumplo todo.
Me agarro pegadito de su mano, mi compa ni se la creyó, que al pasar fue yo.
Su cuerpo, juro por Dios que era tan perfecta, son cinturita como modelo.
Sus ojos desde el principio me enamoraron, a ella le gusto y a mí me gusta.
Deja que salga la luna, deja que se meta el sol, deja que caiga la noche, pa' que empiece nuestro amor. Deja que las estrellitas me llenen de inspiración para decirte cositas muy bonitas, corazón. Yo sé que no hay en el mundo amor como el que me das, y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Cuando estoy entre tus brazos, siempre me pregunto yo, ¿cuánto me debía el destino que contigo me pagó? Por eso es que ya mi vida toda te la entrego a ti, tú que me diste en un beso lo que nunca te pedí. Yo sé que no hay en el mundo amor como el que me da, y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Deja que salga la luna.
Pronto llegará el día de mi suerte. Sé que antes de mi muerte, seguro que mi suerte cambiará. Pronto llegará el día de mi suerte. Sé que antes de mi muerte, seguro que mi suerte cambiará.
Cuando niño mi mamá se murió, solito con el viejo me dejó. Me dijo solo nunca quedarás, porque no esperaba una enfermedad. A los 10 años papá se murió, se fue con mamá para el más allá. Y la gente decía al verme llorar, no llores nene que tu suerte cambiará. ¿Y cuándo será?
Pronto llegará el día de mi suerte. Sé que antes de mi muerte, seguro que mi suerte cambiará.
Óyeme,
pronto llegará el día de mi suerte. Sé que antes de mi muerte, seguro que mi suerte cambiará.
esperando mi suerte quedé yo, pero mi vida otro rumbo cogió. Sobreviviendo en una realidad de la cual yo no podía ni escapar. Para comer hay que buscarse el real, aunque sea con nada en la sociedad. A la cárcel me escribe mi amistad, no te apures que tu suerte cambiará. Oye verás.
Pronto llegará el día de mi suerte. Sé que antes de mi muerte, seguro que mi suerte cambiará. Pronto llegará el día de mi suerte. Sé que antes de mi muerte, seguro que mi suerte cambiará.
Ahora me encuentro aquí en mi soledad, pensando que de mi vida será. No tengo sitio donde regresar y tampoco a nadie quiero ocupar. Si el destino me vuelve a traicionar, te juro que no puedo fracasar. Estoy cansado de tanto esperar y estoy seguro que mi suerte cambiará. ¿Y cuándo será?
Pronto llegará el día de mi suerte. Sé que antes de mi muerte, seguro que mi suerte cambiará. Pronto llegará el día de mi suerte. Sé que antes de mi muerte, seguro que mi suerte cambiará.
Sufriré parte de mi vida ya, sin un complejo de inferioridad. Por eso no me canso de esperar, pues un día Dios a mí me ayudará. Y el día que eso suceda, escuche usted, a todo el mundo yo le ayudaré. Porque tarde o temprano usted verá como el día de mi suerte llegará, ya lo verá. Ahora sí, cógeme que voy sin jockey.
Pronto llegará el día de mi suerte. Sé que antes de mi muerte, seguro que mi suerte cambiará. Pronto llegará el día de mi suerte. Sé que antes de mi muerte, seguro que mi suerte cambiará.
Muchas veces me pongo a contemplar que yo nunca a nadie le he hecho mal, porque la vida así me ha de tratar. Si lo que busco es la felicidad, trato de complacer la humanidad, pero mi dicha que ha sido fatal. No pierdo la esperanza de luchar y seguro que mi suerte cambiará, pero ¿cuándo será?
Pronto llegará el día de mi suerte. Sé que antes de mi muerte, seguro que mi suerte cambiará. Pronto llegará
Dios no podré aguantar. Y pregunto hasta cuándo durará. También si lo podré sobrellevar. Si el destino me vuelve a traicionar, te juro que no puedo fracasar. Estoy cansado de tanto esperar y estoy seguro que mi suerte cambiará. Pero ¿cuándo será?
Mis bambas necesitan bailar, pisar fuerte al caminar. Cuando aparezca la oscuridad, conseguir la libertad. Mis bambas necesitan bailar, pisar fuerte al caminar. Cuando aparezca la oscuridad, conseguir la libertad.
Solo tú sabes esperar que sople el viento. Deja de salir corriendo. Me he cansado y no quiero seguir perdiendo tiempo. Solo tú sabes esperar que sople el viento. Deja de salir corriendo. No quiero seguir persiguiendo el momento, lo siento.
Cause I feel like a butterfly, knowing that I've only live one day. Because I just wanna fly so well.
Y siento que quiero volar. Siento que mi alma necesita sanar. En Sagitario las alas y flotar.
Busco agitar las alas y volar. Romper cadenas le empieza a doler. Se escondió, se coló, no dejaban entrar. En el cielo el suelo hace que duelan los pies. El más salvaje no entiende de pánico. Sádico, pálpito, cárcel del ego. Espíritu libre ilumina la senda, se torna luz, pero oscuro se vislumbra el sendero. Sin faros, sin cadenas, sin lucero. Aprendimos a domar el fuego antes de ver lo tonto que es el miedo.
Mis bambas necesitan bailar, pisar fuerte al caminar. Cuando aparezca la oscuridad, conseguir la libertad. Mis bambas necesitan bailar, pisar fuerte al caminar. Cuando aparezca la oscuridad, conseguir la libertad.
Tiempo, solo tú sabes esperar que sople el viento. Deja de salir corriendo. Me he cansado y no quiero seguir perdiendo tiempo. Solo tú sabes esperar que sople el viento. Deja de salir corriendo. No quiero seguir persiguiendo el momento, lo siento.
Así que tú mira para adelante, no mires para atrás. El Joker te mira por la mirilla de atrás. La puerta del loquero no se quiere cerrar. Corre, corre, mueve tu cuerpo hacia adelante. El aire no es corriente, tu mente pierde sangre. El ser es consciente de lo que puede perder. Perder el poder de retener el frente. Fuerte, duro, ausente, concéntrate o no te escaparás de tu jaula de alambre.
Cuanto más alta la caída, más intenso el dolor. Saltó las vallas de la vida, pone muros de piedra. Siguiendo migas de la vez que me perdí en mi interior. Lo que antaño veía serpientes se han tornado culebras. Y dando pasos en falso por el filo más quebradizo. Voy descalzo y no alcanzo si no me exijo, no. Copiaron del brujo sin conocer el hechizo. Pedían lluvia, la cosecha se pudrió bajo el granizo.
Mis bambas necesitan bailar,
y cal. Hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.